The James Connolly. Reader. Edited by Harkin. Introduction. Socialism represents the dominant and conquering force of our age, the hope of the worker, the terror of the oppressor, the light of the future. Workers of Ireland, salute that light. When once it shines full upon your vision, the shackles of ages will fall from your limbs. Freedom will be your birthright. James Connolly, Compromise, Workers' Republic, August 13, 1898. This introduction aims to bring to light James Connolly's life and the development of his political ideas and, where possible, to assess his actions in relation to the struggles he faced. The rest of the book is Connolly in his own words. His life, ideas, and efforts deserve attention not only as a guide to understand Irish history, but also as a contribution to the training of a new generation of socialists in the present and future struggles against injustice and inequality, for working-class emancipation, and for socialism. Connolly was an exemplary rebel. He spent his life organizing against injustices he opposed, but he was also for something. He was for socialism. This is incredibly important today. James Connolly became a revolutionary socialist and Marxist in his early 20s, and dedicated his life to the fight against exploitation, oppression, and imperialism. Everywhere he lived, Scotland, Ireland, and the United States, he organized for socialism and struggled with the working class. He believed in the solidarity of labor across borders and across the entire globe. His vision was universal and inspiring. His militancy and commitment to class struggle was fueled by the terrible poverty he was born into, which he failed to escape throughout his entire life. Political notoriety brought Connolly no luxury. He never left his class. Connolly's background is essential for understanding his deep class loyalty and burning resentment of injustice everywhere, but it was his absorption of the revolutionary ideas of Karl Marx that gave theoretical direction and optimism to his class anger. Marx's scientific socialist approach, Connolly argued, was the key to understanding history, which otherwise was but a welter of unrelated facts, a hopeless chaos of sporadic outbreaks, treacheries, intrigues, massacres, murders, and purposeless warfare. But with a socialist key, Irish history was for the Irish worker a lamp to his feet in the stormy paths of today. 1. Connolly believed that only working-class people, the downtrodden and dispossessed themselves, could cleanse the world of tyranny, war, and injustice. In our day and generation, he wrote, there is only one class which can be depended upon for revolutionary action. That class is the working class. Not because the working class is in its individual members better than other classes, but because it is the only class in the community which has nothing to hope for from the maintenance of present conditions. 2. Connolly is one of the most well-known, most revered, and, often, most misrepresented characters in Irish history. George Dangerfield, historian and author of the classic Strange Death of Liberal England, astutely described Connolly as one of the great figures in modern Irish history, a passionate intellectual, a master of polemical prose, a profound revolutionary socialist. In Two Causes, the advancement of an Irish working class that he admired, loved, and idealized, and the battle against an imperialism he found degrading and hateful, Connolly devoted his life. In terms of the kind of action employed in their service, it was the selfless, empirical, and dynamic activism of James Connolly which has given him his place in history. 3. James T. Farrell, author of the Studs-Lonergan trilogy, described Connolly as an extraordinary figure during the early years of the 20th century, not only in the Irish movement, but more broadly in the world movement for workers' emancipation. The intellectual fruits of his life are to be found in his work Labour in Ireland. This book is not only fundamental for a study of modern Irish history, it is also a contribution to the world library of socialist thought. For the British Labour historian Eric Hobsbawm described Connolly, along with William Morris, as providing the only really interesting and original contribution to Marxism in these islands. 5. In Ireland, Connolly organized for the simultaneous defeat of British rule and capitalism by attempting to establish a workers' republic. His goal was to muster all the forces of labor for a revolutionary reconstruction of society and the incidental destruction of the British Empire. 6. For Connolly, empires, imperial wars, and colonialism stemmed from class society and capitalist competition. Socialism was not some sort of casual add-on, but the very center and soul of his political being. His aim was clear: organize as a class to meet your masters and destroy their mastership, organize to drive them from their hold on public life through their political power, organize to wrench from their robber clutch the land and workshops on and in which they enslave us, organize to cleanse our social life from the stain of social cannibalism, from the preying of man upon his fellow man. 7. Toward this definite goal, Connolly established the Irish Socialist Republican Party and pioneered the application of Marxist ideas to Irish political, social, and economic conditions. He stood for revolution, not reform or management of capitalism by socialists. It is necessary in Ireland as well as in England to emphasize the point that the policy of the capitalist at present throughout the world is the policy of pretended sympathy with working class aspirations, such sympathy taking the form of positions for our leaders, and the man who cannot diagnose the motives directing that move before the harm is done is a danger to the socialist movement. 8. Connolly is most renowned for his role in the 1916 Irish Rising, also known as the Easter Rising. His aim in the rebellion was to seize the opportunity presented by the slaughter of World War I to strike a blow against British imperial rule in Ireland. But his perspective was never narrowly limited to Ireland. He held a continental vision of permanent revolution. A rising in Ireland could simultaneously ignite a European-wide uprising against war and empire, but also against capitalism, the irrational economic system responsible for generating war. He clarified this perspective days after the outbreak of war in 1914. It is our manifest duty to take all possible action to save the poor from the horrors this war has in store. Starting thus, Ireland may yet set the torch to a European conflagration that will not burn out until the last throne and the last capitalist bond and debenture will be shriveled on the funeral pyre of the last warlord. 9. When socialist parties across Britain and Europe betrayed their commitment to oppose imperialist war, Connolly rose to the occasion and insisted on the need for revolution. For his leadership of the insurrection, Connolly was executed by a British Army firing squad at dawn on May 12, 1916, in Dublin's Kilmainham jail. However, he regretted nothing. In his last statement, given to his daughter Nora shortly before his murder, he wrote, "We went out to break the connection between this country and the British Empire, and to establish an Irish Republic. We believed that the call we then issued to the people of Ireland, was a nobler call, in a holier cause, than any call issued to them during this war, having any connection with the war. We succeeded in proving that Irishmen are ready to die endeavouring to win for Ireland those national rights which the British government has been asking them to die to win for Belgium. As long as that remains the case, the cause of Irish freedom is safe." 10. The execution of Connolly and other leaders of the Easter Rebellion by the butcher generals of the British Empire, with the full support of Ireland's political and economic elite, was designed to terrify the population into submission. As is often the case, brutal repression had the opposite effect. The boldness of the rising and widespread repression assisted in spurring an all-out political, military, and social revolt against British rule, war conscription, and inequality throughout Ireland in the following years. For many, Connolly became a hero of the Irish Revolution of 1918-21, which he never lived to see. Tragically, Connolly's premature death denied the revolutionary upheaval engulfing Ireland after 1916 his political and strategic guidance. Connolly and his comrades helped ignite the torch of revolt, but were then desperately needed to lead the bonfire of rebellion. The absence of a committed and experienced mass revolutionary socialist party, steeled and tempered by a network of Marxist cadre and infused with ideas developed by Connolly during the preceding 2 decades, had a profound impact on the direction and eventual outcome of the struggle over Ireland's future. The religiously conservative, pro-capitalist, and partitioned Ireland, established out of the reactionary backlash against the revolutionary upheaval against British rule, had nothing in common with Connolly's vision of a workers' republic. He wrote, Socialism, in a word, bases itself upon its knowledge of facts, of economic truths, and leaves the building up of religious ideals and faiths to the outside public, or to its individual members, if they so will. It is neither freethinker nor Christian, Turk, nor Jew, Buddhist or idolater, Mohammedan, nor Parsi, it is only human. 11. Throughout his years of political activism he had warned. If you remove the English army tomorrow and hoist the green flag over Dublin Castle, unless you set about the organization of the Socialist Republic, your efforts would be in vain. England would still rule you. She would rule you through her capitalists, through her landlords, through her financiers, through the whole array of commercial and individualist institutions she has planted in this country and watered with the tears of our mothers and the blood of our martyrs. 12. This incongruity meant that Connolly's revolutionary commitment to Marxism and socialism had to be systematically submerged by Ireland's new rulers. Instead, he was deified as a nationalist martyr for Irish freedom. Railway stations, hospitals, and schools were named after him. To depict Connolly as merely a militant Irish nationalist, his lifelong involvement in the international socialist movement had to be completely downplayed. The notion that he had abandoned his commitment to socialism and sacrificed himself for the cause of Ireland was widely popularized. Such was the scale of Connolly's sanitization that he was presented as an orthodox Catholic. Yet an understanding of Connolly's Marxist training and framework is essential to fully appreciate his political outlook and strategy right through to the 1916 rebellion. In the subsequent decades, people, parties, and organizations of many different persuasions have shamelessly attempted to claim Connolly as one of their own by highlighting specific aspects of his politics and work. He has been sanitized by Ireland's rulers, martyrized by Irish nationalists, and blessed wholly by Catholic clerics. Conservative Union leaders idolize him even though he would have raged against them in his day. However, no one portrays his politics better than Connolly himself. And, fortunately, he was a prolific writer whose ideas and progression can be mapped throughout his life. His ideas were shaped by his life experiences, by the organizations, events, and activities in which he participated and led, and by the world around him. His lifelong commitment to socialism remained constant, but his political and strategic emphasis shifted on the basis of the real questions of the day. Like the many other socialists who made theoretical and practical contributions to the socialist tradition, Connolly was guided by a consistent attempt to point the way forward for the class struggle. Ireland's Great Hunger refugees. The future leader of the 1913 Dublin lockout and the 1916 Irish Rebellion was not born in Ireland. Connolly, like his great militant Labour collaborator James Larkin, was an immigrant. 13 Poverty had forced Connolly's family, like tens of millions of immigrants and refugees crossing borders and continents today, from their home. He was born on June 5, 1868, in Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland. Connolly's parents, originally from County Monaghan, were refugees of the Great Hunger of 1845-51 who left Ireland for Scotland. 14 1 million people died in Ireland during the traumatizing years of the famine, and millions more were forced to emigrate to Britain, the United States, Australia, and beyond in the succeeding decades. In Labour in Irish History, Connolly wrote about Ngorda Mór 15. It is a common saying amongst Irish nationalists that Providence sent the potato blight, but England made the famine. No man who accepts the capitalist society and the laws thereof can logically find fault with the statesmen of England for their acts in that awful period. They stood for the rights of property and free competition, and philosophically accepted their consequences upon Ireland. The leaders of the Irish people also stood for the rights of property, and refused to abandon them even when they saw the consequences in the slaughter of over 1 million of the Irish toilers. 16. The vast majority of Irish migrants were poor and faced extremely challenging conditions in their new homes. Often they worked in the lowest paid jobs, and settled in rough and crowded Irish neighborhoods. Connolly's family lived in Edinburgh's Little Ireland slum. The Cowgate area of Connolly's youth was blighted by tenements, poverty, and disease. In the life and times of James Connolly, the biographer C. Desmond Greaves describes the Irish area as presenting an amazing spectacle where occupations, origins, overcrowding, filth, squalor, poverty, drunkenness and disease were illuminated by flashes of philanthropy, heroism, and revolt. 17. Connolly's father, John, worked for the Edinburgh Corporation as a minimum-wage night-shift manure carter and participated in a successful strike for better conditions in 1861. His mother, Mary McGinn, worked as a domestic servant and struggled with chronic bronchitis throughout her life. Connolly attended St. Patrick's School, but left formal education when he was just 11 years old, as poverty forced everyone in the family to work. He found employment doing menial tasks at the Edinburgh Evening News, but was dismissed for being too young. He then went on to work as a baker's apprentice, starting before 6 in the morning each day. Later in life, Connolly reminisced that, each morning as he sleepily struggled through dark streets to the bakery, he hoped to find it burned to the ground so that he could return home. Donal Nevin describes Connolly's boyhood in Edinburgh as one of deprivation, poverty, grim housing conditions and hard toil. He had little schooling and from the age of 9 earned paltry wages to help keep the family above the bread line. Such conditions were the common lot of the children of casual labourers in the cities of Britain, as in Dublin and Belfast, in the 1870s. 18. Economic conscription, the British Army. Another little-known fact about Connolly, given the mythology built around his Irish nationalism, is that his first trip to Ireland was as a British soldier. When he was 14, Connolly followed in his older brother John's footsteps and joined the British Army. To enlist in the 1st Battalion of the King's Liverpool Regiment, he lied about his age and used a pseudonym. He served as private in the army for almost 7 years, beginning in 1882. He deserted several months prior to the expiration of his military service contract, in late 1888 or early 1889. Not a great deal is known about the time he spent in the army. He appears never to have spoken much about it, nor written about it directly. It is very possible that he was initially worried that he could be punished if his early departure was noticed and pursued by British Army authorities. He also may have been concerned that his service would be seized upon by political enemies and cynically deployed to undercut his credibility among working-class Irish nationalists. His bitter personal experience is well expressed in a July 1899 Workers' Republic article he wrote, called Soldiers of the Queen. The soldier then is, no matter in what light we examine his position, a hired assassin. His first duty, he is told, is to obey. To obey whom? His superior officers, who in turn must obey the government. When the mandate goes forth, kill, he must kill and dare not ask the reason why. Whatever be the excuse for ordering out the army, the soldier has no option but to obey. Whether it be Egyptians revolting against oppression, Boers defending their independence, Indians maddened with famine, or Irishmen hungering for freedom, whether the human being coming within his line of sight be stranger or friend, father, mother, sister, brother, or sweetheart, the soldier has no option but to press the trigger, and send the death-dealing instrument on its errand of murder. 19. With employment opportunities scarce and very low wages common, enlisting in the British Army was often an economic necessity for the children of impoverished Irish immigrants in Scotland. Later, during the Great War, Connolly described this phenomenon as economic conscription. He wrote about it with powerful insight, anger, and compassion. Of late we have been getting accustomed to this new phrase, economic conscription, or the policy of forcing men into the army by depriving them of the means of earning a livelihood. In Canada it is called hungerscription. In essence it consists of a recognition of the fact that the working class fight the battles of the rich, that the rich control the jobs or means of existence of the working class, and that therefore if the rich desire to dismiss men eligible for military service they can compel these men to enlist or starve. Fighting at the front today there are many thousands whose whole soul revolts against what they are doing, but who must nevertheless continue fighting and murdering because they were deprived of a living at home, and compelled to enlist that those dear to them may not starve. Recruiting has become a great hunting party with the souls and bodies of men as the game to be hunted and trapped. Point 20. Connolly's regiment was bound for Ireland, and his arrival there with the British Army would have been his first visit. According to military records, he spent time stationed in Cork, in Castlebar, at the Curragh military camp, and in Dublin, Ireland's capital city. His regiment may have been sent to Belfast in 1886 to deal with sectarian rioting, and could well have participated in Queen Victoria's 1887 Jubilee in Dublin. Growing up in Edinburgh's Irish immigrant community, Connolly would have been familiar with Irish history and politics, and his first-hand experience living in Ireland as a soldier could only have deepened and sharpened this knowledge. When stationed in Dublin, he met his future wife and life companion, Lily Reynolds. Lily, from a Protestant Church of Ireland background, was employed as a domestic servant for a well-off family in Dublin's suburbs. There's some possibility Connolly's regiment spent time in India, but existing research appears to rule it out. Connolly joins the Scottish Socialists. On returning to Scotland, Connolly went first to Perth to visit his father, then on to the industrial city of Dundee, and also, within the year, to Edinburgh. In Dundee, Connolly's brother John had become a leader in the local socialist movement. There, Connolly joined the Socialist League in April 1889, amid a free speech campaign defending the Social Democratic Federation's right to hold open-air public meetings. He also became active in the trade union movement, writing to Lily, "If we get married next week I shall be unable to go to Dundee as I promised, as my fellow workmen on the job are preparing for a strike at the end of this month, for a reduction in the hours of labor. As my brother and I are ringleaders in the matter, it is necessary we should be on the ground. If we were not, we should be looked upon as blacklegs, which the Lord forbid." 21. Despite a year of separation due to financial hardship, James and Lily were eventually married in Perth on April 30, 1890. The late 1880s marked the beginning of a dramatic period of working-class struggle across Ireland and Britain, known as New Unionism. 22 previously unorganized groups of unskilled workers engaged in massive and militant strikes for trade union rights, higher wages, and shorter working days. The new unions challenged the craft basis and conservatism of the existing unions. Describing the new unions, Emmett O'Connor writes, "During the first flush of militancy they used tough strike tactics, including violence and blacking. New Unionists believed also that labor interests should go beyond purely industrial matters to campaigns for legislative reform and political representation. The demand for an 8-hour day especially, which labor was raising across the world, became a symbol of labor's social agenda and of its internationalism." Point 23. Without doubt, Connolly was affected by the explosive growth of new unions and how it shaped working-class consciousness across Britain and Ireland. He found employment as a carter with the Edinburgh City Council, and settled in Edinburgh with Lily, where he joined the local branch of the Scottish Socialist Federation, SSF. Through SSF study groups, Connolly acquired a grounding in socialist literature including Marx's Capital, the Communist Manifesto, and writings by Frederick Engels and William Morris. 24. Marxism gained increasing influence in Britain throughout the 1880s and 90s. An English translation of Marx's Capital was published in 1888. Britain had become the workshop of the world, and the entire globe was in the process of industrial transformation. Marx made sense of these great changes by unmasking the violent origins of capitalism, how it created and exploited a vast proletarian army, and how the entire system could be seized and transformed into socialism by the laboring majority. Capitalism had revolutionized the means of production, creating fantastic new wealth and material abundance, but human misery and inequality grew in proportion. The economic rulers were tremendously wealthy and powerful, but their secret vulnerability was their system's persistent capacity to generate crises and collective action by radicalized working masses. In this sense, Marx argued, capitalism had created its own gravediggers. His arguments centered on the agency and self-emancipation by workers across the globe, and were profoundly reinforced by the actions of workers constituting what became New Unionism. These ideas spoke directly to Connolly's experience and pointed towards an alternative way of organizing society. It was in this context that Connolly joined the Socialists and became a Marxist. Nevin writes, "All of Connolly's writings on economic and social issues are infused with the basic premises of Marxism as propagated in Britain in the last decade of the 19th century, when he was imbibing his ideas from Marxist leaders of the British socialist movement in parties which were avowedly Marxist, the Socialist League and the Social Democratic Federation." The language used by Connolly up to the end of his life is replete with Marxist phrases and mottos. The two issues of socialism, class struggle, and international solidarity, were to be the focus of his life work. 25. Building the socialist movement in Scotland. Connolly's tenement apartment on Lothian Street became the hub for SSF meetings. The routines of the SSF included regular political discussion groups and public meetings. In May 1890, the SSF organized a demonstration to support agitation for the 8-hour day. Connolly became branch secretary when his brother John was fired from his job for political activism and was forced to leave Edinburgh in search of employment. Connolly was now assigned to write reports for Justice, the newspaper of the Socialist Democratic Federation. In July 1893, the SSF sent a delegate to the Socialist International Conference in Zurich. The delegate was given complete autonomy for political decisions at the conference, except on one issue: he was instructed to vote against admission of anarchists into the International. In his notes from Edinburgh for Justice, Connolly wrote, "We feel that at a time when the class-conscious workers of the world are dressing their ranks for the coming grapple with the forces of privilege, it would be scarcely less than idiotic, were they to admit to their councils men whose whole philosophy of life is but an exaggerated form of that individualism we are in revolt against." 26. Throughout his life, Connolly followed and participated in the debates of the International Socialist movement. Connolly was selected to stand as a socialist candidate for the St. Giles ward in the 1894 Edinburgh municipal elections. The campaign received enthusiastic support and Connolly went on to win 14% of the vote. Writing in Labour Chronicle, he appealed to the many Irish voters in the ward. "Perhaps they will learn how foolish it is to denounce tyranny in Ireland and then to vote for tyrants and the instruments of tyrants at their own door. Perhaps they will begin to see that the landlord who grinds his peasants on a Connemara estate, and the landlord who rack rents in a Cowgate slum, are brethren in fact and deed. Perhaps they will see that the Irish worker who starves in an Irish cabin, and the Scotch worker who is poisoned in an Edinburgh garret, are also brothers with one hope and destiny. Perhaps they will observe how the same liberal government which supplies police to Irish landlords to aid them in the work of exterminating their Irish peasantry, also imports police into Scotland to aid Scotch mine owners in their work of starving Scottish miners. Perhaps they will begin to understand that the Liberals and the Tories are not two parties, but rather two sections of the one party, the party of property." 27. Reflecting on his participation in the election, Connolly famously wrote, "The return of a socialist candidate does not then mean the immediate realization of even the program of palliatives commonly set before the electors. Nay, such programs are in themselves a mere secondary consideration, of little weight, indeed, apart from the spirit in which they will be interpreted. The election of a socialist to any public body at present, is only valuable insofar as it is the return of a disturber of the political peace." 28. For Connolly, election campaigns were an opportunity to expose and encourage resistance to an entire political and economic system rigged in favor of the wealthy and powerful. The point was to use the platform as a disturber of the political peace, not to manage the system in pursuit of piecemeal reform. Writing about the era, Greaves argues that the new ideas of socialism penetrated only very slowly, and that a majority of the people had only the haziest notion what socialism was. Nevertheless, scarcely a week went by without some professor writing in the local newspaper an expert article proving its impossibility. 29. At this stage, Connolly had absorbed the core ideas of Marxism and had gained substantial experience in explaining them to prospective new members of the socialist movement in study groups. He popularized socialist ideas to broad working-class audiences through election campaigns, newspaper articles, demonstrations, and outdoor public meetings. He had very much become a local leader of the socialist movement. In 1895, the SSF became the Edinburgh branch of the Socialist Democratic Federation, SDF, with Connolly installed as its branch secretary. Connolly met Eleanor Marx, Edward Aveling, Henry Mayers Hindman, Ben Tillett, Tom Mann, and other leading figures of the socialist and labor movement through public meetings organized by the SDF and the Independent Labour Party that year. The Irish question. Given his family background and Edinburgh's large Irish community, Connolly's application of Marxist ideas to Irish politics developed and deepened. In standing for election, he had to defend his socialist platform against attacks from conservative Catholic Irish nationalists and also from Unionists. A letter offering political advice to Keir Hardie, leader of the Independent Labour Party, provides an insight of Connolly's growing expertise on Irish issues. As an Irishman who has always taken a keen interest in the advanced movements in Ireland, I was well aware that neither the Parnellites nor the McCarthyites were friendly to the Labour movement. Both of them are essentially middle-class parties interested in the progress of Ireland from a middle-class point of view. Their advanced attitude upon the land question is simply an accident arising out of the exigencies of the political situation, and would be dropped tomorrow if they did not realize the necessity of linking Home Rule agitation to some cause more clearly allied to their daily wants than a mere embodiment of national sentiment of the people. If you can show them it would be to their interest to politically support us, they will do so. Now, can this now be done? I think it can be done if you would allow me to suggest to you a plan which I think would, if carried out, prove a trump card. There is a nucleus of a strong labour movement in Ireland, which needs only judicious handling to flutter the doves in the Home Rule dovecot. Now if you were to visit Dublin and address a good meeting there, putting it in strong and straight, without reference to either of the two Irish parties, but rebellious, anti-monarchical and outspoken on the fleecings of both landlord and capitalist, and the hypocrisy of both political parties for a finale. Point 30. Connolly's development on Irish politics was greatly influenced by John Leslie, secretary of the Edinburgh branch of the Social Democratic Federation. In 1892 and 1893 Leslie presented on the Irish question at a series of meetings in Edinburgh. These lectures were subsequently published in 1894 in a pamphlet titled The Present Position of the Irish Question. Leslie, a former member of the Irish National League, supported political independence for Ireland, but also asked why the Irish workmen of town and country who had furnished 9/10 of the martyrs and victims of the fight had no control over the wealth their labour produced. Leslie's point was that political independence for Ireland was an insufficient goal, and that Irish workers had to maintain control over their movement. 31 This became a starting point for arguments Connolly would develop in Labour in Irish History, published in 1910. Connolly ploughed his energy, time, and finances into politics. In 1896, after a struggle to find regular employment and a failed attempt as a cobbler, he was forced to contemplate migrating to Chile. He and Lily now had 3 children, and their financial situation had become dire. Leslie, his mentor and collaborator, penned a special appeal, published in Justice, encouraging Connolly's recruitment by a socialist organization somewhere closer to home. The Dublin Socialist Society responded, and invited Connolly to become their organizer. Dublin and founding the Irish Socialist Republican Party. Connolly arrived in Dublin in April 1896. By May, a new organization was founded, the Irish Socialist Republican Party, ISRP. The plan for this was agreed upon in Pierce Ryan's public house at 50 Thomas Street, and Connolly was elected American Samoa the full-time organizer. The new party was officially launched in June at a large public meeting in Dublin's Custom House. Membership cards were emerald green and imprinted with the famous slogan associated with the French revolutionary Camille Desmoulins, "The great appear great because we are on our knees, let us rise." The ambition of Connolly and his comrades was to relate the ideas of scientific socialism to Irish conditions in order to build a mass revolutionary workers' party. Their object was the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a workers' republic. Only 8 years previously, Friedrich Engels, the great collaborator of Marx and author of Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, had been asked in an interview, "What about Ireland? Is there anything apart from the national question which might raise the hopes of socialists?" Engels replied, "A purely socialist movement cannot be expected in Ireland for a considerable time. People there want first of all to become peasants owning a plot of land, and after they have achieved that, mortgages will appear on the scene and they will be ruined once more. But this should not prevent us from seeking to help them to get rid of their landlords, that is, to pass from semi-feudal conditions to capitalist conditions." 32. From the perspective of what constituted the Marxist orthodoxy dominant in the European socialist movement of the day, Ireland's colonial status, economic underdevelopment, and lack of an industrial proletariat on the scale of England or Germany appeared to prevent it from playing a leading role in the confrontation with capitalism. However, parts of Ireland, notably the northeast, had industrialized apace, and across Ireland an increasingly combative working-class movement had emerged. In the face of this challenge, Connolly and ISRP members set about their project with mighty energy, enthusiasm, and confidence. Socialism was the inspired message of the age and they were determined to fight for it in Ireland. Despite being a numerically small organization, the party was tremendously effective at carving out an ideological space for its distinct political voice, and in initiating agitation around a wide range of issues. The socialists fought for influence as a broad political and cultural movement emerged that was centered on revival of the Gaelic language, art, and sports. After the trauma of the Great Hunger and mass emigration, a new Ireland was attempting to define itself. Land reform created stability and new wealth for some sections of Irish society, laying the basis for a more confident assertion of Irish identity. These cultural movements became increasingly politicized and radicalized through the impact of the 1913 Dublin lockout, Home Rule agitation, and the 1914 Great War. In order to popularize its views, gain support for its positions, and win over more party members, the ISRP immediately set about holding weekly open-air meetings. The public meetings addressed all manner of questions, including socialism and Ireland, socialist ideas past and present, are we utopians, socialism and unity, the growth of monopoly, reform or revolution, patriotism and socialism, socialism and reform, and socialism and state capitalism. Connolly, drawing on his training in Scotland, made sure that regular political study groups were also organized to develop the ISRP members' grasp of theory and the socialist project. For example, weekly meetings were organized to discuss Karl Marx's Wage, Labor and Capital. Irish Independence and Socialism, Permanent Revolution. In September, only 3 months after its founding, the ISRP issued its inaugural manifesto. The object of the new political party was the establishment of an Irish Socialist Republic based upon the public ownership by the Irish people of the land and instruments of production, distribution, and exchange. The approach of the new party was unique because of the way it set out to combine the struggle for Irish self-determination with the struggle for socialism. Through this approach, Connolly attempted to answer the specific challenge that Engels outlined socialists in Ireland would face. The ISRP manifesto declared, "The national and economic freedom of the Irish people must be sought in the same direction, viz., the establishment of an Irish Socialist Republic, and the consequent conversion of the means of production, distribution, and exchange into the common property of society, to be held and controlled by a democratic state in the interests of the entire community." 33. Crucially, Connolly and the ISRP viewed these two struggles as complementary rather than as unrelated or antagonistic. For some socialists, Connolly's theoretical breakthrough amounted to heresy. The ISRP's support for a republic also made clear its opposition to the campaign for Home Rule, a limited form of self-government supported by the politically powerful and dominant Irish Parliamentary Party. Connolly, situated in colonized Ireland, uniquely grasped the potential of the Irish working-class struggle in and of itself. He believed the popular struggle for national self-determination could spill over into a working-class struggle for socialism. This is a theory of permanent revolution par excellence. Marx, Engels, and Ireland. Marx and Engels had long championed the struggle for Irish independence. They argued that Ireland's attempts at economic advance had been crushed by Britain. They defended the Irish Republican Brotherhood and collaborated with Fenian activists. The question of Ireland was central for Marx and Engels because they had concluded that a revolutionary upheaval in Ireland was essential to weaken the British ruling class and challenge chauvinism within the British working class. In a letter to Engels in 1869, Marx wrote, "Quite apart from all the phrases about international and humane justice for Ireland, it is in the direct and absolute interest of the English working class to get rid of their present connection with Ireland. The English working class will never accomplish anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. That is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general." 34. Mass emigration by Irish workers to Britain meant that they made up a significant section of the working class in all the major industrial cities and towns. Marx wrote, "And most important of all, every industrial and commercial centre in England now possesses a working class divided into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers his standard of life. In relation to the Irish worker he regards himself as a member of the ruling nation and consequently he becomes a tool of the English aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. He cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker. His attitude towards him is much the same as that of the poor whites to the Negroes in the former slave states of the USA. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker both the accomplice and the stupid tool of the English rulers in Ireland. This antagonism is artificially kept alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. And the latter is quite aware of this. 35. Marx's key point was that the revolutionary potential of the British working class would be paralyzed if it continued to support its own rulers' domination of Ireland. Therefore, revolution in Ireland could be a lever sparking a social revolution in Britain. 36. However, because of the small size of the Irish working class and its uneven industrial development, Marx and Engels were primarily concerned with the impact of an Irish revolutionary upheaval on the working class in Britain, the most developed section of the global proletariat, not its impact on the social relations within Ireland itself. Class and social relations in Ireland, however, were precisely what Connolly was most concerned with. Ireland's working class, the repository of the hopes of the future. In his magnificent labor in Irish history, Connolly demonstrated why the Irish bourgeoisie were completely incapable of leading a determined struggle for complete political and economic independence from Britain. He based his theory for revolution in Ireland on two propositions. First, that in the evolution of civilization the progress of the fight for national liberty of any subject nation must, perforce, keep pace with the progress of the struggle for liberty of the most subject class in that nation, and that the shifting of economic and political forces which accompanies the development of the system of capitalist society leads inevitably to the increasing conservatism of the non-working class element, and to the revolutionary vigor and power of the working class. Second, that the result of the long drawn-out struggle of Ireland has been, so far, that the old chieftainry has disappeared, or, through its degenerate descendants, has made terms with iniquity, and become part and parcel of the supporters of the established order, the middle class, growing up in the midst of the national struggle, and at one time, as in 1798, through the stress of the economic rivalry of England almost forced into the position of revolutionary leaders against the political despotism of their industrial competitors, have now also bowed the knee to Baal, and have 1,000 economic strings in the shape of investments binding them to English capitalism as against every sentimental or historic attachment drawing them toward Irish patriotism, only the Irish working class remain as the incorruptible inheritors of the fight for freedom in Ireland. 37. The most subject class in the nation would be required to lead the Irish political revolution to its completion because other classes, whatever their rhetoric in favor of freedom, had become increasingly conservative and integrated with capitalism. Connolly systematically destroyed the notion that all the Irish were in it together with the conclusion that only the Irish working class could be depended upon to lead the struggle for self-determination. In Aaron's Hope, he wrote, "But who are the Irish people? Is it the dividend-hunting capitalist with the phraseology of patriotism on his lips and the spoil wrung from sweated Irish toilers in his pockets? Is it the scheming lawyer most immoral of all classes? Is it the slum landlord who denounces rack renting in the country and practices it in the towns? Is it any one of these sections who today dominate Irish politics? Or is it not rather the Irish working class, the only secure foundation on which a free nation can be reared, the Irish working class which has borne the brunt of every political struggle, and gained by none, and which is today the only class in Ireland which has no interest to serve in perpetuating either the political or social forms of oppression, the British connection or the capitalist system? The Irish working class must emancipate itself, and in emancipating itself it must, perforce, free its country. The act of social emancipation requires the conversion of the land and instruments of production from private property into the public or common property of the entire nation. This necessitates a social system of the most absolute democracy, and in establishing that necessary social system the working class must grapple with every form of government which could interfere with the most unfettered control by the people of Ireland of all the resources of their country. 38. A union of all classes? On this perspective, Connolly believed the strategy of a union of all classes to achieve independence was a road to disaster. No section of the Irish ruling class could be relied upon, because they feared a challenge to the social order from below more than they despised their subservience to Britain. On this, Connolly was extremely blunt. This task can only be safely entered upon by men and women who recognize that the first action of a revolutionary army must harmonize in principle with those likely to be its last, and that, therefore, no revolutionists can safely invite the cooperation of men or classes, whose ideals are not theirs, and whom, therefore, they may be compelled to fight at some future critical stage of the journey to freedom. To this category belongs every section of the propertied class, and every individual of those classes who believes in the righteousness of his class position. The freedom of the working class must be the work of the working class. And let it be remembered that timidity in the slave induces audacity in the tyrant, but the virility and outspokenness of the revolutionists ever frightens the oppressor himself to hide his loathsomeness under the garb of reform. 39. Connolly documented how patriotic Irish elites had betrayed the national struggle again and again. Indeed, British guns would protect them from any insurgency challenging the rights of property. The ISRP manifesto declared that Ireland's subjection by Britain would only serve the interests of the exploiting classes of both nations. The revolutionary struggle of the Irish working class would be not simply for political independence from Britain, but also for social liberation from capitalism. Connolly concluded that the liberation of Ireland would only occur through the working class struggle for socialism. This was a profound insight. It is all the more profound because scant attention was paid to the role of socialists and workers in parts of the world colonized by the major powers. Connolly and the ISRP were at the forefront of attempting to deal with the relationship between an anti-imperialist struggle and socialism from the perspective of the colonized. The struggle in Ireland for national self-determination and working-class self-emancipation could be a catalyst for revolution in Britain with global ramifications. The only way to self-determination. Connolly and the ISRP set out to win advanced nationalists and Republicans to their strategy of rejecting class alliances, and to support a socialist workers' republic. They took up the national question and gave it a working-class and socialist content. Underpinning this approach was Connolly's refusal to believe Irish capitalism could revive within a world market dominated by a handful of dominant powers with greater resources. Since Irish capitalism was weak, was late in creating a manufacturing base, and faced competition from the established economic powerhouses, Connolly did not think it could create new markets. 40 Therefore, the struggle for an Irish republic, from his point of view, was impossible without socialism. Connolly hoped that genuine Republicans, especially from the working classes, would be drawn to socialism, even if they initially rejected it because they were immediately focused on the anti-colonial struggle. The logic of the anti-colonial struggle would lead on towards socialist conclusions. On this basis, Connolly and the ISRP sought to incorporate and build upon the best of Ireland's revolutionary traditions and struggles from previous periods. For example, the party republished The Rights of Ireland and The Faith of a Felon, both by James Fintan Lalor, as pamphlets with an introduction by Connolly. Lalor was a leading member of the revolutionary Young Ireland movement and played a role in the 1848 Rising. He was important for the ISRP because of his attention to social struggles in Ireland over land and poverty, and not just the political question of separation from Britain. The year 1898 marked the 100th anniversary of the 1798 Irish Rebellion. Inspired by the ideals of the French Revolution, the Society of United Irishmen had been founded in 1791 by the Protestant radical Wolfe Tone, aiming to unite Protestant, Catholic and Dissenter under the common name of Irishmen in order to break the connection with England. The rebellion had been savagely crushed by the British government with the support of the Catholic Church. 41 Connolly and the ISRP participated in the commemoration committees springing up across Ireland with the goal of uncovering the revolutionary history and politics of Wolfe Tone and the United Irishmen for a new generation drawn to radical politics. Moderate Home Rule politicians initially abstained from the 98 committees, but joined as they became more popular. In the first edition of the Workers' Republic, published in August 1898, Connolly paid tribute to Wolfe Tone and ridiculed those who claimed to stand in his tradition but rejected his revolutionary aspirations. Apostles of freedom are ever idolized when dead, but crucified when living. Universally true as this statement is, it applies with more than usual point to the revolutionary hero in whose memory the Irish people will, on Monday, August 15, lay the foundation stone of a great memorial. He was crucified in life, now he is idolized in death, and the men who push forward most arrogantly to burn incense at the altar of his fame are drawn from the very class who, were he alive today, would hasten to repudiate him as a dangerous malcontent. Wolfe Tone was abreast of the revolutionary thought of his day, as are the socialist republicans of our day. He saw clearly, as we see, that a dominion as long-rooted in any country as British dominion in Ireland can only be dislodged by a revolutionary impulse in line with the development of the entire epoch. Grasping this truth in all its fullness, he broke with the so-called practical men of the time, and wherever he could get a hearing he, by voice and pen, inculcated the republican principles of the French Revolution and counseled his countrymen to embark the national movement on the crest of that revolutionary wave. 42. Agitation. In 1897 the ISRP took the lead in protesting celebrations organized for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. Queen Victoria ruled Ireland during the devastating Great Hunger, and is still remembered as the Famine Queen. Connolly penned a manifesto declaring, "Home Rule orators and nationalist Lord Mayors, Whig politicians and Parnellite pressmen, have ere now lent their prestige and influence to the attempt to arouse public interest in the sickening details of this feast of flunkeyism. It is time then that some organized party in Ireland other than those in whose mouths patriotism means compromise, and freedom, high dividends should speak out bravely and honestly the sentiments awakened in the breast of every lover of freedom by this ghastly farce now being played out before our eyes." Hence the Irish Socialist Republican Party which, from its inception, has never hesitated to proclaim its unswerving hostility to the British Crown, and to the political and social order of which in these islands that crown is but the symbol, takes this opportunity of hurling at the heads of all the courtly mummers who grovel at the shrine of royalty the contempt and hatred of the Irish revolutionary democracy. We, at least, are not loyal men. We confess to having more respect and honor for the raggedest child of the poorest labourer in Ireland today than for any, even the most virtuous, descendant of the long array of murderers, adulterers, and madmen who have sat upon the throne of England. 43. Under the slogan "Down with the Monarchy! Long live the Republic!" the ISRP organised a mass meeting of 6,000 people in Foster Place. 44,000 marched through Dublin behind a coffin emblazoned with the words British Empire, and held black flags embroidered with the number of famine dead and evicted. Dublin Castle, the seat of British rule in Ireland, sent out the Dublin Metropolitan Police to greet the procession, and they attacked the marchers at O'Connell Bridge. With the route blocked, Connolly ordered the coffin to be thrown into the Liffey River and shouted, "Here goes the coffin of the British Empire. To hell with the British Empire." Intense street fighting with police left 200 marchers in the hospital with injuries. Connolly was arrested and jailed. Later that evening, crowds marched through Dublin, smashing all windows with portraits of the Queen and Jubilee decorations. From the perspective of Connolly and his comrades in the ISRP, Dublin had successfully demonstrated to Ireland and the entire globe its disloyalty and refusal to bend the knee to the fictitious superiority of Her Majesty and the British Empire. Through agitation of this sort against the Boer War, famine in Kerry, child poverty, military recruitment, political corruption, and more, the ISRP gained prominence and grew in size from a small number of founding members to dozens of members. 45 To disseminate its ideas more effectively, the party launched publication of the Workers' Republic, Ireland's pioneering Marxist newspaper, in August 1898. Connolly edited and wrote regularly on a wide range of theoretical, international, and Irish issues. Through the paper, the ISRP developed positions on many subjects including the Irish language, religion, trade unions, revolution, elections, the use of violence, and how it conceived of socialism. The Catholic Church. Religion was a very challenging issue for Connolly and the ISRP. Repression of the Catholic religion was part of the process in the conquest of Ireland, creating a strong popular connection between Catholicism and Irish identity. Land reforms in the late decades of the 1800s created a much larger, more secure, and wealthier Irish farming class. On the back of this, the influence of the Catholic Church grew across Irish society. The ISRP was regularly denounced by priests from their Sunday Mass pulpits and physically attacked by the Catholic sectarian Ancient Order of Hibernians. Connolly was concerned that the socialist movement would be cut off from a working-class audience if it was successfully caricatured as anti-religious and atheist. For example, when Connolly and other ISRP members stood in the January 1902 municipal elections, priests claimed that they were antichrists and threatened to excommunicate anyone who voted socialist. Consequently, and harshly, discussion of theological matters was deemed off-limits at ISRP meetings. Nevertheless, Connolly was at the fore in defending socialism and the ISRP from clerical criticism. His pamphlet Labour, Nationality, and Religion, published in 1910, skillfully exposes the hypocrisy of the Catholic Church's criticisms of socialism, and sets out to defend Marx's materialist approach to history. 46 Connolly's strategy sought to draw out egalitarian religious themes and link them with socialism. However, Connolly and the ISRP's defensiveness meant they were overly sensitive to and deferential to religious opinion, and unwilling or unable to challenge conservative positions on social issues such as divorce and prostitution. 47 A letter Connolly wrote to a comrade sheds light on his ambiguous approach to the issue. For myself, though I have usually posed as a Catholic, I have not gone to my duty for 15 years, and have not the slightest tincture of faith left. I only assumed the Catholic pose in order to query the raw freethinker whose ridiculous dogmatism did and does annoy me as much as the dogmatism of the Orthodox. In fact, I respect the good Catholic more than the average freethinker. 48. Revolutionary Socialism. The ISRP stood for the revolutionary reconstruction of society and was very critical of Fabian socialist efforts to reform capitalism. 49 Socialism, for Connolly, meant democratic workers' control of industry and agriculture. In State Monopoly and Socialism, he made it clear that state ownership of the economy did not equate with the ISRP's vision of socialism. Therefore, we repeat, state ownership and control is not necessarily socialism. If it were, then the army, the navy, the police, the judges, the jailers, the informers, and the hangman, would all be socialist functionaries, as they are state officials. But the ownership by the state of all the land and materials for labor, combined with the cooperative control by the workers of such land and materials, would be socialism. Point 50. For socialism to be genuine, ownership of the means of production had to belong to the working class. The ISRP, very much in keeping with the dominant approach of Marxist parties across the world, placed great emphasis on the importance of the revolutionary ballot as a means of seizing power. Connolly was very critical of the Republican conspiratorial and physical force tradition in Ireland, but also understood that a struggle that went beyond electoralism would be necessary. If the time should arrive when the Party of Progress finds its way to freedom barred by the stubborn greed of a possessing class entrenched behind the barriers of law and order, if the Party of Progress has indoctrinated the people at large with the new revolutionary conception of society and is therefore representative of the will of a majority of the nation, if it has exhausted all the peaceful means at its disposal for the purpose of demonstrating to the people and their enemies that the new revolutionary ideas do possess the suffrage of the majority, then, but not till then, the party which represents the revolutionary idea is justified in taking steps to assume the powers of government, and in using the weapons of force to dislodge the usurping class or government in possession, and treating its members and supporters as usurpers and rebels against the constituted authorities. In other words, socialists believe that the question of force is of very minor importance. The really important question is of the principles upon which is based the movement that may or may not need the use of force to realize its object. Point 51. International Socialists. In 1900, 3 ISRP members traveled to Paris to participate in the Congress of the Socialist Second International. Importantly, the ISRP won the right to be seated independently from the British delegation. The most hotly debated question at the Congress was the decision of the French Socialist Party leader, Millerand, to join a pro-capitalist coalition government. The ISRP comrades were among a small minority who were categorically against participation in a government that included a butcher of the Paris Commune. Point 52. This debate brought to light differences within the international socialist movement. Fundamentally, the question of reform versus revolution that would only fully emerge with the outbreak of imperialist war in 1914. From the ISRP's inception, it suffered chronic financial problems, making regular publication of the Workers' Republic very difficult to sustain. Often, there were no funds to cover the small amount Connolly was supposed to receive as organizer. The Connolly family regularly faced hardship, forcing James and Lily to pawn their possessions in order to feed their family. To raise subscriptions for the ISRP paper, Connolly spent much of 1901 speaking and organizing in Scotland and England. In 1902 he agreed to go on a speaking tour in the United States hosted by the Socialist Labor Party. The SLP regularly published articles by Connolly in its newspaper, The Weekly People, and had recently distributed 60,000 copies of a leaflet written by Connolly appealing to Irish Americans to support the SLP in New York municipal elections. Connolly left Ireland from Derry on August 30, 1902. The New York Times greeted his arrival with the headline "Agitator Connolly here." James Connolly, an Irish socialist agitator, who founded the Irish Socialist Republican Party in Dublin, Ireland, in 1896, arrived here last week on the Allen Line steamship Sardinia. He will start on a tour throughout the United States under the auspices of the Socialist Labor Party. Point 53. The opening meeting of Connolly's tour was held in Manhattan's historic Cooper Union on September 15. A resolution welcoming Connolly to the United States was read out to a packed hall. Whereas James Connolly is visiting the country as the representative of the Irish Socialist Republican Party, for the purpose of enlisting the interest of the Irish Americans in the socialist movement, and whereas James Connolly in his mission wishes to destroy the influence of the Irish Home Rulers and the bourgeoisie in Ireland, and their allies who trade on the Irish vote in this country to the economic detriment of the Irish workingmen in this country, therefore be it resolved, that we, the members of the Socialist Labour Party, here assembled to receive James Connolly, cordially welcome him to our shores and give his mission our emphatic endorsement. 54. In response, Connolly told his audience he was there to represent not all Irish people, but only the Irish working class. The U.S. tour lasted 3.5 months, and Connolly visited cities and towns in 13 states from New York to California. He also spoke at meetings of the Canadian SLP. The tour allowed Connolly to raise subscriptions for the Workers' Republic and stabilize his own financial situation. In late December 1902, he returned to Ireland. Debates in the ISRP. The objective challenges facing the ISRP were compounded by political challenges that became exacerbated during the long periods Connolly was out of Ireland. Though his political tour raised some 500 subscriptions to the Workers' Republic in the United States and Canada, financial mismanagement by comrades in Ireland meant they struggled to publish and get the paper to subscribers on a regular basis. Behind the disorganization lay political disagreements among members about the direction of the party. The question of revolution versus reform was being debated in socialist parties across the world, and it also pulled the ISRP in antagonistic directions. The bruising falling out in the ISRP and his own deteriorating financial situation convinced Connolly to emigrate to the United States with his family. The ISRP never realized its full potential. It is estimated that the party grew to have 80 members, with some several hundred aligned to its politics, between 1896 and 1904, though the Dublin branch probably had no more than 20 members active at any one time. The party attempted to build branches and win influence across Ireland, but its lack of stability and infrastructure meant that it was mostly concentrated in Dublin. Without doubt, had the party been in existence during the 1907 Belfast dock strike and the 1913 Dublin lockout, it could have played an important political role and grown to implant itself as a sizable party in the Irish working class. Had the party continued to exist, the impact of the ISRP in the explosive years after 1916 might have been immense. Nevertheless, Connolly and the ISRP's ideas made a profound impact on Irish politics, going well beyond the party's numerical membership and years in existence. Writing from the United States in 1909, Connolly captured the political contribution of the ISRP. It is no exaggeration to say that this organization and its policy completely revolutionized advanced politics in Ireland. When it was first initiated, the word republic was looked upon as a word only to be whispered among intimates. The socialists boldly advised the driving from public life of all who would not openly accept it. The thought of revolution was the exclusive possession of a few remnants of the secret societies of a past generation, and was never mentioned by them except with heads closely together and eyes fearfully glancing around. The socialists broke from this ridiculous secrecy, and in hundreds of speeches in the most public places of the metropolis, as well as in scores of thousands of pieces of literature scattered through the country, announced their purpose to muster all the forces of labor for a revolutionary reconstruction of society and the incidental destruction of the British Empire. 55. Connolly in the United States. Once again Connolly set sail for the United States and arrived to New York City in the autumn of 1903. Unable to find work there, he traveled north to Troy, New York, and found a job with the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. The cost of ocean travel meant that Lily and their children were only able to join him in America the following August, almost a full year later. Tragically, only 5 of James and Lily's 6 children made it to New York. Mona, their eldest daughter, died in a tragic accident on the eve of their voyage. She suffered terrible burns while cleaning a friend's kitchen, and died in a hospital. She was only 13 years old, and James and Lily were left devastated by her premature death. Such was their poverty that Lily and the other children could not remain in Dublin for the funeral, since they had to accept passage on the next Atlantic sailing. Mona was buried in an unmarked pauper's grave in Dublin. Connolly heard the terrible news through an official as he waited to greet Lily and their children on Ellis Island. Lily and the Connolly children found work in Troy's booming textile industry, bringing some stability and joy for a time. Eventually, in 1905, Connolly and family moved to Newark, New Jersey, where he had found work in a Singer sewing machine factory in the nearby town of Elizabeth, earning the decent sum of $15 a week. On arriving in the United States, Connolly had joined the American Socialist Labor Party, but 6 months later he found himself at the center of a bitter debate. Connolly wrote a letter to the SLP paper, The Weekly People, titled Wages, Marriage, and the Church. In the letter he questioned the SLP's approach to several issues. First, he argued that some SLP speakers asserted that strikes were useless because they claimed that prices inevitably increased with wages. If this was the case, Connolly pointed out, the SLP's trade union work was rendered pointless, since it could only offer general propaganda and not practical leadership to struggling workers. Second, Connolly argued that there was unnecessary agitation against monogamy in the SLP. Third, he argued that the SLP was creating unnecessary barriers to membership for workers with religious faith, especially the large numbers of Catholic Irish and Italian immigrants in many northern cities. He argued that the SLP needed to challenge rather than reinforce anti-Catholic prejudices widespread in American society. This theoretical purity was leading to a sectarian practice. Connolly's arguments about marriage and religion certainly contained insightful criticisms of the SLP's approach, but they also reflected some of the challenges he and the ISRP had faced in dealing with the growing influence of the Catholic Church among Irish workers, both in Ireland and in the United States. For example, he wrote, "The abolition of the capitalist system will, undoubtedly, solve the economic side of the woman question, but it will solve that alone. The question of marriage, of divorce, of paternity, of the equality of woman with man are physical and sexual questions, or questions of temperamental affiliation as in marriage, and were we living in a socialist republic would still be hotly contested as they are today. One great element of disagreement would be removed the economic, but men and women would still be unfaithful to their vows, and questions of the intellectual equality of the sexes would still be as much in dispute as they are today, even although economic equality would be assured." 56. Connolly was a consistent critic of the Catholic Church, but he was also concerned with not allowing socialists to be caricatured by priests as cranks preoccupied with issues such as morality, sexuality, free love, or atheism. This resulted, for example, in a reluctance to draw clear positions on full equality for women. Society had yet to be reshaped by the Women's Rebellion, so conservatism on these issues was a universal phenomenon in the international socialist and labor movement. When the rebellion came, Connolly was a strong supporter. Daniel de Leon, editor of the Weekly People, wrote a blistering response condemning Connolly. The most important issue at stake for de Leon was Connolly's claim that the SLP distorted Marx's arguments in value, price, and profits. Connolly contended that the SLP's interpretation led people to believe labor struggles for higher wages and better conditions were pointless, because any gains workers made would immediately be undercut by an increase in prices by employers. He pointed out that this was not what Marx argued, and demonstrated why it was not the case. Connolly wrote, "I am afraid that the Socialist Labor Party speaker knew little of Marx except his name, or he could not have made such a remark. The theory that a rise in prices always destroys the value of a rise in wages sounds very revolutionary, of course, but it is not true. And, furthermore, it is no part of our doctrine. If it were, it knocks the feet from under the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance and renders that body little else than a mere wart-healing club for the Socialist Labor Party." 57. The debate lasted for months, but de Leon refused to print Connolly's response. Connolly's branch of the SLP in Troy went so far as to put him on trial to determine whether he should be expelled if his criticisms constituted an attack on the party. Rather than expelling Connolly, however, the Troy branch requested that the SLP National Executive Committee print Connolly's statement. Several years later, de Leon carried his attack further in making the absurd claim, at an Industrial Workers of the World Leadership meeting, that Connolly was a Jesuit spy working to demoralize the IWW and divide the working class. De Leon also claimed that a police spy was active in the New York IWW. 58 Connolly was a respected organizer for the New York IWW at the time, and the slanders only served to further undermine de Leon's standing and deepen the political crisis of the SLP. Despite this, Connolly remained a member and an active speaker, organizer, and writer for the SLP until 1908, when he formally resigned. He had said from the outset that the party was the place he ought to be because he shared its political outlook. He was extremely critical of opportunist and reformist trends growing in the world socialist movement, and the SLP had played an important role in defending the revolutionary core of Marxism. Connolly shared the SLP's hostility to the reformist leadership of the Socialist Party of America. He also agreed that the class struggle and socialist project could not be advanced by working in the bureaucratic and class collaborationist American Federation of Labor, AFL. However, the bitter experience with de Leon and the SLP's highly authoritarian internal regime dramatically affected Connolly's approach to political organization. The debate on wages continued over the next 3 years and revealed to Connolly the inconsistency between the SLP's revolutionary phraseology and its passivity towards the actual day-to-day struggles of the working class. The fight to win partial gains, such as wage increases, was feared, since it could lead workers away from the need to abolish capitalism. In the United States, Connolly began to focus increasingly on the importance of workplace struggle, strikes, and trade union activism. 1905 and the Wobblies. In 1905 a new militant organization, the Industrial Workers of the World, was founded in Chicago. It was very much inspired by the mass strikes at the heart of the 1905 Russian Revolution. Radical leaders and political and labor organizations, all long frustrated with the conservatism of the AFL and the socialist movement's emphasis on elections as its principal strategy, joined forces to launch the fight for industrial unionism. Among the Wobblies' founders were William Big Bill Haywood, leader of the militant Western Federation of Miners, Eugene V. Debs, organizer of the American Railway Union and the Socialist Party of America's presidential candidate in 1904, Cork-born Mary Harris Mother Jones, organizer of the Children's Crusade, Daniel de Leon, leader of the SLP, Lucy Parsons, writer and labor organizer, and Tom Hegarty, a socialist priest who campaigned for industrial unionism. The preamble to the IWW Constitution read: "The working class and the employing class have nothing in common. There can be no peace so long as hunger and want are found among millions of working people, and the few, who make up the employing class, have all the good things of life. Between these two classes a struggle must go on until all the toilers come together on the political, as well as on the industrial field, and take and hold that which they produce by their labor through an economic organization of the working class, without affiliation with any political party. The rapid gathering of wealth and the centering of the management of industries into fewer and fewer hands make the trade unions unable to cope with the ever-growing power of the employing class, because the trade unions foster a state of things which allows one set of workers to be pitted against another set of workers in the same industry, thereby helping defeat one another in wage wars. The trade unions aid the employing class to mislead the workers into the belief that the working class have interests in common with their employers. These sad conditions can be changed and the interests of the working class upheld only by an organization formed in such a way that all its members in any one industry, or in all industries, if necessary, cease work whenever a strike or lockout is on in any department thereof, thus making an injury to one an injury to all. 59. The IWW rejected the practices of the AFL and pledged to organize all workers, regardless of their craft, ethnicity, race, or gender, into one big union. The Wobblies opposed racist anti-immigration policies backed by the AFL. To win, the IWW promoted direct action, strikes, and working-class solidarity. The revolutionary industrial unionism of the IWW caught Connolly's imagination and he became an immediate advocate. This led him to fully embrace syndicalism and its vision of workers' self-activity. At the heart of the syndicalist revolutionary strategy, the working class would need to build up economic control of society, industry by industry, to lay the basis for workers' control of the economy and the creation of a socialist republic. Every workplace organized for industrial unionism became a fortress for revolution. When workers were organized enough within the industrial economy, they could declare a general strike and lock the employers out. Connolly wrote, "Let us be clear as to the function of industrial unionism. That function is to build up an industrial republic inside the shell of the political state, in order that when the industrial republic is fully organized it may crack the shell of the political state and step into its place in the scheme of the universe." 60. A generation of radicals in the United States, in Europe, and beyond gravitated towards revolutionary syndicalism in their disgust with right-wing Socialist Party leaders' dismissal of workers' self-activity at the point of production, and with those same party leaders' revision of Marxism, which entailed gradual reform of capitalism through electoral triumph. Instead, industrial unionism put workers' ability to collectively withhold their labor, rather than their election of socialist candidates, at the center of revolutionary change. Syndicalism envisioned a new form of democracy through mass participation, beginning in the collective process of labor. Connolly envisaged a thoroughgoing form of socialist democracy. In short, social democracy, as its name implies, is the application to industry, or to the social life of the nation, of the fundamental principles of democracy. Such application will necessarily have to begin in the workshop, and proceed logically and consecutively upward through all the grades of industrial organization until it reaches the culminating point of national executive power and direction. In other words, social democracy must proceed from the bottom upward, whereas capitalist political society is organized from above downward. 61. In their reaction to the opportunism of socialist parties, many who were drawn to syndicalism tended to reject the need for political organization. Connolly did not repudiate the need for a socialist political party, as others drawn to syndicalism did, but he did come to a deeper understanding of the centrality of workers' own actions in the fight for socialism. He wrote that the Socialist Party must become the political expression of the fight in the workshop, and draw its inspiration therefrom. 62. Therefore, the building of a socialist party disconnected from the struggle of rank-and-file workers and the labor movement would lead, in Connolly's estimation, to the creation of a sect. In the spirit of the Communist Manifesto, Connolly argued, socialists are not apart from the labor movement, are not a sect, but are simply that part of the working class which pushes on all others, which most clearly understands the line of march. 63. Shaped by his experience in both the ISRP and the American SLP, Connolly reached the conclusion that a broader socialist party with more toleration for theoretical differences was required. He had worked for greater collaboration and unity of the existing socialist parties in his days as an organizer in Newark, New Jersey. His hope was for the IWW to launch a new revolutionary socialist party that would unite class-conscious workers and the best among the American socialist currents. The party's strength would be based upon its rootedness in industry and workplaces. Its main contribution would be its capacity to assist the class struggle, and not its theoretical purity. In 1907 Connolly became the organizer of the New York IWW District Council, and he contributed regularly to the IWW's Industrial Union Bulletin. He also founded IWW propaganda leagues to disseminate the ideas of industrial unionism and encourage the broadest participation of all who were sympathetic to its revolutionary aims. Much of his attention focused on the practicalities of union organizing campaigns across the city. Songs of Freedom. In the same year, Connolly edited a songbook entitled Songs of Freedom by Irish Authors. The book featured songs by Connolly, John Leslie, and James Connell, author of The Red Flag. In the introduction, Connolly wrote, "No revolutionary movement is complete without its poetical expression. If such a movement has caught hold of the imagination of the masses, they will seek a vent in song for the aspirations, the fears, and the hopes, the loves and the hatreds engendered by the struggle. Until the movement is marked by the joyous, defiant singing of revolutionary songs, it lacks one of the most distinctive marks of a popular revolutionary movement, it is the dogma of a few, and not the faith of the multitude. 64. The collection includes songs by Connolly called Freedom's Son, For Labor's Right, Human Freedom, and Hymn to Freedom. In another popular song, entitled The Watchword, Connolly writes, we who oft won by our valor empire for our rulers and lords, yet knelt in abasement and squalor, to that we had made by our swords. Now valor with worth will be blending, when, answering labor's command, we arise from the earth and ascending to manhood, for freedom take stand. Then out from the field and the city, from workshop, from mill and mine, despising their wrath and their pity, we workers are moving in line to answer the watchword and token that labor gives forth as its own, nor pause till our fetters we've broken and conquered the spoiler and drone. 65. Penned by Connolly in 1904, Be Moderate is the most memorable of his songs. Some men, faint-hearted, ever seek our program to retouch, and will insist, whene'er they speak, that we demand too much. 'Tis passing strange, yet I declare, such statements cause me mirth, for our demands most modest are. We only want the earth. Be moderate, the timorous cry, who dread the tyrant's thunder. You ask too much, and people fly from you, aghast, in wonder. 'Tis passing strange, and I declare, such statements cause me mirth, for our demands most moderate are. We only want the earth. Our masters all a godly crew, whose hearts throb for the poor. Their sympathies assure us, too, if our demands were fewer. Most generous souls, but please observe, what they enjoy from birth is all we ever had the nerve to ask, that is, the earth. The labor fakir, full of guile, such doctrine ever preaches, and, whilst he bleeds the rank and file, tame moderation teaches. Yet, in his despite, we'll see the day when, with sword in its girth, labor shall march war array to seize its own, the earth. For labor long with groans and tears to its oppressors knelt, but, never yet to aught save fears did heart of tyrant melt. We need not kneel, our cause is high, of true men there's no dearth, and our victorious rallying cry shall be, we want the earth. 66. Irish Socialist Federation. In March 1907 Connolly, Jack Mulray, Jack Ling, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Patrick Quinlan and others founded the Irish Socialist Federation, ISF, in New York. Connolly, Mulray and Ling had all been members of the ISRP in Dublin. Flynn was the daughter of Irish immigrants living in the South Bronx and, though only 17, was already a full-time organizer for the IWW. The ISF published a declaration of principles stating the new organization's purpose. The Irish Socialist Federation is composed of members of the Irish race in America, and is organized to assist the revolutionary working class movement in Ireland by a dissemination of its literature, to educate the working class Irish of this country into a knowledge of socialist principles and to prepare them to cooperate with the workers of all other races, colors, and nationalities in the emancipation of labor. 67. The ISF held regular public meetings in New York, and the following year it launched a monthly journal called The Harp, edited by Connolly. As a publication, The Harp was successful, and it helped the ISF to gain a political profile, but the group did not manage to grow significantly. Through it, Connolly was able to develop his thoughts on a number of questions, for example, on the Irish language. Even on the question of the Irish language, Gaelic, a question on which most socialists are prone to stumble, I am heartily in accord. I do believe in the necessity, and indeed in the inevitability, of a universal language, but I do not believe it will be brought about, or even hastened, by smaller races or nations consenting to the extinction of their language. Such a course of action, or rather slavish inaction, would not hasten the day of a universal language, but would rather lead to the intensification of the struggle for the mastery between the languages of the greater powers. I have heard some doctrinaire socialists arguing that socialists should not sympathize with oppressed nationalities, or with nationalities resisting conquest. They argue that the sooner these nationalities are suppressed the better, as it will be easier to conquer political power in a few big empires than in a number of small states. This is the language argument over again. Point 68. The ISF's purpose was propaganda, to win Irish American workers over to supporting the socialist movement in the United States, to encourage participation in the IWW, and to make the case for rejecting Home Rule parties in Ireland. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, in her classic autobiography, The Rebel Girl, My First Life 1906–1926, writes about Connolly. Connolly worked for the IWW and had an office at Cooper Square. He was a splendid organizer, as his later work for the Irish Transport Workers, with James Larkin, demonstrated. Although the Socialist Labour Party had invited him here in 1902 on a lecture tour and he was elected a member of their National Executive Committee, there was obvious jealousy displayed against him by their leader, Daniel de Leon, who could brook no opposition. Connolly had been one of the founders in 1896 of the Irish Socialist Republican Party in Dublin and editor of its organ. Connolly's position that the Irish Socialist Party represented a separate nation from Britain was recognised by the International Socialist Congress in 1900, and the Irish delegates were allowed to take their seats as such. When membership in the SLP became impossible for him here, he joined the Socialist Party and toured the country under its auspices. Connolly was the first person I ever heard use the expression Workers' Republic. In fact, he is called by one biographer the Irish apostle of the Soviet idea, though none of us ever heard the word in those days. Only later did I learn that Soviets first arose in the Russian Revolution of 1905. He felt keenly that not enough understanding and sympathy was shown by American socialists for the cause of Ireland's national liberation, that the Irish workers here were too readily abandoned by the socialists as reactionaries, and that there was not sufficient effort made to bring the message of socialism to the Irish American workers. In 1907 George B. McClellan, mayor of New York City, made a speech in which he said, "There are Russian socialists and Jewish socialists and German socialists. But, thank God, there are no Irish socialists." 69. Joining the Socialist Party of America. In 1908, Connolly decided to formally leave the SLP and join the Socialist Party of America, SPA. About this decision he wrote, "Now if before joining the SP I had to accept the compromising elements, and their political faith, I could never have joined it. But it is not necessary to do so. In the SP there are revolutionary, clear-cut elements and there are also compromising elements. Neither can claim the right to be the Socialist Party. Neither attempt to expel the other. Now it was a long time before I could believe this, but at last I made up my mind to join because I felt that it was better to be one of the revolutionary minority inside the party than a mere discontented grumbler out of political life entirely. I would rather have the IWW undertake both political and economic activity now, but as the great majority of workers in the movement are against me on that matter, I do not propose to make my desires a stumbling block in the way of my cooperation with my fellow revolutionists." Point 70. Since he previously had been a severe critic of the SPA, he was very aware of the organization's shortcomings. However, a vibrant left wing existed within the SPA that included the party's most prominent member, Eugene V. Debs. In his time in the United States, Connolly had been forced to grapple with the problem of political organization. The challenge for revolutionaries within the SPA would be how to organize themselves and coordinate their efforts to influence the overall direction of the party as it grew in influence. Revolutionaries like Connolly urged the party to focus its energies on support for working-class struggles and for more principled political positions. Connolly toured the United States in 1908, speaking to branches of both the SPA and the IWW in order to promote subscriptions to the HARP and build support for Eugene V. Debs, the SPA's presidential candidate. In that year's election, Debs received more than 420,000 votes, almost 3% of the national total. In 1912 Debs's support more than doubled, to more than 900,000 votes and almost 6%. The SPA was a growing force but still a minority party in the United States, and Connolly went against the grain in attempting to win Irish immigrants and Irish Americans away from the Democratic Party machine. Socialism Made Easy. The Chicago-based socialist publisher, Charles H. Kerr, published a collection of essays and articles by Connolly from the Harp, the Industrial Union Bulletin, and the International Socialist Review as a pamphlet called Socialism Made Easy. Thousands of copies were sold in the United States, Canada, Ireland, Britain, Australia, and elsewhere. Socialism Made Easy continues to be popular today because of the accessible way Connolly puts the case for socialism and answers questions that socialist workers would regularly face, and for its wit. Would you confiscate the property of the capitalist class and rob men of that which they have, perhaps, worked a whole lifetime to accumulate? Yes, sir, and certainly not. We would certainly confiscate the property of the capitalist class, but we do not propose to rob anyone. On the contrary, we propose to establish honesty once and forever as the basis of our social relations. This socialist movement is indeed worthy to be entitled the great anti-theft movement of the 20th century. 71. In Socialism Made Easy, Connolly also developed his thinking regarding the relationship between the two wings of the army of labor, the industrial and the political. I am convinced that this will be the ultimate formation of the fighting hosts of labor. The workers will be industrially organized on the economic field, and until that organization is perfected, whilst the resultant feeling of class consciousness is permeating the minds of the workers, the Socialist Party will carry on an independent campaign of education and attack upon the political field, and as a consequence will remain the sole representative of the socialist idea in politics. But as industrial organization grows, feels its strength, and develops the revolutionary instincts of its members, there will grow also the desire for a closer union and identification of the two wings of the army of labor. Any attempt prematurely to force this identification would only defeat its own purpose, and be fraught with danger alike to the economic and the political wing. Yet it is certain that such attempts will be of continual recurrence and multiply in proportion to the dissatisfaction felt at the waste of energy involved in the division of forces. Statesmanship of the highest kind will be required to see that this union shall take place only under the proper conditions and at the proper moment for effective action. A socialist political party not emanating from the ranks of organized labor is, as Karl Marx phrased it, simply a socialist. Section 72. In his time touring, Connolly was also able to finish Labor in Irish History, to be published in 1910. By now, however, he was increasingly in touch with Irish socialists and eager to find the means to return to Dublin. In a letter to William O'Brien, a co-founder of the ISRP, Connolly confessed that he regarded his emigration to America as the great mistake of my life. 73. As much as Connolly found himself in the thick of working-class struggles in the United States, the founding of the ISF and publication of the Harp allowed him to engage consistently with political developments in Ireland. For one, Connolly was closely following the growth of Sinn Féin. Critiquing Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin, meaning ourselves, had been founded in 1905 through the merger of Arthur Griffith's National Council and the Dungannon clubs organised by Bulmer Hobson and Dennis McCullough in the north of Ireland. The new organisation brought together radical nationalists to pose a republican alternative to the Home Rule goal of the Irish Parliamentary Party led by John Redmond. The programme of Sinn Féin promoted the revival of Irish capitalism and urged county councils to invite Irish American millionaires to promote industrial development in Ireland. 74. This found support among businessmen and the urban middle class. Some on the left also embraced Sinn Féin because of its support for social reforms. Through the Harp, Connolly welcomed aspects of Sinn Féin's politics. It teaches the Irish people to rely upon themselves, and upon themselves alone, and teaches them also that dependence upon forces outside themselves is emasculating in its tendency, and has been, and will ever be disastrous in its results. So far, so good. That is the part of Sinn Féinism I am most heartily in agreement with, and indeed with the spirit of Sinn Féin every thinking Irishman who knows anything about the history of his country must concur. 75. However, despite Sinn Féin's adherence to republicanism, it was exactly the kind of all-class alliance Connolly prophetically warned against. He made it clear that socialists parted ways with Sinn Féin on their support for capitalism. In another article penned in the United States he wrote, Sinn Féin has two sides: its economic teaching and its philosophy of self-reliance. With its economic teaching, as expounded by my friend Mr. Arthur Griffith in his adoption of the doctrines of Frederick List, socialists have no sympathy, as it appeals to only those who measure a nation's prosperity by the volume of wealth produced in a country, instead of by the distribution of that wealth among its inhabitants. 76. In the same article, Connolly developed his critique of Sinn Féin further on its inability to reach Protestant workers, writing, when a Sinn Féiner waxes eloquent about restoring the Constitution of '82, but remains silent about the increasing industrial despotism of the capitalist, when the Sinn Féiner speaks to men who are fighting against low wages and tells them that the Sinn Féin body has promised lots of Irish labour at low wages to any foreign capitalist who wishes to establish in Ireland, what wonder if they come to believe that a change from Toryism to Sinn Féinism would simply be a change from the devil they do know to the devil they do not know. Here, Connolly makes the crucial point that Sinn Féin's capitalist independent Ireland has no appeal to Protestant workers. For Protestant workers to break with unionism and unite with Catholic workers, it would have to be based on the possibility of improving their conditions as workers. Hence, the potential appeal of a socialist workers' republic. Ireland and Irish politics had a gravitational pull on Connolly. His mind was made up and he was determined to find the means to move back. When he broached this with Lily, she reminded him, think of all the misery we had there. How can you want to go back? Connolly replied, I love Dublin, Lily. I'd rather be poor there than a millionaire here. 77. Following a farewell dinner organized by Irish Socialist Federation comrades in Manhattan, Connolly left the United States on July 16, 1910. He arrived in Derry on July 25 and made his way to Dublin the following day. Times of political change, Connolly returns to Ireland. On his arrival in Dublin, Connolly immediately set about building the Socialist Party of Ireland. The SPI had been initially launched in 1904 and then relaunched in 1908, with the goal of uniting Ireland's disparate socialists in a common organization. Connolly toured Ireland, speaking to large, enthusiastic crowds and setting up new branches. His latest book to have been published, Labour, Nationality and Religion, was popular in effectively challenging an erroneous clerical interpretation of socialism. He wrote, is not this attitude symbolic of the Church for hundreds of years? Ever counseling humility, but sitting in the seats of the mighty, ever patching up the diseased and broken wrecks of an unjust social system, but blessing the system which made the wrecks and spread the disease, ever running divine discontent and pity into the ground as the lightning rod runs and dissipates lightning, instead of gathering it and directing it for social righteousness as the electric battery generates and directs electricity for social use. 78 Socialists in Ireland faced constant ideological attack from the Catholic Church, and ultra-Catholic organizations were whipped into a frenzy. This made Connolly's reply widely welcomed. Later in the year, Connolly and Francis Sheehy Scuffington, socialist and pacifist, wrote a new manifesto for the SPI. The document brimmed with possibility and confidence, but also carried an ominous warning. We live in times of political change, and even of political revolution. More and more civic and national responsibility is destined to be thrust upon, or won by, the people of Ireland. Old political organizations will die out and new ones must arise to take their place. Old party rallying cries and watchwords are destined to become obsolete and meaningless, and the fires of old feuds and hatreds will pale and expire before newer conceptions born of a consciousness of our common destiny. In this great awakening of Erin, labor, if guided by the lamp of socialist teaching, may set its feet firmly and triumphantly upon the path that leads to its full emancipation. but if labor does not rise to the occasion, and allows itself to be swallowed up in and identified with new political alignments, scattering and dissipating its forces instead of concentrating them upon socialist lines, then indeed will our last state be worse than our first. 79. A more confident and experienced Connolly carried this message to his comrades and to the thousands who attended SPI organized meetings across the country. He sensed that something new was developing in Ireland, and that revolutionaries needed to prepare. However, the socialist message was not welcomed everywhere. Following a series of successful meetings in Cork, Connolly and his comrades hosted a meeting in nearby Cobite. The ultra-Catholic Ancient Order of Hibernians was determined to make sure no meeting happened. The police looked on as Connolly and his socialist comrades were violently attacked and were forced to flee the town. Belfast, Sectarianism and Class Struggle. In May 1911 the Connolly family moved to Belfast, where James Larkin appointed Connolly secretary and Ulster district organiser for the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, ITWU. Living and organising in Belfast, Connolly directly confronted sectarianism, which was often violent, dividing the city's working-class communities. Belfast was the most industrially developed city in Ireland. The major employers there viewed their prosperity as being best served and protected by remaining firmly integrated within the expansive British Empire. This made them ardent defenders of the Empire, of Ireland's union with Britain, and of the sectarian Orange Order. The Orange Order was formed as a secret organisation in 1795 to defend the Protestant ascendancy and British rule in Ireland. Ideologically, it was extremely hostile to Catholicism and promoted Protestant supremacy. Practically, the order came to link Protestant employers and Protestant workers in a common defence of the union with Britain against Catholic Ireland. The order, combined with segregated skilled craft trade unionism, kept Catholic workers in mostly manual employment in Belfast as it industrialised. When Protestant and Catholic workers did manage to fight together on shared interests, despite their sectarian prejudices, the Orange Card was consciously introduced by employers and trumpeted through the media, church, and schools to create distrust and undermine class solidarity. Unionism and the Orange Order became skilled in manipulation and scaremongering, warning that unity with Catholic workers would lead to poverty and rule by the Pope. The ITWU had developed out of the magnificent 1907 dock workers' strike that challenged Belfast's powerful employers and the city's sectarian order. James Larkin, then an organiser for the British-based National Union of Dock Labourers, was assigned to Belfast to recruit dock workers into that union. The story of the struggle is brilliantly described by John Gray in City in Revolt, James Larkin and the Belfast Dock Strike of 1907. Catholic and Protestant dock workers living in Belfast's Sailortown area struck for union recognition and gained support from working-class areas across the city. British troops were deployed to control the insurgency. Connolly would have been very familiar with the strike, and he grasped its revolutionary potential. For those who claimed that working-class unity was an impossibility, the strike provided tangible evidence to the contrary. Though Connolly was intransigent in his opposition to the reactionary influence of Orangism on the Protestant working class, he consistently attempted to reach Protestant workers through propaganda specifically shaped to take up their concerns. For example, in July 12, Connolly thoroughly challenged the reactionary pro-union and anti-Catholic history that Protestants were taught, but concluded, "The Irish Catholic was despoiled by force. The Irish Protestant toiler was despoiled by fraud. The spoliation of both continues today under more insidious but more effective forms, and the only hope lies in the latter combining with the former in overthrowing their common spoilers, and consenting to live in amity together in the common ownership of their common country, the country which the spirit of their ancestors or the devices of their rulers have made the place of their origin, or the scene of their travail. I have always held, despite the fanatics on both sides, that the movements of Ireland for freedom could not and cannot be divorced from the worldwide upward movements of the world's democracy. The Irish question is a part of the social question, the desire of the Irish people to control their own destinies is a part of the desire of the workers to forge political weapons for their own enfranchisement as a class. The orange fanatic and the capitalist-minded home ruler are alike in denying this truth. Ere long, both of them will be but memories, while the army of those who believe in that truth will be marching and battling on its conquering way. 80. With this perspective guiding his efforts, and the memory of the 1907 strike still alive, Connolly returned to the Belfast docks in 1911 to appeal for class solidarity and common action. Writing in the Itquio's newspaper, The Irish Worker, Connolly described the conditions workers on the docks faced. Accidents were common, as is always the case when men are pushed to the breaking point, and physical breakdown as so prevalent that it was but rarely that men were able to finish 3 days' work in succession, the inevitable consequences of their exhausting labors compelling men to remain idle in order to recruit their strength, followed in the complete demoralization of the workers. 81. Connolly's daily campaigning on the docks paid off. 600 men came out on strike in August, forcing employers to make significant concessions on wages and working conditions. Reporting on the strike in the Irish Worker, Connolly was jubilant. "We have just had, and taken, the opportunity in Belfast to put into practice a little of what is known on the continent of Europe as direct action. Direct action consists in ignoring all the legal and parliamentary ways of obtaining redress for the grievances of labor, and proceeding to rectify these grievances by direct action upon the employer's most susceptible part, his purse. This is very effective at times, and saves much needless worry, and much needless waste of union funds. Direct action is not liked by lawyers, politicians, or employers. It keeps the two former out of a job, and often leaves the latter out of pocket. But it is useful to labor, and if not relied upon too exclusively, or used too recklessly, it may yet be made a potent weapon in the armory of the working class. 82. A few months later, Connolly was contacted by women workers who were participating in a spontaneous spinners' strike in the Belfast linen mills. 83. When hundreds of spinners struck in October against part-time work, the employer responded with a lockout. Connolly urged the women to form a strike committee, and went on to organize them into the newly formed Irish Textile Workers Union, affiliated with the Itquio. He described the mills as slaughterhouses for the women and penitentiaries for the children. 84. Even though the strike and the mass outpourings of support it received gained little in terms of wage increases, Connolly was optimistic about the strike's overall impact. "The whole atmosphere at the mill is changed. The slave driving is checked, laughter and songs and pleasant chat can be heard, and the work is in no wise interfered with. Taking our advice, the strikers grew into a solid, compact body, animated by one spirit, and standing unitedly together." 85. These strikes were powerful examples of what was possible in Belfast. But in a city deeply shaped and scarred by sectarian conflict, tremendous challenges to ongoing class solidarity existed. The question of Home Rule, the dominant political issue in Ireland, would soon emerge to divide and stiffen political divisions across the city and across the entire island. Belfast's pro-union manufacturing and shipbuilding magnates opposed it, and would not hesitate to play the orange card in the face of working-class solidarity. Founding the Irish Labour Party. As a delegate for the Belfast branch of the Itquio to the May 1912 Irish Congress of Trade Unions, Connolly proposed a resolution calling for independent labour representation. The resolution passed overwhelmingly, and effectively established the Irish Labour Party. Connolly and others were anticipating the establishment of a new Home Rule Parliament and wanted to ready the labour movement to fight for its political voice in opposition to moderate nationalists and unionists. Connolly envisaged the Labour Party as being necessary to give political representation to the growing influence of the One Big Union through the Itquio. The new party would keep a place for those who are not as far as advanced as themselves, but whose interest would bring them into line. 86. The politics of the party were to be broad enough to gain the support of non-socialist workers, but the party was clearly committed to a fundamental transformation of society, and not gradualist or piecemeal reform. Connolly wrote a series of articles in the Irish Worker in 1912 under the title Labour and the Reconquest of Ireland. Expanded and with additional material, this series was republished by the Itquio as a pamphlet, The Reconquest of Ireland, in 1915 as an expression of the Labour Party's final aim of taking possession of the entire country, all its wealth production and all its natural resources, and organizing these on a cooperative basis for the good of all. 87 Though Connolly viewed the trade union movement as being committed to forging a political body for the working class, the Irish Labour Party never became an active factor until after his death. Connolly and the women's movement. Connolly dedicated a chapter of the reconquest of Ireland to the struggle for women's equality. He was greatly affected by the rising struggle of women, and his thinking on the issue demonstrated a tremendous theoretical advance. Though often written out of Irish history, women were very active in Ireland's Gaelic revival, in the nationalist and labour movements, and in the demand for suffrage. Working with numerous women's organizations, Connolly was a very vocal advocate of their participation and supporter of their demands. He wrote, "The worker is the slave of capitalist society, the female worker is the slave of that slave. In Ireland that female worker has hitherto exhibited, in her martyrdom, an almost damnable patience. She has toiled on the farms from her earliest childhood, attaining usually to the age of ripe womanhood without ever being vouchsafed the right to claim as her own a single penny of the money earned by her labor, and knowing that all her toil and privation would not earn her that right to the farm which would go without question to the most worthless member of the family, if that member chanced to be the eldest son. The daughters of the Irish peasantry have been the cheapest slaves in existence, slaves to their own family, who were, in turn, slaves to all social parasites of a landlord and gamine-ridden community. The peasant, in whom centuries of servitude and hunger had bred a fierce craving for money, usually regarded his daughters as being sent by God to lighten his burden through life, and too often the same point of view was as fiercely insisted upon by the clergymen of all denominations. So, down from the landlord to the tenant or peasant proprietor, from the monopolist to the small businessman eager to be a monopolist, and from all above to all below, filtered the beliefs, customs, ideas establishing a slave morality which enforces the subjection of women as the standard morality of the country. None so fitted to break the chains as they who wear them, none so well equipped to decide what is a fetter. In its march towards freedom, the working class of Ireland must cheer on the efforts of those women who, feeling on their souls and bodies the fetters of the ages, have arisen to strike them off, and cheer all the louder if in its hatred of thraldom and passion for freedom the women's army forges ahead of the militant army of labor. But whosoever carries the outworks of the citadel of oppression, the working class alone can raze it to the ground. 88. In Unmanageable Revolutionaries, Women and Irish Nationalism, Margaret Ward writes, "The writings and political practice of James Connolly have only been accepted when they have not conflicted with nationalist orthodoxy, and nowhere is this more clearly evident than over the controversial issue of women. Connolly's unconditional support for the suffrage movement has in consequence been completely obscured." 89 The founders of the Irish Women's Franchise League, Francis and Hannah Sheehy Scuffington, described Connolly as the soundest and most thoroughgoing feminist of all the Irish Labour men. 90. Deeply sympathetic to the oppression women faced, Connolly believed women had the right to determine what constituted a fetter on their lives, and advocated that their struggle should be supported by the entire working class movement. Connolly grasped how the women's liberation struggle could give impetus to the working class struggle, and how the genuine liberation of women could only come through a revolutionary upheaval embracing the entire working class. During the 1916 Rising, Connolly encouraged his female comrades to participate. He was insistent that the proclamation declaring the new republic would give women status equal to that of men. The Irish Republic is entitled to, and hereby claims, the allegiance of every Irishman and Irish woman. The Republic guarantees religious and civil liberty, equal rights and equal opportunities to all its citizens, and declares its resolve to pursue the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation and of all its parts, cherishing all of the children of the nation equally, and oblivious of the differences carefully fostered by an alien government, which have divided a minority from the majority in the past. 91. The Great Dublin Lockout of 1913. While Belfast began to seethe with Orange reaction and sectarian violence, Dublin was on the eve of the most important labour struggle in Irish history. Some form of self-governance for Ireland was anticipated, but the conflict over who would govern was far from settled. The battle between Irish capital and Irish Labour reached fever pitch in the late summer of 1913. Connolly wrote, "The Dublin fight is more than a trade union fight, it is a great class struggle, and recognised as such by all sides." 92. The Great Dublin Lockout of 1913 was an unprecedented insurgency by the workers of Dublin challenging their employers and political masters. Anticipating the eruption of discontent, Connolly wrote in late December 1912. "No one at all acquainted with Ireland at the present can doubt that the country is feeling the throbs accompanying the birth of great movements. Everywhere there are stirrings of new life, intellectual, artistic, industrial, political, racial, social stirrings are to be seen and felt on every hand, and the nation is moved from end to end by the yeast-like pulsations of new influences. With a people degraded, and so degraded as to be unconscious of their degradation, no upward march of Ireland is possible. With a people restless under injustice, conscious of their degradation, and resolved, if need be, to peril life itself in order to end such degradation, though thrones and empires fall as a result, with such a people all things are possible, to such a people all things must bend and flow. It is, therefore, a matter of sincere congratulation to every lover of the race that the workers of Ireland are today profoundly discontented, and, so far from being apathetic in their slavery, are, instead, rebellious, even to the point of rashness. Discontent is the fulcrum upon which the lever of thought has ever moved the world to action. A discontented working class. What a glorious promise for the future! Ireland has today within her bosom two things that must make the blood run with riotous exultation in the veins of every lover of the Irish race: a discontented working class, and the nucleus of a rebellious womanhood. 93. Poverty, unemployment, ill health, and overcrowding were rampant in Dublin, and a blight on the lives of its working class residents. Dublin employers made fortunes paying some of the lowest wages in Europe. It was the mission of the ITWU to challenge and transform this state of affairs. A wave of industrial struggle, known as the Great Unrest, engulfed Britain and Ireland between 1910 and 1914. In 1911, the number of workers taking industrial action was almost 962,000, and in 1912 it soared to 1.46 million. 94. In 1912, some 42 million production days were lost to strike action. Trade union membership exploded from 2.1 million to 4.1 million. In 1911, the workers from one end of Ireland to the other made demands on their employers. From Jacob's biscuit factory in Dublin to the bacon factories in Limerick, from the dock labourers in Belfast to the urban council employees in Cork, spontaneous demands were made and quickly conceded. 95. As the strike wave appeared to slow in Britain, it gathered pace in Dublin. In the lead-up to the Dublin lockout, between January 29 and August 14, 1913, there were 30 major disputes in Dublin, and most of them involved the ITWU. 96. In this period the ITWU grew rapidly, earning significant wage increases and dignity for its members by utilizing the sympathetic strike. In 1911 its membership grew from 5,000 to 18,000. Irish employers fumed at Larkinism and hypocritically wished for ordinary trade unions of the English type with which they could negotiate. The leadership of the ITWU viewed the trade union struggle as the vehicle for social revolution in Ireland. From his time organizing with the IWW in the United States, Connolly concluded that revolutionary unionism was the key to workers' power. James Larkin embodied the militant spirit of the ITWU and was a powerful advocate of Ireland's variety of revolutionary syndicalism. Through its newspaper, The Irish Worker, launched in 1911, the ITWU espoused the goals of one big union, solidarity, and a workers' republic to a mass audience of attentive working-class readers. Dublin's leading employers believed the militancy of the ITWU was out of control and needed to be checked. On August 15, 1913, workers at the Irish Independent were fired for refusing to renounce their membership of the ITWU. The Independent was owned by William Martin Murphy, one of Dublin's wealthiest employers, the founder and leader of the Dublin Employers' Federation, a prominent Irish nationalist, and a supporter of Home Rule and the Irish Parliamentary Party. In fact, to confirm his patriotic credentials, Murphy declined King Edward VII's offer of a knighthood in 1907. In response to Murphy's terminations, newspaper boys, followed by Dublin tram drivers and conductors, struck in solidarity. Murphy was also the largest shareholder in and chairman of the Dublin United Tramways Company, DUTC. In July, aware of the ITW's efforts to recruit DUTC workers, Murphy sacked 7 prominent union supporters and organized a mass meeting of his employees to let them know that he supported their right to form a legitimate union but would completely oppose Larkin, the Labour dictator of Dublin 97. As the fight began to escalate, Connolly arrived from Belfast. After speaking at a mass rally with Larkin, he was arrested for sedition and sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment, where he began a hunger strike to win his release. Soon after, Larkin was also arrested and jailed for speaking at a prohibited rally. Connolly pointed out the hypocrisy of violence faced by the Irish Labour movement in comparison to the failure of authorities to lift a finger towards the law-defying Ulster Unionists. He wrote that the government allowed the Orange aristocracy to arm and drill the Orange mobs, to supply them with the instruments of war, and to inflame them with the passions of war. 98. In an attempt to break the growing solidarity of Labour through intimidation and violence, the Dublin Metropolitan Police unleashed a wave of terror in working-class areas of Dublin, leaving hundreds hospitalised. Gangs of police officers beat 2 workers, James Nolan and James Byrne, to death, and injured hundreds with indiscriminate baton attacks. Another victim of police violence, John McDonough, was left paralysed in his bed, and later died. Connolly described the police as servants of bureaucracy, and when it is remembered that the said bureaucracy in Ireland has for generations been solely recruited from, and filled with traditions of, the Irish landlord class, the most hateful, anti-democratic, soulless body of oppressors in Europe, we can well understand what the practice of the Irish police is likely to be. They are in fact a body of traitors who have sold themselves to the enemies of their race, and are rewarded in proportion as they develop expertness as informers, spies, and bullies. 99. With the courts, press, police, and government officials firmly on his side, Murphy organized a meeting of the Dublin Employers' Federation. 400 Dublin employers agreed to his proposal to lock out any employee who refused to resign their membership of the ITWU. Connolly, in response to the provocation, declared, "Let them declare their lockout, it will only hasten the day when the working class will lock out the capitalist class for good and all." 100 With violence and propaganda failing to break the will of Dublin's risen labour movement, the political and economic establishment of the city decided on the strategy of starving workers and their families into submission. But the mood of the people was completely new. They had rebelled, and heaven had not fallen in on them. A new air of confidence that they had power and could use it affected the entire working class. 101. The Solidarity campaign escalated with support from Britain. The British Trade Union Congress, TUC, had earlier sent a delegation to Dublin to investigate the labour dispute, and found the city under a semi-military regime with the whole population terrorised. 102 The TUC also began sending shipments of food to Dublin to feed locked-out workers and their families. Mass protests were held in London, and solidarity meetings were organised by the British Socialist Party in Newcastle, Coventry, Bristol, Bradford, Leicester, Portsmouth, and many other cities. Rank-and-file workers across Britain also responded to the call for solidarity from Dublin with militant action. Railway workers in Liverpool, Birmingham, Derby, Sheffield, and beyond refused to handle Dublin goods. Connolly, moved by the tremendous display of solidarity from British workers, wrote, "We are told that the English people contributed to help our enslavement. It is true. It is also true that the Irish people have contributed soldiers to duly crush every democratic movement of the English people, from the deportation of Irish soldiers to serve the cause of political despotism under Charles to the days of Featherstone under Asquith. Slaves themselves the English people helped to enslave others, slaves themselves the Irish people helped enslave others. There is no room for recrimination. We are only concerned now with the fact daily becoming more obvious that the English workers who have reached the moral stature of rebels are now willing to assist the working class rebels of Ireland, and that those Irish rebels will in their turn help the rebels of England to break their chains and attain the dignity of freedom. There are still a majority of slaves in England, there are still a majority of slaves in Ireland. We are under no illusions as to either country. But we do not intend to confound the geographical spot on which the rebels lie with the political government upheld by the slave. For us and ours the path is clear. The first duty of the working class of the world is to settle accounts with the master class of the world, that of their own country, at the head of the list. To that point this struggle, as all such struggles, is converging. Point 103. However, British trade union officials, feeling threatened by the spread of Larkinism and the militancy of their own members, forced an end to sympathetic strike actions, and even allowed workers who had participated to be victimized by their employers. Connolly and Larkin both understood that if the struggle did not spread to shut down ports across Britain, Dublin would be left isolated. Money and food shipments could sustain the workers' resolve, but that would not defeat the employers. The united political and economic actions of the employers, in Connolly's opinion, had to be met with equal unity by trade unions and conducted as a military confrontation. All battalions of the working class had to be ready for battle. A defeat in Dublin would weaken the entire working class in Ireland, but also in Britain. Dublin became increasingly militarized. Thousands of British troops were brought in to quell rioting, there was indiscriminate police violence, and scabs were armed with revolvers. In response, Connolly and Larkin supported the creation of a labor army, made up of trained and disciplined members of the ITWU, to defend picketing workers from police attacks. Unionists and nationalists were arming, and Connolly believed that the Irish labor movement needed to do the same. This was the embryo of the Irish Citizen Army that went on to play a leading role in the 1916 Rising under Connolly's leadership. Point 104. Under Durrus, the Liberal government was forced to release Larkin from a 7-month prison sentence. On his release, Larkin toured England, Scotland, and Wales, appealing for solidarity action at massive meetings, and he found a very receptive audience. He called on rank-and-file workers to demand that their union leadership support the Dublin working class by refusing to handle Dublin traffic, and by refusing to transport scabs. As the struggle was prolonged, Connolly, Larkin, and ITWU militants came under intense pressure to fold. Locked-out workers and their families struggled with poverty, imprisonment, injuries, and vilification. As Dublin employers began to import scabs to replace locked-out workers, British trade union leaders pressured Connolly to abandon Larkin and settle the lockout without the involvement of the ITWU. Unsurprisingly, Connolly rejected these approaches, and made it clear that he and Larkin were committed to the same goal and strategy. Fanatical priests and Catholic militants rioted when union supporters found temporary homes for the children of locked-out workers in Belfast and Britain. Meanwhile, Larkin was accused of religious proselytizing and being a member of the Orange Order. Arthur Griffith's newspaper, Sinn Féin, denounced the Solidarity food ships from Britain as a plot to destroy Irish business. The Irish Republican Brotherhood refused to take a stand on the side of the workers. Connolly wrote bitterly, "Practically, every official element in nationalist circles has striven hard all through the struggle to make capital against labour." 105 The Dublin working class refused to wait for Ireland's independence to press its demands. The viciousness of Green employers and political nationalists underscored Connolly's opposition to any form of all-class alliance in which socialists would play down working-class demands for the sake of unity. Others rallied to the cause of the workers. Patrick Pearse and Tom Clark, future leaders of the 1916 Rising, publicly sided with the workers' struggle. Leading intellectuals, artists, and feminist activists such as George A. E. Russell, W. B. Yeats, Charlotte Despard, Sylvia Pankhurst, Dora Montefiore, and George Bernard Shaw responded to the call for solidarity with locked-out workers. And Big Bill Haywood, a founder of the American IWW, visited Dublin to speak at Liberty Hall, the ITWU's headquarters. In January 1914, another martyr of the lockout was buried. 16-year-old Alice Brady, a member of the Irish Women Workers' Union, IWWU, was shot by a scab and died a month later from tetanus. Thousands attended the funeral, including 500 members of the IWWU. Connolly walked behind Brady's parents in the funeral procession, along with James Larkin, Delia Larkin, sister of James and leader of the IWWU, and the prominent political activist Constance Markievas. Despite their tremendous heroism, the locked-out workers were defeated. The strike action did not spread far enough throughout Britain to defeat the determined, united onslaught of employers with deep financial means and the full backing of the state. Connolly and Larkin were forced to advise ITWU members to return to work if their employer was not forcing them to renounce their union membership. Eventually, workers drifted back to work, with many facing severe victimization. Explaining Dublin's isolation, Connolly wrote, "We asked our friends of the transport trade unions to isolate the capitalist class of Dublin, and we asked the other unions to back them up. But no, they said they would rather help you by giving you funds. We argued that a strike is an attempt to stop the capitalist from carrying on his business, that the success or failure of a strike depends entirely upon the success or non-success of the capitalist to do without the strikers. 106. Defeat was not inevitable. The union officials who refused to back all-out action feared rank-and-file militancy and the ITWU's revolutionary mission. They preferred to see the ITWU defeated and Larkinism replaced with trade union methods similar to their own. These conservative union leaders had no interest in overthrowing capitalism and replacing it with socialism. Their strategy was dictated by their acceptance of capitalism and the union's role as a negotiator to improve conditions for workers within its confines. In Old Wine in New Bottles, Connolly explained his strategy. Our attitude always was that in the swiftness and unexpectedness of our action lay our chief hopes of temporary victory, and since permanent peace was an illusory hope until permanent victory was secured, temporary victories were all that need concern us. We realized that every victory gained by the working class would be followed by some capitalist development that in the course of time would tend to nullify it, but that until development was perfect the fruits of our victory would be ours to enjoy, and the resultant moral effect would be of incalculable value to the character and to the mental attitude of our class towards their rulers. 107. Even though they faced tremendous odds, Connolly and Larkin opted to lead a fight, rather than avoid battle and be defeated anyway. The ITWU was defeated and bankrupted, but the Union was not destroyed and would rise again. Therefore, even in defeat there were important lessons from the lockout and the potential for working class struggle. Connolly summarized the working class radicalization that took place during the lockout when he wrote, "There are times in history when we realize that it is easier to convert a multitude than it ordinarily is to convert an individual, when indeed ideas seem to seize upon the masses as contradistinguished by ordinary times when individuals slowly seize ideas. The propagandist toils on for decades in seeming failure and ignominy, when suddenly some great event takes place in accord with the principles he has been advocating, and immediately he finds that the seed has been sowing is springing up in plants that are covering the earth. To the idea of working class unity, to the seed of industrial solidarity, Dublin was the great event that enabled it to seize the minds of the masses, the germinating force that gave power to the seed to fructify and cover these islands. 108. The 1913 Labour War profoundly affected working class consciousness in Dublin, and its legacy persists in Ireland. Today, all trade unions and trade union leaders continue to be measured against the class leadership and courage of Connolly, Larkin, and their supporters. In his address to the Irish Trade Union Congress, Connolly drew further meaning from the battle in Dublin. Never did Ireland in her most heroic moments rise to higher altitudes in the estimation of all lovers of progress than she was raised to by the fact of her working class, although surrounded by the most unclean pack of wolves that ever yelped at the heels of honor, and threatened by the most unscrupulous coalition of tyrants known to industrial and political history, by their own strength had forced forward to the front the question of the moral responsibility of all the degradations of each. That responsibility which the teachers and rulers of all the ages have been engaged in evading or denying was at last raised by the Dublin working class into its true position, and forced upon the consciousness of an unwilling public compelled by the events of a great dramatic industrial war to consider its portent. To the Dublin working class belongs the honor of making the sentiment of an injury to one is the concern of all one that all labor organizations and all political parties must henceforth be measured by point 109. Larkin, exhausted by the lockout, decided to travel to the United States to raise funds for the depleted ITGWU. In Larkin's absence, and for the role he played in the lockout, Connolly was assigned the roles of acting General Secretary for the ITGWU and Commander of the Irish Citizen Army. Home Rule for Ireland. In the aftermath of the 1798 Irish Rebellion, the Act of Union of 1800 abolished the Irish Parliament and created the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. The Home Rule movement gathered strength in the 1860s, demanding increased self-governance in Ireland. Backed by the Irish bourgeoisie, Home Rule was counterposed to the demand for complete separation and independence for Ireland. The Home Rule movement relied on constitutional reform, over the physical force strategy of the Fenian movement aiming for complete separation. 110 The first Home Rule Bill was introduced and defeated in the House of Commons in 1886. It was fiercely resisted by the Orange Order, who fomented very serious sectarian violence in Belfast. Connolly, like most people, was convinced that some form of Home Rule was inevitable for Ireland, but the violence of 1886 was a prescient warning of what would unfold. A third Home Rule Bill was introduced in April 1912. Its backdrop was the constitutional crisis in Britain between the Liberal Party and the Conservative, Tory, Party. The Liberal Party won support based on a social reform programme demanded by an increasingly assertive working-class movement. The Irish Parliamentary Party, IPP, held the balance of political power and was promised Home Rule in exchange for supporting the Liberal Party, led by Prime Minister Herbert Henry Asquith. Connolly viewed John Redmond's IPP as the Irish Tory Party, representing Irish capitalists. Though Connolly was for complete separation of Ireland from Great Britain and the Empire, he argued that Ireland's socialist and labour movements should support Home Rule because it would deliver a blow to supporters of the British Empire. He also believed it would positively influence the development of class politics in Ireland. In Sweatshops Behind the Orange Flag, Connolly wrote, "The question of home government, and the professional advocacy of it, and the professional opposition to it, is the greatest asset in the hands of reaction in Ireland, the never-failing decoy to lure the workers into the bogs of religious hatred and social stagnation. The Protestant workers of Belfast are essentially democratic in their instincts, but not a single Belfast Loyalist MP voted for the Old Age Pensions Act. The Loyalist M.P.S. knew that beating the orange drum would drown out every protest in their constituencies. The development of democracy in Ireland has been smothered by the Union. Remove the barrier, throw the Irish people back upon their own resources, make them realize that the causes of poverty, of lack of progress, of arrested civic and national development, are then to be sought within and not without, are in their power to remove or perpetuate, and ere long that spirit of democratic progress will invade and permeate all our social and civic institutions." 111. Connolly was optimistic that some form of home rule was certain to be introduced, and he believed it would allow for class divisions to be drawn more sharply as the pull on working class communities towards sectarianism weakened with the fragmentation of Orange reaction and Green nationalism. He hoped a Home Rule Ireland would bring Orange and Green employers together as a ruling class bloc, and negate their ability to hide behind prejudice and historical tradition in appeals for working class support. The moment a Home Rule government was established, argued Connolly, the socialist movement would go into opposition. 112. There was a clear logic to Connolly's method, but events unfolded differently. Connolly's debate with the Belfast socialist William Walker on the issue of socialist unity and Irish independence, carried out in the pages of Forward between May and July in 1911, underlined the depth of division on the issue of Home Rule even within the ranks of the socialist and labor movement. Walker, posing as an internationalist, claimed Connolly's support for Irish self-determination from Britain and self-government was incompatible with Marxism. From Connolly's perspective, without self-determination and freedom from empire, genuine democracy and socialism would be impossible. This was a crucial debate, since Belfast was the island's most industrialised region, giving the large concentration of workers in the northeast region potentially tremendous leverage. Reaction mobilised, beating the Orange Drum. In September 1911, Unionists and Orange lodges met in Belfast to formulate the demand for a provisional government of Ulster. They concluded that Home Rule spelled disaster, recognizing that the public peace of this country is in great and imminent danger by the reason of the threat to establish a parliament in Dublin, and knowing that such a step will inevitably lead to disaster to the empire and absolute ruin of Ireland. 113. Sir Edward Carson became the leader of the Ulster Unionist Council and beat the Orange Drum to whip Protestants into a violent anti-Home Rule frenzy. 114 Unionists described Ulster as a Protestant province, even though the population of its 9 counties was evenly divided between Catholics and Protestants. In 1912, Carson and the leader of the British Conservative Party, Bonar Law, led the mass mobilization of 100,000 members of the newly formed Ulster Volunteer Militia. Later that year, more than 450,000 men and women signed the Ulster Covenant, pledging their opposition to Home Rule. With the unleashing of sectarianism, thousands of Catholics, Socialists, and Liberals were taunted, physically attacked, and expelled from their workplaces in Belfast. The organized attacks were also directed at Protestant workers who supported the movement for Home Rule. 115 In response, Connolly courageously organized an ITGU-initiated mass demonstration against the expulsions. Amid the rising tensions, Connolly stood as a candidate in Belfast's municipal elections for the Dock ward, receiving more than 900 votes. His appeal to voters was centered on class demands, but he continued to make a principled stand for Home Rule, despite the unpopular way in which it would be portrayed in a mixed Catholic and Protestant ward. He explained, believing that the present system of society is based upon the robbery of the working class, and that capitalist property cannot exist without the plundering of labor, I desire to see capitalism abolished, and a democratic system of common or public ownership erected in its stead. This democratic system, which is called socialism, will, I believe, come as a result of the continuous increase of power of the working class. Only by this means can we secure abolition of destitution, and all the misery, crime, and immorality which flow from that unnecessary evil. All the reform legislation of the present day is moving in that direction even now, but working class action on above lines will secure that direct, voluntary, conscious, and orderly cooperation by all for the good of all, will more quickly replace the blundering and often reluctant legislation of capitalist governments. As a lifelong advocate of national independence for Ireland, I am in favor of Home Rule, and believe Ireland should be ruled, governed, and owned by the people of Ireland. 116. Rather than simply demonizing Protestant workers as a reactionary bulwark, Connolly attempted to explain why many could be mobilized by atavistic prejudices. And of course, from the violence he faced from ultra-Catholics, he understood that reactionary ideas were not simply the keep of Protestant workers. Later in 1913, he wrote, "If the northeast corner of Ireland is, therefore, the home of a people whose minds are saturated with conceptions of political activity fit only for the 17th century, if the sublime ideas of an all-embracing democracy as insistent upon its duties as upon its rights have as yet found poor lodgment here, the fault lies not with this generation of toilers, but with those pastors and masters who deceived it and enslaved it in the past and deceived it in order they might enslave it. But as no good can come of blaming it, so also no good, but infinite evil, can come of truckling to it. Let the truth be told, however ugly. Here, the Orange working class are slaves in spirit because they have been reared up among people whose conditions of servitude were more slavish than their own. In Catholic Ireland the working class are rebels in spirit and democratic in feeling because for hundreds of years they have found no class as lowly paid or as hardly treated as themselves. At one time in the industrial world of Great Britain and Ireland, the skilled labourer looked down with contempt upon the unskilled and bitterly resented his attempt to get his children taught any of the skilled trades. The feeling of the Orangemen of Ireland towards the Catholics is but a glorified representation on a big stage of the same passions inspired by the same unworthy motives. 117. Connolly put the blame for reactionary ideas where it belonged, with employers, politicians, the media, and the pulpit. Nevertheless, he thoroughly opposed temporizing in front of a dying cause of Orange ascendancy, and insisted that a real socialist movement could only be built by challenging support for British rule, the Orange Order, and anti-Irish Catholic prejudice among Protestant workers. 118. With the full support and encouragement of Bonar Law and the British Tory party, Ulster Unionists threatened rebellion against the British government. In March 1914, as the crisis heightened, British Army officers in Ireland mutinied against the government order to move troops north to enforce constitutionally agreed Home Rule. To make clear Unionism's threat of violence, the Ulster Volunteer Force armed itself with 20,000 smuggled German guns and 3 million rounds of ammunition. Unionist sabre-rattling and the defiance of the British military brass triumphed. Prime Minister Asquith put an amended Home Rule Bill before the House of Commons, allowing for 6 northern counties to opt out. This laid the basis for Ireland's partition. In Labour in Irish history, Connolly had forewarned that Irish bourgeois nationalists would compromise the struggle for Irish independence. Reality proved him correct. John Redmond and the IPP, after claiming they would refuse to allow the mutilation of Ireland, agreed to partition. As cover for his betrayal, Asquith claimed he had come to embrace the so-called doctrine of two Irelands, whereby two distinct peoples and cultures had to be accommodated. The outcome suited the British ruling class, since Ireland's wealthy industrial north would remain firmly in the empire. The Home Ruler's supposed ally, the Liberal government, had the means and authority to face down Unionist rebellion, but it chose not to do so. Connolly issued an appeal to the working class, calling for urgent action and cutting to the heart of Redmond's compromise. The statement that the counties excluded would come in automatically at the end of 6 years is deliberately misleading because, as was explained in the House of Commons, 2 general elections would take place before the end of that time. If at either of these general elections the Tories got a majority, and it is impossible to believe that the Liberals can win the other 2 elections successively, it would only require the passage of a small act of not more than 3 of 4 lines to make the exclusion perpetual. And the Tories would pass it. 119. His response to partition was categorical, he wrote in the Irish Worker. Such a scheme as that agreed to by Redmond and Devlin, the betrayal of the national democracy of industrial Ulster, would mean a carnival of reaction both north and south, would set back the wheels of progress, would destroy the oncoming unity of the Irish labour movement and paralyse all advanced movements whilst it endured. To it Labour should give the bitterest opposition, against it Labour in Ulster should fight even to the death, if necessary, as our fathers fought before us. 120. Connolly's argument that partition would result in a carnival of reaction both north and south remains prophetic to this day. From his point of view, the British ruling class, along with Green and Orange elites, had combined to weaken the Irish labour movement and set back its struggle for socialism. By dividing the working class through partition, the ruling classes, nationalist in the south and unionist in the north, were strengthened. 1914, Global War and Revolution. Following the defeat of the Great Dublin Lockout and the inevitability of Ireland's partition, Connolly now had to contend with the outbreak of World War I. On August 4, 1914, when German troops crossed into Belgian territory, Asquith's British government declared war, using the pretext of defending civilization from barbarism. Soon the entire globe would be convulsed for years by slaughter on an industrial scale as competing imperial powers attempted to pulverize each other into submission. In the decades leading up to 1914, the world's dominant political, military, and economic powers carved up the entire world. Their geopolitical rivalry and economic competition gave way to all-out imperialist confrontation. Connolly located the roots of the calamity. Every war is now a capitalist move for new markets, and it is a move capitalism must make or perish. The mad scramble for wealth which the century has witnessed, has resulted in lifting almost every European nation into the circle of competition for trade. Neither gods nor men could imagine a more grotesque spectacle. That which ought to benefit all the race now sets us at each other's throats. Raising their parrot cries about national honor, the financiers, through their control of press and purse, grasp the reins of power in every country, and use the governing forces and state organizations of each nation as so many weapons with which to beat their competitors out of our market, and to supplant them in the struggle for supremacy over another. So it is China today. The great industrial nations of the world, driven on by their respective moneyed classes, now front each other in the Far East and, with swords in hand, threaten to set the armed millions of Europe in terrible and bloody conflict, in order to decide which shall have the right to force upon John Chinaman the goods which his European brother produces, but may not enjoy. 121. Ultimately, 17 million people were killed and another 20 million wounded. The unleashing of World War I witnessed previously unknown levels of death, destruction, and barbarity. Every region of the world was pulled into the vortex of violence and carnage. The promise of technological advance and progress evaporated into blood-soaked trenches and the dark abyss of industrial slaughter. The arrogant and belligerent great powers were eagerly sending thousands to certain death on a daily basis. As the war dragged on, the powers' appetite for more raw recruits grew ever greater and more hysterical. Immediately after the outbreak of the war, Connolly outlined his response in A Continental Revolution, published in Forward. Civilization is being destroyed before our eyes, the results of generations of propaganda and patient heroic plotting and self-sacrifice are being blown into annihilation from 100 cannon mouths. Thousands of comrades with whose souls we have lived in fraternal communion are about to be done to death, they whose one hope it was to be spared to cooperate in building the perfect society of the future are being driven to fratricidal slaughter in shambles where that hope will be buried under a sea of blood. I am not writing in captious criticism of my continental comrades. We know too little about what is happening on the continent, and events have moved too quickly for any of us to be in a position to criticize at all. But believing as I do that any action would be justified which would put a stop to this colossal crime now being perpetrated, I feel compelled to express the hope that ere long we may read of the paralyzing of the internal transport service on the continent, even should the act of paralyzing necessitate the erection of socialist barricades and acts of rioting by socialist soldiers and sailors, as happened in Russia in 1905. Even an unsuccessful attempt at social revolution by force of arms, following the paralysis of the economic life of militarism, would be less disastrous to the socialist cause than the act of socialists allowing themselves to be used in the slaughter of their brothers in the cause. 122. In all the belligerent countries, socialists came under intense pressure and often faced severe repression to support the national war effort. Jingoist appeals went into overdrive, rallying large sections of the population into active support for the war. In every country, including the imperial powers, small networks of revolutionary socialists and other radicals held firm to principles committing them to opposing imperialist war, but for the time being they were a minority. Among them, Connolly also stood firm. In the face of chauvinism he wrote, "In the first place, then, we ought to clear our minds of all the political cant which would tell us that we have either natural enemies or natural allies in any of the powers now warring. When it is said that we ought to unite to protect our shores against the foreign enemy, I confess to be unable to follow that line of reasoning, as I know of no foreign enemy of this country except the British government and know that it is not the British government that is meant. 123. This is how Connolly described the British Empire. At the present moment this empire has dominions spread all over the seven seas. Everywhere it holds down races and nations, that it might use them as its slaves, that it might use their territories as sources of rent and interest for its aristocratic rulers, that it might prevent their development as self-supporting entities and compel them to remain dependent customers of English produce, that it might be able to strangle every race or nation that would enter the field as a competitor against British capitalism or assert its independence of the British capitalist. To do this it stifles the ancient culture of India, strangles in its birth the newborn liberty of Egypt, smothers in the blood of 10,000 women and children the republics of South Africa, betrays into the hands of Russian despotism the trusting nationalists of Persia, connives at the partition of China and plans the partition of Ireland. 124. The socialist response. Devastatingly, the leading mass socialist parties of the Second International Network collapsed into support for the war effort. In previous years, powerful socialist parties across Europe had pledged to mobilize working-class action in the event of such a war. Connolly was stunned at the betrayal. He wrote, "What then becomes of all our resolutions, all our protests of fraternization, all our threats of general strikes, all our carefully built machinery of internationalism, all our hopes for the future? Were they all as sound and fury, signifying nothing? When the German artilleryman, a socialist serving in the German army of invasion, sends a shell into the ranks of the French army, blowing off their heads, tearing out their bowels, and mangling the limbs of dozens of socialist comrades in that force, will the fact that he, before leaving for the front, demonstrated against the war be of any value to the widows and orphans made by the shell he sent upon its mission of murder? Or, when the French rifleman pours his murderous rifle fire into the ranks of the German line of attack, will he be able to derive any comfort from the probability that his bullets are murdering or maiming comrades who last year joined in thundering hawks and cheers of greeting to the eloquent Jors, when in Berlin he pleaded for international solidarity? 125. For Connolly, the powerful international socialist movement that had been built patiently and with tremendous sacrifice over the preceding decades appeared to be self-destructing. The socialist force capable of actually civilizing society was disappearing into the cauldron of violence and human suffering. Amid the confusion and chaos, Connolly remained loyal to a working-class internationalist viewpoint. An alternative existed, and there was a duty to fight for it. Connolly proclaimed, the signal of war ought also to have been the signal for rebellion, that when the bugles sounded the first note for actual war, their notes should have been taken as the tocsin for social revolution. 126. Connolly believed it was the duty of socialists in each of the warring nations to seize the opportunity for initiating a revolutionary civil war. This course of action, he argued, was better no matter what the ultimate outcome. With it, there was a possibility the great barbarism could be arrested. This was the path Connolly would chart in the coming years. He made his position transparent. I believe that the socialist proletariat of Europe in all the belligerent countries ought to have refused to march against their brothers across the frontiers, and that such a refusal would have prevented the war and all its horrors even though it might have led to civil war. Such a civil war could not possibly have resulted in such a loss of socialist life as this international war has entailed, and each socialist who fell in such a civil war would have fallen knowing that he was battling for the cause he had worked for in days of peace, and that there was no possibility of the bullet or shell that laid him low having been sent on its murderous way by one to whom he had pledged the lifelong love of comrades in the International Army of Labor. 127. In attempting to comprehend the socialist movement's failure to oppose the imperialist war, Connolly argued that a tremendous gap existed between socialist electoral support and working-class organization in the workplace. In his view, the European proletariat lacked a rooted revolutionary industrial organization led by a revolutionary socialist party with the capacity and will to call for mass strikes against war and conscription, to seize collective control over workplaces and the entirety of the economy. The large socialist vote did not automatically translate into confidence, self-activity, and power in the workplace. Much of the leadership of the European socialist movement used revolutionary Marxist terminology, but their practice had become increasingly moderate and reformist. Socialist advance through elections was given precedence, while the militancy of mass strikes and workers' self-initiative was feared. Incremental change, using increasingly constitutional methods, was prioritized over revolutionary action by workers themselves. The British trade union officials opposed all-out strike action to defeat employers during the 1913 Dublin lockout. In 1914, along with their European counterparts, they opposed calling for all-out opposition to the war, with horrendous consequences. Connolly was shocked and dejected at much of the socialist movement's betrayal, but he refused to be paralyzed by it. He wrote, "Should a German army land in Ireland tomorrow, we should be perfectly justified in joining it if by doing so we could rid this country once and for all from its connection with the brigand empire that drags us unwillingly into this war. Should the working class of Europe, rather than slaughter each other for the benefit of kings and financiers, proceed tomorrow to erect barricades all over Europe, to break up bridges and destroy the transport service that war might be abolished, we should be perfectly justified in following such a glorious example and contributing our aid to the final dethronement of the vulture classes that rule and rob the world. 128. Ireland and World War I. The eruption of hostilities on the continent had an enormous and immediate impact on Irish politics. Civil war loomed on the horizon in response to the ultimate ruling on Home Rule, Ireland's cardinal political issue. A majority of 77 voted in favour of the Third Home Rule Bill, in an amended form, on May 25, 1914. Though it was again defeated in the House of Lords, Asquith's Liberal government overruled it, using the Parliament Act. In September, Home Rule was given royal assent, but its enactment was postponed until after the war. Connolly believed the outcome of the Home Rule struggle was a carefully staged pantomime to fool nationalist Ireland. Castigating the Home Rule leaders, he wrote. Meanwhile, the official Home Rule press and all the local J.P.S. publicans, land grabbers, pawnbrokers, and slum landlords who control the United Irish League will strain every nerve in an endeavour to recruit for England's army, to send forth more thousands of Irishmen and boys to manure with their corpses the soil of a foreign country, to lose their lives and their souls in the work of murdering men who never harboured an evil thought of Irish men or women, to expend in the degradation of a friendly nation that magnificent Irish courage which a wiser patriotism might better employ in the liberation of their own. Yes, ruling by fooling, is a great British art with great Irish fools to practice on. 129. Unionism was fully committed to the war effort and to defence of the British Empire. Ironically, the Ulster Volunteer Force, UVF, initially formed and armed to threaten civil war against the British Army and the British government's democratically mandated Home Rule for Ireland, would become the 36th Ulster Division of the British Army. Tragically, thousands from the division were sent out to be slaughtered in the opening days of the Battle of the Somme. John Redmond, leader of the powerful Irish Parliamentary Party, committed the Home Rule movement to the British war effort. Redmond believed that sacrificing Irish blood for the Empire would demonstrate loyalty and guarantee support for Home Rule. In The Irish at the Front, published in 1916, Redmond appealed for recruits, saying that Irish soldiers were offering up the supreme sacrifice of life with a smile on their lips because it was given for Ireland. 130. The Irish Volunteers, with a membership of more than 190,000 by the summer of 1914, and initially formed as a response to the creation of the UVF, split over the question of support for Britain's war aims. Volunteers who were opposed to enlisting in Britain's fight, numbering more than 13,000, remained in the Irish Volunteers. Connolly sought to influence the debate among the volunteers, writing, "Face to face with such unscrupulous opponents, the volunteers must recognize their fight is a struggle to the death, that the prize at stake is the soul of a nation, and that therefore every ounce of energy, every bright coinage of the brain, must be flung at once into the struggle. The volunteers must realize that against the shamelessly vile methods of the politician there is but one effective weapon, the daring appeal of the revolutionist." 131. Irish volunteers, still swayed by Redmond, constituting the vast majority, joined the newly established National Volunteers. More than 200,000 Irishmen fought for Britain in World War I, nearly 50,000 were killed in the conflict. Disgusted, Connolly wrote, "Alas that I should live to see it. North, south, east, and west the Irish Volunteers are marching and parading with the Union Jack in front of them, their bands playing God Save the King and their aristocratic officers making loyalist speeches. 132. Ireland, War and Rebellion. The outbreak of war was all-consuming, and it transformed global, European, Irish, British, and socialist politics. Connolly's Marxist theoretical lens viewed this interconnected totality and shaped his political and strategic response. Only 4 days after the announcement of what would become a cataclysmic war, Connolly, writing in The Irish Worker, argued, starting thus, Ireland may yet set the torch to a European conflagration that will not burn out until the last throne and the last capitalist bond and debenture will be shriveled on the funeral pyre of the last warlord. 133. This captures Connolly's profound revolutionary perspective, which guided him from the outbreak of global war toward the 1916 Irish Rebellion. Connolly held a complex view of the impact an insurrection in Ireland could have. First, Britain was overstretched by the war effort, and this provided an opening to strike for Irish freedom. The moment had to be seized. The Irish movement for independence had been betrayed by Redmond and the Irish Parliamentary Party's willingness to accept partition and support Britain's imperial war. In Connolly's view, thousands of Irishmen, Catholic and Protestant, would die in combat for their oppressor. He worried that Irish support for the war effort would destroy the struggle for self-determination, and turn Ireland into a mere province of Britain. The weakening of the Irish independence movement would weaken the struggle for socialism in Ireland. These factors drove his sense of urgency. Connolly's strategic thinking did not end with Irish freedom, since he had always viewed the struggle for self-determination as a means to the ultimate goal of a workers' republic. Only the Irish working class could win Irish independence by asserting its full demands for socialism. The time was now, and Connolly was determined to act. He grasped how a rebellion in Ireland could impact the global struggle against war and empire. Ireland's close proximity to Britain meant that rebellion there would be particularly damaging to the prestige and psychology of the world's most powerful state. Rebellion would demonstrate that some of the empire's subjects had lost their fear and had become disloyal. This would signal the empire's weakness, and could inspire other colonized people to rise against their masters. Therefore, the Irish struggle could act as a catalyst to the overthrow of capitalism and imperialism across Europe, and to a working-class fight for socialism. Connolly's strategy was not limited to ending the carnival of reaction on the continent, but was intended to destroy the social order responsible for breeding war and barbarism. Toward this goal Connolly directed all his energies. He formed the Irish Neutrality League with Constance Markievas, Francis Sheehy Skeffington, William O'Brien, and Arthur Griffith to demand that Ireland remain neutral in the conflict between the imperial powers. He successfully campaigned for Ireland's labour movement and trade union bodies to take the lead in opposing the war. The ITUC, the ITUO, and the Dublin Trades Council all took positions opposing the war and opposing support for Britain. With socialist, Republican, Labour, pacifist, and suffragette allies, and under the nose of British authorities, Connolly organised mass meetings in Dublin in opposition to war and conscription. He consistently challenged pro-Britain war propaganda published by the Irish nationalist, unionist, and even socialist press. He ridiculed Britain's claims to be defending poor little Belgium and its claims to be protecting democracy. And by discussing what British rule meant in Ireland, Egypt, and India, he mocked Britain's claims to be a friend of small nations. He wrote, "Yes, I seem to remember a small country called Egypt, a country that through ages of servitude has painfully evolved to a conception of national freedom, and under leaders of its own choosing essayed to make that conception a reality. And I think I remember how this British friend of small nationalities bombarded its chief seaport, invaded and laid waste to its territory, slaughtered its armies, imprisoned its citizens, led its chosen leaders away in chains, and reduced the newborn Egyptian nation into a conquered, servile British province." 134. Connolly exposed how employers had created a pact with the government to drive up army enlistment, by firing and refusing to employ men of military age. As soon as the war broke out, the responsible heads of this firm of pious sweaters and soul murderers joined hands with the recruiters in the attempt to swell the ranks of the British Army. They who had outrivaled the lowest in their methods of warfare upon the rights of the workers of Dublin became clamorous that the men of Dublin should go out to fight and die to protect them from the Huns. By every means they could devise they strove to swell the British army, and turned up their eyes in horror at the atrocities retailed in the newspapers, were as horrified at the atrocities supposedly committed by the Germans in Belgium as they had been happy and exultant over the atrocities committed by the police in Dublin. For some time back this firm has had its reward by being kept going with government orders, and its male employees mostly resisted the attempt to seduce them into the army that keeps the Messrs. Jacobs upon the necks of labor. But within the past 2 weeks the firm is reported to have summarily dismissed every man of military age. Messrs. Jacobs in 1913-14 used their power over the means of livelihood of their employees to coerce them out of the trade union of their choice on the pain of starvation. Now that same firm is again using its power over the means of livelihood of the workers to coerce them into an army that stood ready to shoot them down in 1913-14.135. We serve neither king nor Kaiser. In October 1914, Liberty Hall, the headquarters of the ITGU and the Irish Citizen Army, was emblazoned with a banner reading "We serve neither king nor Kaiser, but Ireland." The same slogan appeared on the front page of the October 24 issue of the Irish Worker. Connolly rallied his allies and supporters to oppose conscription in Ireland, writing, "The resistance to the Militia Ballot Act must of necessity take the form of insurrectionary warfare, if the resistors are determined to fight in Ireland for Ireland, instead of on the continent for England. Such insurrectionary warfare would be conducted upon lines and under conditions for which textbooks made no provision. In short, it means barricades in the streets, guerrilla warfare in the country. To all who are prepared to face that ordeal rather than shed their blood for the tyrant and exploiter, we appeal to join our citizen army." 136. Connolly systematically challenged pro-British war propaganda saturating Irish popular culture, demonizing the German enemy. His views on Germany were shaped by his understanding of capitalist development and the fight for socialism. Britain, as the dominant world power, feared the rise of economic and military rivals, and British power depended on holding back German industrial and economic advance. He wrote, "Understand the game that is afoot, the game that Christian England is playing, and when you next hear apologists for capitalism tell you of the wickedness of socialists in proposing to confiscate property, remember the plans of British and Irish capitalists to steal German trade, the fruits of German industry and German science. Yes, friends, governments in capitalist society are but committees of the rich to manage the affairs of the capitalist class. The British capitalist class have planned this colossal crime in order to ensure its uninterrupted domination of the commerce of the world. To achieve that end it is prepared to bathe the continent in blood, to kill off the flower of the manhood of the three most civilized nations of Europe, to place the iron heel of the Russian tyrant upon the throat of all liberty-loving races and peoples from the Baltic to the Black Sea, and to invite the blessing of God upon the spectacle of the savage Cossack ravishing the daughters of a race at the head of Christian civilization. Yes, this war is the war of a pirate upon the German nation. And up from blood-soaked graves of the Belgian frontiers the spirits of murdered Irish soldiers of England call to heaven for vengeance upon the parliamentarian tricksters who seduced them into the armies of the oppressor of their country." 137. Influencing his thinking, the theoretical framework of much of the Socialist International held that the full spread of capitalism was a step toward the realization of socialism. Though a distorted representation of Marx's ideas, it was quite influential. Therefore, in Connolly's view, a British defeat should be welcomed, because it could speed the further expansion of capitalism, which would develop the proletariat and create the economic basis for socialism on a world scale. The position Connolly developed on Germany in the lead-up to the 1916 Rising is better understood with a grasp of this mechanical framework. Connolly was certainly sympathetic to Germany's position. He viewed Germany as the victim of the British ruling class's attempt to hold their status as the primary global powerhouse. Nevertheless, Germany was very much an imperial power, with its own colonial possessions and an eagerness to have more. The strength of Connolly's argument was not his position on Germany, but his demolition of the British propaganda presenting Germany as the primary danger to civilization, and Britain as its guarantor. Connolly was fully aware of the efforts of socialists in Germany opposing the efforts of their own government. In Socialists and the War, Connolly applauded the stand made by the German revolutionary socialist Karl Liebknecht, the only deputy in the Reichstag to vote against war credits in December 1914. 138 Connolly's article America and Europe captured the complex thinking evident in his approach to Germany. He wrote, "Finally, as a word of warning this week, do not let anyone play upon your sympathies by denunciation of the German military bullies. German military bullies, like all tyrannies among civilized people, need fear nothing so much as native, German, democracy. Attacks from outside only strengthen tyrants within a nation. If we had to choose between strengthening the German bully or the Russian autocrat, the wise choice would be on the side of the German. For the German people are a highly civilized people, responsive to every progressive influence, and rapidly forging weapons for their own emancipation from native tyranny, whereas the Russian Empire stretches away into the depths of Asia, and relies on an army largely recruited from amongst many millions of barbarians who have not yet felt the first softening influence of civilization. German thought is abreast of the best in the world, German influences have shaped for good the hopes of the world, but the thought and the hopes of the best in Russia were but the other day drowned in blood by Russia's worst. 139. The complexity of Connolly's approach is captured in the complaint of his fellow insurrectionist Patrick Pears, who was also executed after the rising. Connolly is most dishonest in his methods. In public he says the war is a war forced on Germany by the Allies. In private he says that the Germans are just as bad as the British, and that we ought to do the job ourselves. As for writings in his paper, if he wanted to wreck the whole business, he couldn't go a better way about it. He will never be satisfied until he goads us into action, and then he will think most of us are too moderate, and want to guillotine half of us. I can see him setting up the guillotine, can't you? For Hobson and McNeil in particular. They are poles apart. What can he do now anyway? Riot for a few days. 140. The Irish Citizen Army. For Connolly, the socialist movement now required strategies for what had become exceptional circumstances. The strategies pursued during times of peace were no longer applicable. Politics in Ireland and Europe had become militarized. As the acting General Secretary of the ITUA, he worked hard to rebuild the Union's membership, finances, and strength following the challenge of the 1913 Dublin lockout. However, believing as he did that the opportunity for a rising against British rule in Ireland had become ripe, he poured most of his political energies into building the Irish Citizen Army. The ICA now constituted an organized revolutionary vanguard. To push others into action, Connolly made it clear that the ICA was prepared to initiate a military rising. 141. The ICA attracted many of the best and most committed radical activists, drawing together socialists, revolutionary nationalists, anti-imperialists, feminists, and trade union militants into an organized force. Though much smaller than the Irish Volunteers and other nationalist organizations at the time, the ICA played an important political role as a visible alternative led by socialists and connected to the labor movement. Enhancing this reputation, Margaret Ward writes, there was far less sex segregation within the ICA. First aid lectures, for example, were given jointly to women and men by Dr. Kathleen Lynn. This had the effect, Frank Robbins recalled, of binding the men and women much closer to each other. Connolly's influence was also important in achieving a fair measure of acceptance of women as comrades in arms. 142. According to Ward, while a majority of the prominent women within the ICA were middle-class, Nellie Gifford, Madeleine French-Mullen, Kathleen Lynn, the rank and file mostly consisted of young women who had been dismissed from Jacob's factory for being members of a trade union, and women like Rosie Hackett, who was a newspaper seller. 143. During the 1916 Rising, ICA members played a prominent leadership role, well beyond their numbers, and were courageous in the struggle. The tide begins to turn. Though he was frustrated and enraged at the number of working-class Irishmen who enlisted for the war effort, including members of the ITWU who had played a heroic role during the lockout, Connolly also understood how much a factor poverty and relentless propaganda was in shaping their options. However, the tide, as in much of Europe, was beginning to turn. Such was the scale of growing opposition that when the British government introduced conscription in January 1915, Ireland had to be excluded. Military enlistment numbers plummeted. The early enthusiasm for signing up generated through the mainstream media, the pulpit, state institutions, Home Rule, and unionist political parties had already begun to wane. Protests against the war were beginning in Ireland and across Europe. As the number of war dead mounted, more atrocities were reported, and the savage conditions on the front became more widely known. In his quest to find allies, Connolly was heartened by the commitment of the Irish Republican Brotherhood, IRB, to strike at British rule before the end of the war. Fearing the opportunity would be squandered, he publicly advocated for insurrection. Towards the end of 1915, the conspiratorial IRB Supreme Council agreed upon plans for a rising on Easter Sunday, April 23, 1916. In January 1916, Connolly joined the IRB's military council. Since IRB leaders had feared that Connolly and the ICA would act alone, they co-opted him onto the body. Connolly had earlier made this commitment in The Irish Worker. There are certain elements in Ireland today, and notably in important offices in Dublin, which under the guise of caution, are disguising a timorous shrinking from the ugly realities of their position and are attempting to masquerade as astute diplomatists in the endeavor to hide from their followers their own reluctance to advance. Whilst their fate and the fate of the potential liberties of their country hangs upon the swing of the balance, these leaders who will not lead idly speculate upon possible plans of the enemy, hatch schemes it would take a generation to mature, and pray for the coming of opportunities that are already worn weary with standing unrecognized at their elbows. With them or without them, the Irish working class goes forward to the conquest of the future. 144. As the agitational message of Connolly and other anti-war forces began to connect with a growing audience, the repressive arm of the British state, in the form of the Defence of the Realm Act, began to hit more aggressively. Publications such as The Irish Worker, Sinn Féin, and Irish Freedom were all forcibly stopped from printing. To get around this, Connolly's comrades in the Scottish Socialist Labour Party printed The Worker and smuggled it into Ireland for distribution. In May 1915, the second edition of Workers' Republic was launched. For it, Connolly wrote a series of articles on insurrectionary warfare, commencing with the Moscow insurrection of 1905. His study of 1905 concluded. Lacking the cooperation of the other Russian cities, and opposed by the ignorant peasantry, the defeat of the insurrection was inevitable, but it succeeded in establishing the fact that even under modern conditions the professional soldier is, in a city, badly handicapped in a fight against really determined civilian revolutionists. 145. Connolly had begun to envision an insurrection in Ireland amid the war and how it could be victorious. As a member of the IRB's military council, he was now directly involved in preparations for a rising. By March 1916 he was feeling increasingly optimistic about its prospects. He wrote, "The celebrations of the last week in Ireland are a welcome reminder of the indestructible nature of the spirit of freedom. Who would have thought in August 1914 that in March 1916 the principle of a distinct and separate existence for Irish nationality would evoke such splendid manifestations of popular support and popular approval? In August 1914, it seemed to many of the most hopeful of us that Ireland had at length taken its final plunge into the abyss of imperialism, and bade a long farewell to all hopes of a separate unfettered existence as a nation. But slowly, gradually, but persistently, the forces standing for the social and national freedom of Ireland won the people back to greater sanity and clearer visions. Despite imprisonment, despite prosecution, despite suppression of newspapers, despite avalanches of carefully framed lies, the truth made headway throughout the country. All through Ireland last week the manhood and womanhood of the nation have gladly, enthusiastically proclaimed their realization of those truths. This 17th of March will be forever memorable for that reason. The magnificent abandon of the Irish gatherings of all descriptions, and above all the exultant rebel note everywhere manifest, all were signs that the cause of freedom is again in the ascendant in Ireland. 146. Crises and challenges. Without doubt, Connolly was rocked by a series of political defeats and crises. The defeat of the Dublin lockout forced him to re-evaluate his strategic orientation in the midst of global war. He made clear that he would have chosen a different political and strategic path had the ITGWU not been so severely weakened by the Great Struggle. Strike action by the ITGWU to oppose the war effort would have been the pivot for revolutionary action. The capitulation of moderate Home Rule leaders into support for partition, and their willingness to become recruiting sergeants for the British Army in Ireland, would not have surprised Connolly in the least. However, the backsliding into warmongering by much of the international socialist movement, and the confusion it caused among its ranks in Ireland, left him isolated. Connolly had initially envisioned a working-class uprising involving mass strikes followed by a struggle led by the Party of Progress against the forces of reaction. In this context, Connolly was realistic about the role of violence. Now, however, a severe combination of challenges forced him to make concessions to the type of Republican conspiratorial militarism he had long counseled against. In the circumstances he faced, no roadmap existed for socialist revolution in a British colony during a cataclysmic global war. Forced to think on his feet rather than go along with the bankruptcy of the Second International, Connolly attempted to chart a course. The industrial barbarism of World War I was an unprecedented event, leaving Connolly and others in uncharted theoretical, political, and strategic territory. This is often not appreciated enough by those who analyze his decisions. Unlike Connolly, many Marxists and socialists became imprisoned by their theoretical heritage, disappearing into the dustbin of irrelevance through their support for murderous imperialism, or through their passivity in the face of its challenge. The cause of Ireland. In April, in one of his last articles, approaching the planned date for the rising, Connolly reiterated his core objective. We are out for the Irish. But who are the Irish? Not the rack-renting, slum-owning landlord, not the sweating, profit-grinding capitalist, not the sleek and oily lawyer, not the prostitute pressman, the hired liars of the enemy. Not these are the Irish upon whom the future depends. Not these, but the Irish working class, the only secure foundation upon a free nation can be reared. The cause of labour is the cause of Ireland, the cause of Ireland is the cause of labour. They cannot be dissevered. Ireland seeks freedom. Labour seeks that an Ireland free should be the sole mistress of her own destiny, supreme owner of all material things within and upon her soil. Labour seeks to make the free Irish nation the guardian of the interests of the people of Ireland, and to secure that end would vest in the free Irish nation all property rights as against the claims of the individual, with the end in view that the individual may be enriched by the nation, and not by the spoiling of his fellows. 147. The 1916 Rising. In planning the rising, Connolly and his co-insurrectionists in the IRB aimed to mobilize the entire 16,000 members of the Irish Volunteers across Ireland. They would be armed with 20,000 rifles, landed from a German ship to be distributed nationwide. Rebel forces would seize control of strategic buildings and positions in Dublin and other major cities, leaving British combat troops and the Royal Irish Constabulary stretched and ultimately overwhelmed. This was no plan for an irrational blood sacrifice, as the rising is often caricatured as having been. In response to some of Pearse's writings alluding to such a sacrifice, Connolly responded, "We are sick and the world is sick of his teaching." 148. This was a plan for victory, not for symbolic martyrdom. The rising, once begun, would draw upon the support from the growing numbers of the Irish population who had turned against Redmond and the Irish Parliamentary Party, against Ireland's partition, and against the slaughter of the Great War. The rising would also tap into the very deep social divisions existing across Ireland, and into the class bitterness that was further sharpened by the impact of the war. Connolly believed Ireland was a powder keg awaiting a spark. The goal was to defeat the British Army in Ireland and establish a provisional government. This would not constitute an end, but, in Connolly's vision, could be the beginning of a European-wide uprising against imperialism and capitalism. There was a chance of victory, and, in his estimation, it was one worth taking. The plans for the rising were undone when, only 2 days before its planned launch, a German ship, the AUD, was sighted off the coast of Cork by the British Navy. The ship, along with its load of 20,000 rifles and 1 million rounds of ammunition, was scuttled to avoid capture. In response, cautious and worried volunteer leaders published an order in the Sunday Independent instructing their members not to mobilize on Easter Sunday. Faced with this situation, Connolly and IRB leaders deliberated at Liberty Hall on whether or not to proceed. Even though the odds were much less in their favor, they decided to go ahead with the uprising on Easter Monday. As leaders of a planned rebellion against British rule with German military assistance, they surmised that they would be charged with high treason, and likely executed. Certain also would be the attempt by the British authorities to repress, imprison, and smash the organizations and forces involved in the uprising. In these circumstances, it is likely that Connolly believed a defeated rising would be preferable to a crushing defeat without even an attempt at revolution. On Easter Monday, April 24, 1916, the ICA assembled outside Liberty Hall before marching to different positions in Dublin city centre with the Irish Volunteers and Cumann NAM Ban, the Women's Auxiliary Unit of the Volunteers. Before setting off, Connolly distributed revolvers to the ICA's female members. His battalion went down O'Connell Street and seized control of the General Post Office. From the steps of the GPO, Patrick Pearse, with Connolly at his side, read the proclamation of the Provisional Government of the Irish Republic to the people of Ireland. Irishmen and Irish women, in the name of God and of the dead generations from which she receives her old tradition of nationhood, Ireland, through us, summons her children to her flag and strikes for her freedom. Having organized and trained her manhood through her secret revolutionary organization, the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and through her open military organizations, the Irish Volunteers and the Irish Citizen Army, having patiently perfected her discipline, having resolutely waited for the right moment to reveal itself, she now seizes that moment, and supported by her exiled children in America and by gallant allies in Europe, but relying in the first on her own strength, she strikes in full confidence of victory. We declare the right of the people of Ireland to the ownership of Ireland and to the unfettered control of Irish destinies, to be sovereign and indefeasible. The long usurpation of that right by a foreign people and government has not extinguished the right, nor can it ever be extinguished except by the destruction of the Irish people. In every generation the Irish people have asserted their right to national freedom and sovereignty. 6 times during the past 300 years they have asserted it in arms. Standing on that fundamental right and again asserting it in arms in the face of the world, we hereby proclaim the Irish Republic as a sovereign independent state, and we pledge our lives and the lives of our comrades in arms to the cause of its freedom, of its welfare, and of its exaltation among the nations. The Irish Republic is entitled to, and hereby claims, the allegiance of every Irishman and Irish woman. The Republic guarantees religious and civil liberty, equal rights, and equal opportunities to all its citizens, and declares its resolve to pursue the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation and of all its parts, cherishing all of the children of the nation equally, and oblivious of the differences carefully fostered by an alien government, which have divided a minority from the majority in the past. Until our arms have brought the opportune moment for the establishment of a permanent national government, representative of the whole people of Ireland and elected by the suffrages of all her men and women, the Provisional Government, hereby constituted, will administer the civil and military affairs of the Republic in trust for the people. We place the cause of the Irish Republic under the protection of the Most High God, whose blessing we invoke upon our arms, and we pray that no one who serves that cause will dishonor it by cowardice, inhumanity, or rapine. In this supreme hour the Irish nation must, by its valor and discipline, and by the readiness of its children to sacrifice themselves for the common good, prove itself worthy of the august destiny to which it is called. Signed on behalf of the Provisional Government. Thomas J. Clark. Shaun MacDiarmada. Thomas MacDonagh. P. H. Pearce. Eamon Seant. James Connolly. Joseph Plunkett. The rising lasted for 6 days and involved more than 1,500 insurgents, including some 200 members of the ICA. Exhausted and surrounded by thousands of British troops and facing bombardment from heavy weaponry, including machine guns, 18-pounder howitzers, and a British Navy ship, the Helga, the rebels were forced to surrender unconditionally on Saturday, April 29. Dublin was ablaze, and much of the city centre had been razed to the ground. The dead bodies of civilians and rebels lay on Dublin streets. In many cases, British troops treated civilians as combatants. In rebel-held areas the situation for civilians, who were trapped and without access to food, had become desperate. For the rising's leaders, avoiding further civilian suffering and death was an important factor in the decision to surrender. Thousands were injured and hundreds dead, including 64 rebels and 116 British troops. Repression. Following the uprising, British repression was ferocious across Ireland. Houses were raided for guns and thousands of suspected rebels were interned in camps without trial. Many who were not involved in the insurrection were seized and imprisoned in Ireland, England, and Wales. Courts-martial of rebels were carried out from the beginning of May, resulting in more than 90 death sentence convictions. 14 rebel leaders, including all 7 signatories of the proclamation, were executed between May 3 and May 12. In August, Roger Casement was hanged for treason in Pentonville Prison, England. 74 women surrendered or were arrested, and were described by British General Maxwell as silly little girls. 149 Ireland's ruling generals believed that Constance Marquis Evans was the most dangerous among them and deserved to be shot, but they ultimately decided against it, fearing the response. Connolly, shot and severely injured at the General Post Office, was taken to the hospital in Dublin Castle in a much weakened state. After he had received successive morphine injections, his court-martial was held around his bed on May 9, 1916. He had a final visit from his wife, Lily, and his daughter Nora on May 11. Nora recollected their final exchange. "Well, Lily. I suppose you know what this means." James. It's not that, Mama wailed. "Yes, Lily," he said, patting her hand. "I fell asleep tonight for the first time. I was awakened at 11 and told I was to be shot at dawn." Mama was kneeling, her head on the bed, sobbing heartbreakingly. Daddy laid his hand on her head. "Don't cry, Lily," he pleaded. "You'll unman me." "But your beautiful life, James," Mama sobbed. "Your beautiful life. Hasn't it been a full life, Lily?" he said. "And isn't this a good end?" 150. Connolly slipped into Nora's hand a copy of the statement he had written for his court-martial. It read: "We went out to break the connection between this country and the British Empire and to establish an Irish Republic. We believe that the call we thus issued to the people of Ireland was a nobler call in a nobler cause than any call issued to them during this war, having any connection with war. We succeeded in proving that Irishmen are ready to die endeavouring to win for Ireland their national rights which the British government has been asking them to die to win for Belgium. As long as that remains the case, the cause of Irish freedom is safe. Believing that the British government has no right in Ireland, never had any right in Ireland, and never can have any right in Ireland, the presence in any one generation of even a respectable minority of Irishmen ready to die to affirm that truth makes that government forever a usurpation and crime against human progress. I personally thank God that I have lived to see the day when thousands of Irishmen and boys, and hundreds of Irish women and girls, were equally ready to affirm that truth and seal it with their lives if necessary. 151. The following morning, on May 12, Connolly was taken to Kilmainham jail by ambulance, strapped to a chair, and executed by firing squad at dawn. Before this, the British government had come under increasing pressure to end the executions. With Ireland under military rule, revulsion was growing at the harsh and arbitrary character of sentences and British vengeance. British generals considered Connolly among the worst of the lot and were determined to see him killed. As the campaign opposed to Connolly's execution grew, the Irish Independent, owned by William Martin Murphy, hysterically editorialized for his death, "Let the worst of the ringleaders be singled out and dealt with as they deserve." 152 Irish elites were as hostile to Connolly and the uprising as was the British state. Responses to the rising. The mythology surrounding the 1916 rising insisted that an overwhelming majority of Irish people opposed it and despised the rebels. Supposedly, captured rebels were jeered and spat at as they were marched through Dublin to imprisonment by the British Army. There's no doubt that the well-to-do in Dublin viewed Connolly and his comrades as enemies who deserved to be hung for treason. These same people starved the Dublin working class into submission during the 1913 lockout. Others, less well-off, financially dependent on husbands and family members risking their lives on the continent, may also have viewed the rebellion as an act of treachery. The militarization of Dublin, the hounding out of rebels and their supporters by the authorities, meant it was extremely difficult for anyone who supported or sympathized with the rebellion to demonstrate that support openly. However, some did. At the time, a Canadian journalist, F.A. Kenzie, challenged reports of support for British troops. What I myself saw in the poorer districts did not confirm this. It rather indicated a vast amount of sympathy with the rebels. 153 This should come as no surprise, since hostility to the British war effort had been deepening and spreading in the period before the rising. This myth, like much of the mythology created to explain 1916, was designed by the new ruling class of Ireland to portray the Irish people as generally conservative. Therefore, the reactionary Irish Free State born out of the struggle against British rule could be justified as simply reflecting the innate conservatism of the Irish people. In Ireland and Britain, there were few in the labour and socialist movements who gave their unequivocal support to the rising. Many condemned it as madness, and viewed Connolly's role with dismay. Breaking from this, Sylvia Pankhurst, editor of Woman's Dreadnought, wrote, "We understand why rebellion breaks out in Ireland and we share the sorrow of those who are weeping today for the rebels whom the government has shot." 154 Others found their voice by campaigning against the government execution of the rebel leaders and its imposition of military rule. Across Europe, revolutionaries debated the meaning and significance of the rising. The Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin rejected the notion that the rebellion was a putsch, and added, "It is the misfortune of the Irish that they rose prematurely, before the European revolt of the proletariat had had time to mature." 155. However, every revolutionary movement must start somewhere, and the first action is often premature. European Revolution. Connolly believed that Ireland and all of Europe had become ripe for revolution. In Notes on the Front, published in Workers' Republic in October 1915, he had written, "Who can believe that the peoples of Europe in general, of Ireland in particular, will consent to pay the leeches whose money has made this war possible after having made it inevitable, will consent to pay in sweated labor after having paid in the blood of their bravest and best? It is unthinkable. The people of Europe have held back from violence because bloodshed and armed strife had grown repulsive as a result of years of socialist propaganda. The war madness has swept away that humanitarian feeling, and revealed our rulers as what they are, monsters, red in tooth and claw. Yes, revolution is no longer unthinkable in Europe, its shadow already looms upon the horizon." 156. Connolly was absolutely right. In February 1917, Russia's centuries-old Romanov dynasty was destroyed through a revolutionary upheaval involving workers, soldiers, and peasants. Workers' and soldiers' councils, or Soviets, sprang up across Russia as an alternative power to the newly formed provisional government. Soldiers mutinied at the front, and returned home to strengthen and spread the Soviets. In Russia, the revolutionary process advanced inexorably towards the 1917 Bolshevik-led October Revolution. Inspired by the Russian example, revolt spread across Europe. In Germany the Kaiser was toppled, to be replaced by workers' and soldiers' councils. Revolution from below involving masses of people threatened to tear down the entire global social, economic, and political order and replace it with a new egalitarian order free of class privilege and imperial barbarism. Revolutionary Ireland. In Ireland, 10,000 rallied in Dublin to show their support for the Russian Revolution. In 1918 revolution began to engulf the entire island. This period of revolt is often referred to as the War of Independence or the Anglo-Irish War. Historians tend to emphasize the Irish Republican Army's, IRA, guerrilla war against British rule enforcing the Empire's eventual expulsion from 26 of Ireland's 32 counties. By focusing only on the military aspect of the struggle, the depth of Ireland's revolutionary process is played down, and so is the scale of mass participation. In fact, to defeat the British state, a full combination of armed struggle, strikes, and mass boycotts involving hundreds of thousands of workers was necessary. By 1920, the Royal Irish Constabulary had retreated from 500 police barracks and huts, creating liberated zones all over Ireland. 157 Conor Caustic writes. It was in the urban centres that the working class displayed the greatest militancy, and in addition to an almost continuous sequence of strikes and local general strikes, there were 5 crucial turning points in these revolutionary years created by urban working class activity. Firstly, a general strike against conscription. Secondly, a general strike at the beginning of 1919 in Belfast. Thirdly, the Limerick Soviet of 1919. Fourthly, in April 1920 a Soviet takeover of the major towns of Ireland for the release of hunger strikers, and fifthly, throughout 1920, the refusal of transport workers to move British troops or army equipment. 158. The British government retaliated viciously with targeted assassinations, burning of towns, collective punishment, and imprisonment. Nevertheless, Ireland had become ungovernable, and a British exit had become inevitable. The dynamics of the struggle vindicated what Connolly had envisioned. An increasingly radicalized Irish working class mobilized for an end to British rule, but simultaneously demanded higher wages and land distribution. As the working class gathered confidence in its own demands, its actions threatened Ireland's entire social order. Irish and British elites alike were terrified that Ireland would follow the path of revolutionary Russia. However, the struggle did not culminate in an insurrection aiming to establish a socialist workers' republic. Absent from the fight was an organization infused with Connolly's revolutionary socialist ideas and vision, of sufficient reach and capable of giving leadership to the increasingly militant working class. Large numbers of workers across Ireland supported the goal of a workers' republic, and were inspired by the workers' revolution in Russia. Such a political force could have drawn together the most militant and socialist-inclined workers across Ireland, to contend with those Republicans focused exclusively on military conflict and national independence, as a means of shaping the general direction of the struggle against British rule and capitalism. As a result, Sinn Féin was able to dominate political leadership of the struggle, and used it to curtail the development of independent workers' demands and the sharpening class conflict. For example, Kieran Allen writes, as the IRA cracked down on seizures, the big landowners began to look to the Republican courts for protection rather than the British courts. But this also meant there was a marked decline in enthusiasm for the national struggle in parts of Connaught that had been most severely hit by land hunger. When the IRA took up the policeman's baton to protect the big farmers, there were many who asked if the Republic was really worth fighting for. 159. To contain the Irish working class insurgency, a counter-revolution was necessary. The Anglo-Irish Treaty, concluded on December 6, 1921, granted limited independence for 26 counties but also included partition. The treaty was immediately supported by the wealthiest elements of Irish society and the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. Republican treaty supporters agreed to collaborate with the British government to crush their former comrades in arms in a counter-revolutionary civil war. The Catholic upper-class leaders of the post-treaty Irish Free State moved quickly to reimpose the social order of the British Empire under an Irish flag. And, in the North, Unionist forces set about consolidating their power, laying the foundations for a sectarian state that would protect capitalist interests to the detriment of the working class, and particularly its Catholic minority. 160 This was the counter-revolutionary carnival of reaction Connolly forewarned of when he insisted that socialists and the labor movement must oppose partition. Tragically, Connolly was once again vindicated. If you remove the English army tomorrow and hoist the green flag over Dublin Castle, unless you set about the organization of the Socialist Republic, your efforts would be in vain. 161. Conclusion. James Connolly made a tremendous contribution to the international socialist movement as a party builder, organizer, agitator, trade union militant, theorist, propagandist, and anti-imperialist. Throughout his political life, his ideas and strategies evolved and changed as he grappled with the challenges faced by the struggles in which he was directly involved. Certainly, he was not always right. However, his commitment to a more equal society never altered or faltered. Today's Ireland, North and South, shares none of the goals Connolly spent his life fighting for. Many in the establishment claim to stand in his tradition, but he stood for the revolutionary overthrow of the existing capitalist order and its replacement with socialism, not for piecemeal reform and accommodation to the status quo. The new Ireland Connolly envisioned was a socialist Ireland. In 1898, Connolly castigated Irish nationalists who celebrated the 100th anniversary of the 1798 Irish Rebellion but belittled Wolfe Tone's revolutionary aspirations. He wrote, "False as they are to every one of the great principles to which our hero consecrated his life, they cannot hope to deceive the popular instinct, and their presence at the 98 commemorations will only bring into sharper relief the depth to which they have sunk. Our Home Rule leaders will find that the glory of Wolfe Tone's memory will serve, not to cover, but to accentuate the darkness of their shame." 162. Much the same could be said today of political leaders claiming to honor the 1916 Rising and the contribution of Connolly. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn observed, "None of the prosperous professional Irish, who shouted their admiration for him after his death, lent him a helping hand at that time. Jim Connolly was anathema to them because he was a socialist." 163. The prosperous professional Irish today are terrified at any discussion of rebellion, and are just as hostile to socialism as they were in Connolly's day. The wealth and power of Ireland's political and corporate elite, in the North and South, derives from integrating Ireland into the neoliberal global order dominated by the United States and the European Union as a low-wage and low-corporate tax economy. As the rich prosper, inequality and deprivation relentlessly grow on both sides of the border. In the north of Ireland, austerity increasingly blights working-class communities, making Connolly's call for Catholic and Protestant workers to unite to challenge sectarianism and capitalism all the more necessary and essential. The struggle for a socialist Ireland is the key to destroying the reactionary legacy of partition. Across the island of Ireland, and across the world, austerity and injustice face tremendous challenges. Refugees and migrants demand the right to escape poverty and war. Women demand full control of their bodies, and genuine equality. The people of Ireland have struck a blow against homophobia by voting in favor of equal marriage. Workers are beginning to find their voice and the confidence to use their collective power. Many people understand the urgency of taking action to stop climate change. The marginalized and the dispossessed are finding their voice. This awakening is also finding expression politically, through the emergence of new parties and the election of radicals and socialists. In Ireland and across the world, large numbers are questioning capitalism, and justly feel that they have been left behind. Capitalism has generated grotesque inequality, vicious conflicts across the globe, ecological disaster, and massive levels of uncertainty. The system's instability and violence are leaving great numbers of people ever more desperate, confused, and angry. Dark political forces that must be confronted are growing through scapegoating of the vulnerable, but offer nothing but more violent authoritarianism and inequality. This is why Connolly's alternative is necessary and urgent. Real change is necessary and possible. What we do collectively matters. Connolly's vision of a socialist alternative, his refusal to be compromised into defeat, and his confidence in the capacity of the downtrodden, exploited, and dispossessed to emancipate themselves and give birth to a new kind of society is not only inspirational, but is profoundly vital politically. It is the answer we are looking for. It is this part of Connolly that has been most obscured since his death, and which is most urgent for us to recover now for a new generation of rebels and freedom fighters rising against injustice in Ireland and across the globe. This is Connolly's vision that we should celebrate, honor, and struggle to make a reality. The day will come, and perhaps like a bolt from the blue, when the frontiers and lines of circumvallation drawn around the countries of the world will not be sufficient to prevent the handclasp of friendship between the peoples. But that day will only come when the kings and kaisers, queens and czars, financiers and capitalists who now oppress humanity will be hurled from their place and power, and the emancipated workers of the earth, no longer blind instruments of rich men's greed, will found a new society, a new civilization, whose cornerstone will be labor, whose inspiring principle will be justice, whose limits humanity can alone bound. 164. Chronology of Connolly's life. 1868. June 5, James Connolly is born in Edinburgh, Scotland. 1882. Enlists with the 1st Battalion King's Liverpool Regiment and is stationed in Ireland. 1888. Leaves British Army and returns to Scotland. 1890. Marries Lily Reynolds in Perth. Joins the Socialist League in Edinburgh. Works as a carter for the Edinburgh City Council. 1892. Branch Secretary of the Scottish Socialist Federation in Edinburgh. 1893. Contributes Scottish Notes to Justice, Journal of the Social Democratic Federation. 1894. Stands as a socialist candidate for the St. Giles ward in Edinburgh municipal elections. 1896. Founds the Irish Socialist Republican Party, ISRP, in Dublin. 1897. Arrested for leading a demonstration protesting Queen Victoria's Jubilee in Dublin. Forms Rank and File 98 Club to commemorate the 1798 Irish Rising. 1898 to 1903. Editor of the Workers' Republic, newspaper of the ISRP. 1900. ISRP delegates attend the International Socialist Congress in Paris. 1902. Stands for election in Woodquay ward in Dublin municipal elections. Speaking tour in the United States, organized by the Socialist Labor Party, SLP. 1903. Emigrates to the United States and settles in Troy, New York. Works as an insurance collector. Joins the SLP. 1905. Joins the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW. Moves to Newark, New Jersey. Works as a machinist in the Singer factory in Elizabeth, New Jersey. 1906. Appointed to the National Executive Committee of the SLP by the New Jersey section. 1907. Moves to the Bronx, New York. Founds the Irish Socialist Federation in New York. Resigns from the SLP. 1908 to 10. Editor of the Harp, newspaper of the ISF. 1908. Founds IWW Propaganda League in New York. Joins the Socialist Party of America. Socialism Made Easy published in Chicago. Contributes to the Industrial Union Bulletin. 1909. Addresses IWW May Day Rally in New York. Appointed SPA National Organizer. Contributes to the International Socialist Review. 1910. Participates in IWW free speech campaign led by William Big Bill Haywood in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. SPA National Speaking Tour. Labour, Nationality, and Religion published. Returns to Ireland. Joins the Socialist Party of Ireland. Labour in Irish History published. Lily Connolly and children return to Ireland. 1911. Connolly family moves to Belfast. Connolly appointed Belfast branch secretary and Ulster organiser of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, ITWU. 1912. Establishes Independent Labour Party of Ireland. 1913. Dublin employer lockout following ITWU tramway strike. Connolly arrested and sentenced to 3 months imprisonment for addressing a mass rally with Jim Larkin. Begins hunger strike in Mountjoy prison. Irish Citizen Army formed to protect picketing workers. 1914. Organises against proposal to partition Ireland, and opposes Great War. Commander of the Irish Citizen Army. Appointed ITWU General Secretary following Larkin's departure for the United States. The Irish Worker, paper of the ITWU, suppressed. 1915-16. Editor of the Workers' Republic. 1915. The Reconquest of Ireland published. 1916. Joins Military Committee of the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and agrees on date for uprising. Nominated Vice President of the Provisional Government of the Irish Republic, and Commandant General of the Dublin Division of the Army of the Irish Republic. Participates in the Easter Rising and is wounded. Court-martialed in Dublin Castle on May 9. Executed by a British Army firing squad on May 12. James Connolly in 1916. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, author of The Rebel Girl. Plaque dedicated to James Connolly in the Cowgate area of Edinburgh where he was born. Government proclamation banning a workers' solidarity rally during the 1913 Dublin lockout. Irish Citizen Army assembled outside the headquarters of the ITWU at Liberty Hall, Dublin, 1914. Members of the Irish Women Workers' Union on the steps of Liberty Hall, 1914. Dublin in the aftermath of the 1916 Rising. James Connolly's writings. 1. Manifesto of the Irish Socialist Republican Party. The great appear great to us only because we are on our knees, let us rise. Object. Establishment of an Irish Socialist Republic based upon the public ownership by the Irish people of the land, and instruments of production, distribution, and exchange. Agriculture to be administered as a public function, under boards of management elected by the agricultural population and responsible to them and to the nation at large. All other forms of labor necessary to the well-being of the community to be conducted on the same principles. Program. As a means of organizing the forces of the democracy in preparation for any struggle which may precede the realization of our ideal, of paving the way for its realization, of restricting the tide of emigration by providing employment at home, and finally of palliating the evils of our present social system, we work by political means to secure the following measures. 1. Nationalization of railways and canals. 2. Abolition of private banks and money-lending institutions and establishments of state banks, under popularly elected boards of directors, issuing loans at cost. 3. Establishment at public expense of rural depots for the most improved agricultural machinery, to be lent out to the agricultural population at a rent covering cost and management alone. 4. Graduated income tax on all incomes over £400 per annum in order to provide funds for pensions to the aged, infirm, and widows and orphans. 5. Legislative restriction of hours of labor to 48 per week and establishment of a minimum wage. 6. Free maintenance for all children. 7. Gradual extension of the principle of public ownership and supply to all the necessaries of life. 8. Public control and management of national schools by boards elected by popular ballot for that purpose alone. 9. Free education up to the highest university grades. 10. Universal suffrage. The Irish Socialist Republican Party. That the agricultural and industrial system of a free people, like their political system, ought to be an accurate reflex of the democratic principle by the people for the people, solely in the interests of the people. That the private ownership, by a class, of the land and instruments of production, distribution, and exchange, is opposed to this vital principle of justice, and is the fundamental basis of all oppression, national, political, and social. That the subjection of one nation to another, as of Ireland to the authority of the British Crown, is a barrier to the free political and economic development of the subjected nation, and can only serve the interests of the exploiting classes of both nations. That, therefore, the national and economic freedom of the Irish people must be sought in the same direction, viz., the establishment of an Irish Socialist Republic, and the consequent conversion of the means of production, distribution, and exchange into the common property of society, to be held and controlled by a democratic state in the interests of the entire community. That the conquest by the social democracy of political power in Parliament, and on all public bodies in Ireland, is the readiest and most effective means whereby the revolutionary forces may be organized and disciplined to attain that end. Branches wanted everywhere. Inquiries invited. Entrance fee, 6d. Minimum weekly subscription 1d. Offices, 67, Middle Abbey Street, Dublin. September 1896. 2. Socialism and Nationalism. In Ireland at the present time there are at work a variety of agencies seeking to preserve the national sentiment in the hearts of the people. These agencies, whether Irish language movements, literary societies, or commemoration committees, are undoubtedly doing a work of lasting benefit to this country in helping to save from extinction the precious racial and national history, language, and characteristics of our people. Nevertheless, there is a danger that by too strict an adherence to their present methods of propaganda, and consequent neglect of vital living issues, they may only succeed in stereotyping our historical studies into a worship of the past, or crystallizing nationalism into a tradition glorious and heroic indeed, but still only a tradition. Now traditions may, and frequently do, provide materials for a glorious martyrdom, but can never be strong enough to ride the storm of a successful revolution. If the national movement of our day is not merely to reenact the old sad tragedies of our past history, it must show itself capable of rising to the exigencies of the moment. It must demonstrate to the people of Ireland that our nationalism is not merely a morbid idealizing of the past, but is also capable of formulating a distinct and definite answer to the problems of the present and a political and economic creed capable of adjustment to the wants of the future. This concrete political and social ideal will best be supplied, I believe, by the frank acceptance on the part of all earnest nationalists of the Republic as their goal. Not a republic as in France, where a capitalist monarchy with an elective head parodies the constitutional abortions of England, and in open alliance with the Muscovite despotism brazenly flaunts its apostasy to the traditions of the Revolution. Not a republic as in the United States, where the power of the purse has established a new tyranny under the forms of freedom, where, 100 years after the feat of the last British redcoat polluted the streets of Boston, British landlords and financiers impose upon American citizens a servitude compared with which the tax of pre-revolution days was a mere trifle. No. The republic I would wish our fellow countrymen to set before them as their ideal should be of such a character that the mere mention of its name would at all times serve as a beacon light to the oppressed of every land, at all times holding forth promise of freedom and plenteousness as the reward of their efforts on its behalf. To the tenant farmer, ground between landlordism on the one hand and American competition on the other, as between the upper and the nether millstone, to the wage workers in the towns, suffering from the exact ions of the slave-driving capitalist, to the agricultural laborer, toiling away his life for a wage barely sufficient to keep body and soul together, in fact to every one of the toiling millions upon whose misery the outwardly splendid fabric of our modern civilization is reared, the Irish Republic might be made a word to conjure with, a rallying point for the disaffected, a haven for the oppressed, a point of departure for the socialist, enthusiastic in the cause of human freedom. This linking together of our national aspirations with the hopes of the men and women who have raised the standard of revolt against that system of capitalism and landlordism, of which the British Empire is the most aggressive type and resolute defender, should not, in any sense, import an element of discord into the ranks of earnest nationalists, and would serve to place us in touch with fresh reservoirs of moral and physical strength sufficient to lift the cause of Ireland to a more commanding position than it has occupied since the day of Ben Burb. It may be pleaded that the ideal of a socialist republic, implying, as it does, a complete political and economic revolution, would be sure to alienate all our middle class and aristocratic supporters, who would dread the loss of their property and privileges. What does this objection mean? That we must conciliate the privileged classes in Ireland. But you can only disarm their hostility by assuring them that in a free Ireland their privileges will not be interfered with. That is to say, you must guarantee that when Ireland is free of foreign domination, the green-coated Irish soldiers will guard the fraudulent gains of capitalist and landlord from the thin hands of the poor just as remorselessly and just as effectually as the scarlet-coated emissaries of England do today. On no other basis will the classes unite with you. Do you expect the masses to fight for this ideal? When you talk of freeing Ireland, do you only mean the chemical elements which compose the soil of Ireland? Or is it the Irish people you mean? If the latter, from what do you propose to free them? From the rule of England? But all systems of political administration or governmental machinery are but the reflex of the economic forms which underlie them. English rule in England is but the symbol of the fact that English conquerors in the past forced upon this country a property system founded upon spoliation, fraud, and murder, that, as the present-day exercise of the rights of property so originated involves the continual practice of legalized spoliation and fraud, English rule is found to be the most suitable form of government by which the spoliation can be protected, and an English army the most pliant tool with which to execute judicial murder when the fears of the propertied classes demand it. The socialist who would destroy, root and branch, the whole brutally materialistic system of civilization, which like the English language we have adopted as our own, is, I hold, a far more deadly foe to English rule and tutelage than the superficial thinker who imagines it possible to reconcile Irish freedom with those insidious but disastrous forms of economic subjection, landlord tyranny, capitalist fraud, and unclean usury, baneful fruits of the Norman conquest, the unholy trinity, of which Strongbow and Dyer Muid Mac Murchad ha Norman thief and Irish traitor were the fitting precursors and apostles. If you remove the English army tomorrow and hoist the green flag over Dublin Castle, unless you set about the organization of the Socialist Republic, your efforts would be in vain. England would still rule you. She would rule you through her capitalists, through her landlords, through her financiers, through the whole array of commercial and individualist institutions she has planted in this country and watered with the tears of our mothers and the blood of our martyrs. England would still rule you to your ruin, even while your lips offered hypocritical homage at the shrine of that freedom whose cause you had betrayed. Nationalism without socialism, without a reorganization of society on the basis of a broader and more developed form of that common property which underlay the social structure of ancient Erin, is only national recreancy. It would be tantamount to a public declaration that our oppressors had so far succeeded in inoculating us with their perverted conceptions of justice and morality that we had finally decided to accept those conceptions as our own, and no longer needed an alien army to force them upon us. As a socialist, I am prepared to do all one man can do to achieve for our motherland her rightful heritage independence, but if you ask me to abate one jot or tittle of the claims of social justice, in order to conciliate the privileged classes, then I must decline. Such action would be neither honorable nor feasible. Let us never forget that he never reaches heaven who marches thither in the company of the devil. Let us openly proclaim our faith, the logic of events is with us. The Shan van Vocht, January 1897. 3. Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. The great appear great to us, only because we are on our knees. Let us rise. Fellow workers. The loyal subjects of Victoria, Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, Empress of India, etc., celebrate this year the longest reign on record. Already the air is laden with rumors of preparations for a wholesale manufacture of sham. Popular rejoicings at this glorious commemoration. Home Rule orators and nationalist Lord Mayors, Whig politicians, and Parnellite pressmen, have ere now lent their prestige and influence to the attempt to arouse public interest in the sickening details of this feast of flunkyism. It is time then that some organised party in Ireland other than those in whose mouths patriotism means compromise, and freedom, high dividends should speak out bravely and honestly the sentiments awakened in the breast of every lover of freedom by this ghastly farce now being played out before our eyes. Hence the Irish Socialist Republican Party which, from its inception, has never hesitated to proclaim its unswerving hostility to the British Crown, and to the political and social order of which in these islands that crown is but the symbol, takes this opportunity of hurling at the heads of all the courtly mummers who grovel at the shrine of royalty the contempt and hatred of the Irish revolutionary democracy. We, at least, are not loyal men. We confess to having more respect and honour for the raggedest child of the poorest labourer in Ireland today than for any, even the most virtuous, descendant of the long array of murderers, adulterers, and madmen who have sat upon the throne of England. During this glorious reign Ireland has seen 1,225,000 of her children die of famine, starved to death whilst the produce of her soil and their labour was eaten up by a vulture aristocracy, enforcing their rents by the bayonets of a hired assassin army in the pay of the best of the English queens, the eviction of 3,668,000, a multitude greater than the entire population of Switzerland, and the reluctant emigration of 4,186,000 of our kindred, a greater host than the entire people of Greece. At the present moment 78% of our wage earners receive less than £1 per week, our streets are thronged by starving crowds of the unemployed, cattle graze on our tenantless farms and around the ruins of our battered homesteads, our ports are crowded with departing emigrants, and our poorhouses are full of paupers. Such are the constituent elements out of which we are bade to construct a national festival of rejoicing. Working class of Ireland, we appeal to you not to allow your opinions to be misrepresented on this occasion. Join your voice with ours in protesting against the base assumption that we owe to this empire any other debt than that of hatred of all its plundering institutions. Let this year be indeed a memorable one as marking the date when the Irish workers at last flung off that slavish dependence on the lead of the gentry, which has paralyzed the arm of every soldier of freedom in the past. The Irish landlords, now as ever the enemy's garrison, instinctively support every institution which, like monarchy, degrades the manhood of the people and weakens the moral fibre of the oppressed. The middle class, absorbed in the pursuit of gold, have pawned their souls for the prostitute glories of commercialism and remain openly or secretly hostile to every movement which would imperil the sanctity of their dividends. The working class alone have nothing to hope for save in a revolutionary reconstruction of society. They, and they alone, are capable of that revolutionary initiative which, with all the political and economic development of the time to aid it, can carry us forward into the promised land of perfect freedom, the reward of the age-long travail of the people. To you, workers of Ireland, we address ourselves. Agitate in the workshop, in the field, in the factory, until you arouse your brothers to hatred of the slavery of which we are all the victims. Educate, that the people may no longer be deluded by illusory hopes of prosperity under any system of society of which monarchs or noblemen, capitalists or landlords form an integral part. Organize, that a solid, compact, and intelligent force, conscious of your historic mission as a class, you may seize the reins of political power whenever possible and, by intelligent application of the working class ballot, clear the field of action for the revolutionary forces of the future. Let the containg, fed classes bow the knee as they may, be you true to your own manhood, and to the cause of freedom, whose hope is in you, and, pressing unweariedly onward in pursuit of the high destiny to which the Socialist Republic invites you, let the words which the poet puts into the mouth of Mazeppa console you amid the orgies of the tyrants of today. But time at last makes all things even. And if we do but watch the hour, there never yet was human power that could evade, if unforgiven, the patient hate and vigil long of those who treasure up a wrong. Speech, 1897. 4. The men we honor. Apostles of freedom are ever idolized when dead, but crucified when living. Universally true as this statement is, it applies with more than usual point to the revolutionary hero in whose memory the Irish people will, on Monday, August 15, lay the foundation stone of a great memorial. Accustomed, as we are, to accept without question the statements of platform oratory or political journalism as embodying the various truths of history, the real meaning and significance of the life and struggles of the high-soured organizer of the United Irish Movement of 1798 is too often lost to the people of Ireland today. We think with pride and joy of Wolfe Tone and his struggle for Ireland, but when we think of his enemies, of those who thwarted him at every opportunity, who ceased not to revile him while alive and paused not in their calumnies even when he had passed beyond the grave, we are too apt to forget that the most virulent and unforgiving of those enemies were not the emissaries of the British Crown, but the men from whose lips the cant of patriotism was never absent, the leaders in church and politics of the people whose emancipation Wolfe Tone had labored to secure and met death in the effort to forward. Yet it is a lesson we need to remember, fraught as it is with meaning, in the task before the Irish democracy today. There are few passages in the life of Tone more pregnant with interest to the attentive reader than that which chronicles the negotiations between himself and the great Whig party of which Grattan was such a shining light. The attempt of the Whig aristocracy to cajole and bribe the young and ardent Democrat into lending his intellect and powers to the service of their party, and the scornful refusal of the high-minded, but penniless, Tone to thus prostitute his genius in the cause of compromise and time-serving, points a moral the young men of Ireland might well lay to heart in deciding under which flag they will take their stand in the struggle to which we henceforth challenge friends and enemies. "I was a Democrat from the commencement," proudly declared our hero, and in the light of that announcement we at once perceive why the wealthy classes of Ireland with scarce a dozen exceptions ranged themselves against him, why Grattan never by word or deed testified the slightest sympathy with the United Irishmen, why Dan O'Connell took up arms to defend Dublin for the British government against his own countrymen and rebel co-religionists, why the Catholic aristocracy fought side by side with the Orange Yeomanry, why the fiercest invectives of Lord Castlereagh or Beresford of the riding school were but faint echoes of the maledictions heaped upon the revolutionists by the aristocratic Catholic bishops, why, in short, Wolfe Tone and his comrades were overwhelmed by the treachery of their own countrymen more than by the force of the foreign enemy. He was crucified in life, now he is idolized in death, and the men who push forward most arrogantly to burn incense at the altar of his fame are drawn from the very class who, were he alive today, would hasten to repudiate him as a dangerous malcontent. False as they are to every one of the great principles to which our hero consecrated his life, they cannot hope to deceive the popular instinct, and their presence at the 98 commemorations will only bring into greater relief the depth to which they have sunk. Our Home Rule leaders will find that the glory of Wolfe Tone's memory will serve, not to cover, but to accentuate the darkness of their shame. Wolfe Tone was abreast of the revolutionary thought of his day, as are the socialist republicans of our day. He saw clearly, as we see, that a dominion as long-rooted in any country as British dominion in Ireland can only be dislodged by a revolutionary impulse in line with the development of the entire epoch. Grasping this truth in all its fullness, he broke with the so-called practical men of the time, and wherever he could get a hearing he, by voice and pen, inculcated the republican principles of the French Revolution and counseled his countrymen to embark the national movement on the crest of that revolutionary wave. His Irish birth did not create his hatred of the British Constitution, but only intensified it. Like Mitchell, 50 years later, he held ideas on political and social order such as would have made him a rebel even had he been an Englishman. In this fact lay his strength and the secret of his enthusiasm. We who hold his principles cherish his memory all the more on that account, believing as we do that any movement which would successfully grapple with the problem of national freedom must draw its inspiration, not from the moldering records of a buried past, but from the glowing hopes of the living present, the vast possibilities of the mighty future. When the hour of the social revolution at length strikes and the revolutionary lava now pent up in the socialist movement finally overflows and submerges the kings and classes who now rule and ruin the world, high up in the topmost niches of the temple a liberated human race will erect to the heroes and martyrs who have watered the tree of liberty with the blood of their body and the sweat of their intellect, side by side with the Washingtons, Kosciuszkos, and Tells of other lands, a grateful Irish people will carve the name of our precursor, Theobald Wolfe, the man whose virtues we can only honor by imitation, as the Socialist Republic will yet honor his principles by realization. Workers' Republic, August 13, 1898. 5. The Gaelic Revival. We are great Gaelic scholars in this office. Talking of Gaelic scholars brings me to an easy and natural transition to speak of the great Celtic Renaissance of late years. I think it has its bad and its good points. Its bad points are, in my opinion, only accidental to the movement and were well got rid of. They consist in the attempt to exclude all other methods of culture, to deny the value of all other literature and the worth of all other peoples, and in general to make our Irish youths and maidens too self-centered. I believe the Gaelic movement has great promise of life in it, but that promise will only be properly fulfilled when it naturally works its way into the life of the nation, side by side with every other agency making for a regenerated people. The chief enemy of a Celtic revival today is the crushing force of capitalism, which irresistibly destroys all national or racial characteristics, and by sheer stress of its economic preponderance reduces a Galway or a Dublin, a Lithuania or a Warsaw to the level of a mere second-hand imitation of Manchester or Glasgow. In the words of Karl Marx, capitalism creates a world after its own image, and the image of capitalism is to be found in the industrial centers of Great Britain. A very filthy image indeed. You cannot teach starving men Gaelic, and the treasury of our national literature will and must remain lost forever to the poor wage slaves who are contented by our system of society to toil from early morn to late at night for a mere starvation wage. Therefore, I say to our friends in the Gaelic movement, your proper place is in the ranks of the Socialist Republican Party, fighting for the abolition of the accursed social system which grinds us down in such a manner, which debases the character and lowers the ideals of our people to such a fearful degree that to the majority of our workers, the most priceless manuscript of ancient Celtic lore would hold but a secondary place in their esteem beside a rasher of bacon. Help us secure to all our fellow countrymen a free, full, and happy life, secure in possession of a rational, human existence, neither brutalized by toil nor debilitated by hunger, and then all the noble characteristics of our race will have full opportunity to expand and develop. And when all that is good in literature, art, and science is recognized as the property of all and not the heritage of a few, your ideals will receive the unquestioned adhesion of all true Irishmen. I do not ask you to cease for a moment your endeavors on your present lines of education, but only to recognize in us your natural allies, as you should recognize that those who, under any pretext, however specious, would ask you to help them perpetuate British capitalism, which now thwarts you at every turn, is your enemy and the enemy of your cause. The success of our cause is certain sooner or later. But the welcome light of the sun of freedom may at any moment flash upon our eyes, and with your help we would not fear the storm which may precede the dawn. Workers' Republic, October 1, 1898. 6. The roots of modern war. The cabinets who rule the destinies of nations from the various capitals of Europe are but the tools of the moneyed interest. Their quarrels are not dictated by sentiments of national pride or honor, but by the avarice and lust of power on the part of the class to which they belong. The people who fight under their banners in the various armies or navies do indeed imagine they are fighting the battles of their own country, but in what country has it ever happened that the people have profited by foreign conquest? The influence which impels towards war today is the influence of capitalism. Every war now is a capitalist move for new markets, and it is a move capitalism must make or perish. The mad scramble for wealth which this century has witnessed has resulted in lifting almost every European country into the circle of competition for trade. New machinery, new inventions, new discoveries in the scientific world have all been laid under contribution as aids to industry, until the wealth-producing powers of society at large have far outstripped the demand for goods, and now those very powers we have conjured up from the bosom of nature threaten to turn and rend us. Every new labor-saving machine, at one and the same time, by reducing the number of workers needed, reduces the demand for goods which the worker cannot buy, while increasing the power of producing goods, and thus permanently increases the number of unemployed, and shortens the period of industrial prosperity. Competition between capitalists drives them to seek for newer and more efficient wealth-producing machines, but as the home market is now no longer able to dispose of their produce, they are driven to foreign markets. So it is in China today. The great industrial nations of the world, driven on by their respective moneyed classes, themselves driven on by their own machinery, now front each other in the Far East, and, with swords in hand, threaten to set the armed millions of Europe in terrible and bloody conflict, in order to decide which shall have the right to force upon John Chinaman the goods which his European brother produces. Lavely says somewhere that capitalism came into the world covered with blood and tears and dirt. We might add that if this war cloud now gathering in the East does burst, it will be the last capitalist war, so the death of that baneful institution will be like its birth, bloody, muddy, and ignominious. Workers' Republic, August 20, 1898. 7. British butchers in Egypt. When our last issue appeared, the press of these islands were pouring forth by the column their endorsement of the humanitarian sentiments of the Russian Tsar. Today the same newspapers are devoting columns to glowing descriptions of the cold-blooded slaughter by the British Army of the half-armed and half-civilized natives of a country they have wantonly invaded. There is scarcely a capital in Europe from which Great Britain has not been complimented on the successful outcome of the battle before Khartoum, complimented by the very men, and newspapers, who a week ago were ostentatiously singing anthems of brotherly love with all men, and deploring the cruel necessity of war. The hypocrisy of the whole proceedings is brought into still greater relief when we consider the nature of the battle over which the jubilation is so great, and still more when we remember the circumstances which have led up to the battle. The British occupation of Egypt, from the bombardment of Alexandria down to the latest massacre at Omdurman, has been one prolonged criminal enterprise, conceived and executed entirely in the interests of the holders of Egyptian bonds and speculating capitalists. The people of Egypt attempting to free themselves from the grasp of the horde of officials and tax-gatherers who were ruining the country were attacked in the most unjustifiable manner by the British fleet and army, their chief seaport bombarded, their country invaded, their popular government overthrown, their army overwhelmed by the superior equipments of their enemy. Disaster and death spread far and wide over their peaceful plans. Every patriotic effort to repel the invader was denounced as a crime, the well-merited death meted out to such typical contagious scoundrels as General Gordon, who fell trying to win the confidence of the people whom he meant to finally betray, was shrieked over as a murder, while the merciless slaughter of half-armed natives was hailed as a glorious victory. The wild Bedouins of the desert, in the midst of their fiercest forays, regarded as inviolable the wells from which water can alone be obtained in the desert. The civilized British army filled up the wells with carcasses and filth. The savage Arabs made war like men upon men. The British army destroyed the standing crops and burned the villages upon the women and children. The enemy, as our Irish newspapers call them, fought for home and freedom. The British carried fire and the sword and desolation into a land and upon a people who had never injured them, a people who could not have disturbed their conquest even of Lower Egypt, had they ever been so willing. But Britain has triumphed. Glorious triumph! An army equipped with all the most destructive weapons, and with which modern science furnishes the assassin armies of the world, vanquished in the open field a band of half-civilized, half-armed, and undisciplined men. Our rulers may well exult at such a victory. But let us hope that the day is not far distant when, on a field not so far away, the hireling army which triumphed in Egypt may fail to save its paymasters and our oppressors from the doom they so richly deserve. Workers' Republic, September 10, 1898. 8. Socialism and Religion. Perhaps upon no point are the doctrines of socialism so much misunderstood, and so much misrepresented, as in their relation to religion. When driven into a corner upon every other point at issue, when from the point of view of economics, of politics, or of morality, he is worst in argument, This question of religion invariably forms the final entrenchment of the enemy of socialism, especially in Ireland. But it is opposed to religion, constitutes the last words, the ultimate shift, of the supporters of capitalism, driven from every other line of defense but stubbornly refusing to yield. Socialism is atheism, and all socialists are atheists, or your socialism is but a fine name to cover your atheism in its attack upon the church. All these phrases are so commonly heard in the course of every dispute upon the merits or demerits of the socialist doctrine that we require no apology for introducing them here in order to point out their illogical character. So far from it being true that socialism and atheism are synonymous terms, it is a curious and instructive fact that almost all the prominent propagandists of free thought in our generation have been, and are, most determined enemies of socialism. The late Charles Bradlaugh, in his time the most aggressive freethinker in England, was to the last resolute and uncompromising in his hatred of socialism. G.W. Foote, the present editor of the Freethinker, the national organ of English secularism, is a bitter enemy of socialism, and the late Colonel Bob Ingersoll, the chief apostle of free thought doctrine in the United States, was well known as an apologist of capitalism. On the continent of Europe many other quite similar cases might be recorded, but those already quoted will suffice, as being those most easily verified by our readers. It is a suggestive and amusing fact that in the motley ranks of the defenders of capitalism the professional propagandists of free thought are comrades in arms of His Holiness the Pope. The ill-reasoned and inconclusive encyclicals lately issued against socialism make of the hierarchy of the Catholic Church belated camp followers in the armies marching under the banners raised by the agnostic exponents of the individualist philosophy. Obviously, even the meanest intelligence can see that there need be no identity of thought between the freethinker as such, and the socialist as a socialist. From what then does the popular misconception arise? In the first instance, from the interested attempt of the propertied classes to create such a prejudice against socialism as might deter the working class giving ear to its doctrines, an attempt too often successful, and in the second instance, from a misconception of the attitude of the Socialist Party towards the theological dogma in general. The Socialist Republican Party of Ireland prohibits the discussion of theological or anti-theological questions at its meetings, public or private. This is in conformity with the practice of the chief socialist parties of the world, which have frequently, in Germany for example, declared religion to be a private matter, and outside the scope of socialist action. Modern socialism, in fact, as it exists in the minds of its leading exponents, and as it is held and worked for by an increasing number of enthusiastic adherents throughout the civilized world, has an essentially material, matter-of-fact foundation. We do not mean that its supporters are necessarily materialists in the vulgar, and merely anti-theological, sense of the term, but that they do not base their socialism upon any interpretation of the language or meaning of Scripture, nor upon the real or supposed intentions of a beneficent deity. They as a party neither affirm nor deny those things, but leave it to the individual conscience of each member to determine what beliefs on such questions they shall hold. As a political party they wisely prefer to take their stand upon the actual phenomena of social life as they can be observed in operation amongst us today, or as they can be traced in the recorded facts of history. If any special interpretation of the meanings of Scripture tends to influence human thought in the direction of socialism, or is found to be on a plane with the postulates of socialist doctrine, then the scientific socialist considers that the said interpretation is stronger because of its identity with the teachings of socialism, but he does not necessarily believe that socialism is stronger, or its position more impregnable, because of its theological ally. He realizes that the facts upon which his socialist faith are based are strong enough in themselves to withstand every shock, and attacks from every quarter, and therefore while he is at all times willing to accept help from every extraneous source, he will only accept it on one condition, viz., that he is not to be required in return to identify his cause with any other whose discomfiture might also involve socialism in discredit. This is the main reason why socialists fight shy of theological dogmas and religions generally, because we feel that socialism is based upon a series of facts requiring only unassisted human reason to grasp and master all their details, whereas religion of every kind is admittedly based upon faith in the occurrence in past ages of a series of phenomena inexplicable by any process of mere human reasoning. Obviously, therefore, to identify socialism with religion would be to abandon at once that universal, non-sectarian character which today we find indispensable to working-class unity, as it would mean that our members would be required to conform to one religious creed, as well as to one specific economic faith, a course of action we have no intention of entering upon, as it would inevitably entangle us in the disputes of the warring sects of the world, and thus lead to the disintegration of the Socialist Party. Socialism, as a party, bases itself upon its knowledge of facts, of economic truths, and leaves the building up of religious ideals or faiths to the outside public, or to its individual members if they so will. It is neither freethinker nor Christian, Turk, nor Jew, Buddhist nor idolater, Mohammedan, nor Parsi, it is only human. Workers' Republic, June 17, 1899. Included in the pamphlet The New Evangel Preached to Irish Toilers, published in 1901. 9. The Working Class and Revolutionary Action. In our day and generation there is only one class which can be depended upon for consistent revolutionary action. That class is the working class. Not because the working class is in its individual members better than other classes, but because it is the only class in the community which has nothing to hope from the maintenance of present conditions. The onward march of capitalist society crushes the workers lower and lower in the mire, makes life more and more precarious for the toilers, and as a consequence confronts the manhood of labor with the grim alternative: either revolution to enable the workers to grasp the power of the state and so render possible the restoration to the laborer of the control of the means of existence, and thus a healthy, happy, human life, or else a lifetime of hard and degrading toil with the workhouse as a final reward. The worker who realizes his class position is consistent throughout, and his consistency carries with it the destruction of modern capitalism and all the governments and institutions which maintain its rule. Workers' Republic, December 16, 1899. 10. Let us free Ireland. Let us free Ireland. Never mind such base, carnal thoughts as concern work and wages, healthy homes, or lives unclouded by poverty. Let us free Ireland. The rack-renting landlord, is he not also an Irishman, and wherefore should we hate him? Nay, let us not speak harshly of our brother yet, even when he raises our rent. Let us free Ireland. The profit-grinding capitalist, who robs us of 3/4 of the fruits of our labor, who sucks the very marrow of our bones when we are young, and then throws us out in the street, like a worn-out tool when we are grown prematurely old in his service, is he not an Irishman, and mayhap a patriot, and wherefore should we think harshly of him? Let us free Ireland. The land that bred and bore us. And the landlord who makes us pay for permission to live upon it. Hoop it up for liberty. Let us free Ireland, says the patriot who won't touch socialism. Let us all join together and rush the BRR Riddle Saxon. Let us all join together, says he, all classes and creeds. And, says the town worker, after we have crushed the Saxon and freed Ireland, what will we do? Oh, then you can go back to your slums, same as before. Hoop it up for liberty. And, say the agricultural workers, after we have freed Ireland, what then? Oh, then you can go scraping around for the landlord's rent or the money lender's interest, same as before. Hoop it up for liberty. After Ireland is free, says the patriot who won't touch socialism, we will protect all classes, and if you won't pay your rent you will be evicted same as now. But the evicting party, under command of the sheriff, will wear green uniforms and the harp without the crown, and the warrant turning you out on the roadside will be stamped with the arms of the Irish Republic. Now, isn't that worth fighting for? And when you cannot find employment, and, giving up the struggle of life in despair, enter the poorhouse, the band of the nearest regiment of the Irish Army will escort you to the poorhouse door to the tune of St. Patrick's Day. Oh! It will be nice to live in those days. With the green flag floating over us, and an ever-increasing army of unemployed workers walking about under the green flag, wishing they had something to eat. Same as now. Hoop it up for liberty. Now, my friend, I also am Irish, but I'm a bit more logical. The capitalist, I say, is a parasite on industry, as useless in the present stage of our industrial development as any other parasite in the animal or vegetable world is to the life of the animal or vegetable upon which it feeds. The working class is the victim of this parasite, this human leech, and it is the duty and interest of the working class to use every means in its power to oust this parasite class from the position which enables it to thus prey upon the vitals of labor. Therefore, I say, let us organize as a class to meet our masters and destroy their mastership, organize to drive them from their hold upon public life through their political power, organize to wrench from their robber clutch the land and workshops on and in which they enslave us, organize to cleanse our social life from the stain of social cannibalism, from the preying of man upon his fellow man. Organize for a full, free, and happy life for all or for none. Workers' Republic, 1899. 11. Taken root. The Irish Socialist Republican Party was founded in Dublin in May, 1896. 6 working men assisted at its birth. The founders were poor, like the remainder of their class, and had arrayed against them all those things that are supposed to be essential to success. They were without a press of any kind. Their propaganda was generally supposed to be hostile to the religious views of the majority of the people. No great or well-known name allied itself to them. They had to count on the bitter opposition of all the organized parties which defend the interests of the propertied class. Their opponents had more sovereigns to spare for political work than they had coppers. They were in a country undeveloped industrially, and a country in which political freedom was not fully realized, and where, therefore, the political mission of liberalism or middle-class reformers was not yet exhausted. In short, they were handicapped as no other party in this country ever yet were handicapped, hated by the government, held in distrust by the people, and in short generally regarded as Ishmaels in the political life of Ireland. But that little band of pioneers stuck to their work manfully, and despite all discouragements and rebuffs continued sowing the seeds of socialist working-class revolt in the furrows of discontent plowed by the capitalist system of society. Today they can look back on their work with pride. Nowhere, it is true, have they yet succeeded in getting on their side that majority necessary to place the nominee of their party, the SRP, on the seats of the elected ones. That triumph is indeed not yet vouchsafed to them, but he would indeed be a very ignorant or a very presumptuous person who would essay to review the possibilities of the political situation in Dublin, and would leave this little fighting party out of his calculations. In the elections just ended, 800 votes were cast for socialism in the only 2 wards of the city our finances allowed us to contest. These votes were cast for no milk and water, rate-paying, ambiguous labor candidates, but for the candidates of a party which in the very stress and storm of the fight instructed its standard bearers to refuse to sign the pledge of the compromising labor electoral body, and to stand or fall by the full spirit and meaning of its revolutionary policy. These 800 votes were cast for socialism in spite of a campaign of calumny unequaled in its infamy, in spite of the fact that the solemn terrors of religion were invoked on behalf of the capitalist candidates, in spite of the most shameless violation by our opponents of the spirit of the Corrupt Practices Act, and despite the boycott of the press. No other party ever had such a dead weight to lift ere they could appear as a recognized force in political life. No other party could have lifted such a weight so gallantly and so well. What is the secret of the wonderful progress of this party? The secret lies not in the personality of leaders, nor in the ability of propagandists. It lies in the fact that all the propaganda and teaching of this party was, from the outset, based upon the class struggle, upon a recognition of the fact that the struggle between the haves and the have-nots was the controlling factor in politics, and that this fight could only be ended by the working class seizing hold of political power and using this power to transfer the ownership of the means of life, viz., land and machinery of production, from the hands of private individuals to the community, from individual to social or public ownership. This party had against it all the organized forces of a society founded upon robbery, but it had on its side a latent force stronger than them all, the material interests of the working class. The awakened recognition of that material interest has carried us far, it will carry us in triumph to the end. Workers' Republic, March 1902. 12. Emigration. I see by the last reports that emigration from Ireland is increasing at a rapid rate. The going forth of the Gael still continues. But do you realize what this Irish emigration means? Go down to the harbour someday and see the great Atlantic liners emptying through the portals of Ellis Island. See the fresh healthy faces of the young Irish Cailani and Buacali, girls and boys, watch the life and vigour in their every action, note the latent strength of limb so different from the Americans of the same age, think of their fresh and unpolluted minds, and then reflect on what they will be after years of the fierce struggle and trying climate of America. Then, after a course of reflection on that, turn your mind to Ireland and think on what and who are being left behind. I have been on an emigrant train in Ireland, a train being run to meet a liner at Queenstown, and it left an impress on my mind that nothing will ever efface. At every railroad station the train stopped to take on a fresh batch of passengers, the platforms were always crowded with young and old, but when the train pulled out it was only the old people who remained, the young were in the train and on the way to America. Have you ever heard the Irish cow the death cry? It is here trending when uttered from the lips of bereaved women wailing over their dead, it catches the heart as in a grasp of ice and brings tears to the eyes of the stranger when it bursts upon his ears in the house of death. But the count over the dead, pitiful as it is not so weirdly mournful as the wails that follow the emigrant train on its way to the emigrant ship. The death cry is at least a recognition that all is over, the worst has happened, and the old Irish mother or father will say amidst their sobs, sure they're better off out of this hard world, but the wail over the emigrant gathers its heartbroken note from the knowledge that the worst may be yet to come, that the anguish of leave-taking may be sweet mercy to the terrors of the future. As an emigrant train pulls out of the station, as the emigrant ship swings into the bay, the parting between the young who go and the old who remain is as much leave-taking as a parting on the edge of the grave would be, at least in most cases, but the terrors ahead are greater to the emigrant. As Kickham says in his beautiful poem She Lived Beside the Anner. Oh, Irish peasant girls! Sure, we well might call you brave. The least of all your perils was to cross the ocean wave. And for what is all this emigration? To escape British tyranny. Take the longshoremen of the port of New York as an example. The vast majority of these men are Irish. They came here to get from under the hated tyranny of the English governing class. Did they? Walk along West Street, and notice the names of the companies for whom those men as longshoremen are working today. They are all English shipping companies, owned by Englishmen, owned in England, registered in England, sailing under English laws, and flying the English flag. There are no harder men working anywhere than these longshoremen, their toil is arduous, their risks are great, accidents are plentiful. Conditions in short are of the worst, slave driving is the order of the day, and the men have to work under the lash of language of the most degrading and insulting nature. In all of the 4 provinces and 32 counties of Ireland there is not a corner where you could get working men to tolerate from foreman, employer, or landlord the language these longshoremen of New York hear from their bosses every day. Yet they came here to be free. I have worked among the dock laborers in Dublin and know that were a boss to attempt to use language to them 100th degree as insulting as is used every day to the New York men, there would be a rise in the death rate. But some of them also emigrate to America and work alongshore in New York in order to be free. Sarcasm. What is freedom, anyway? Does it depend upon the flag that is flying over our heads, or upon control of the necessaries of life? I hold it depends upon the latter. The British flag is the emblem of the empire under which our fathers were robbed and murdered if it was necessary in the interest of the robbers. The American flag is today in control of a class which rules the producers and also stands ready to do the murdering act. The English poet Shelley puts the true meaning of slavery when he asks, "What is freedom?" You can tell that which is slavery too well. For its very name has grown to an echo of your own. 'Tis to work and have such pay as just keeps life from day to day in your limbs as in a cell. For a tyrant's used to dwell. No, immigration does not bring the Irish worker from slavery to freedom. It only lands him into a slavery swifter and more deadly in its effects. I wish that all the Irish who toil and suffer in this country would write home and tell the grim truth to the people they know in Ireland, and not leave all the letter writing to the poor Emadan who finds a few dollars in his pocket and rushes to buy a 5-cent postage stamp before he pays his board bill. If he waited until he paid his board bill, he would probably not have a price of a postage stamp left. But he won't mention that in his letter. The remedy for Irish misery is not emigration, and the remedy for American industrial conditions is not the restriction of emigration. In both cases the remedy is socialism, that the toilers should come together on the political and economic fields and take and hold that which they produce by their labor. Then Ireland will indeed be a country to live in, not to flee from. Then Ireland will indeed be a country as enthused the imagination of our martyrs when they gave up their lives that she might taste of the glories of being free. That is something worth fighting for. Are ye men enough, brothers, for the task? Since writing my notes for the January harp, I have been down in the valley of the shadow, whilst the angels of life and death fought for my poor carcass. Today I am breathing a little freer, but I ask the reader if he finds my notes a little in the plaintive key to remember that they came from the sick bed of a spalpeen. The Harp, February 1908. 13. Sinn Féin and the Language Movement. Sinn Féin. That is a good name for the new Irish movement of which we hear so much nowadays. Sinn Féin, or in English, ourselves. It is a good name and a good motto. The first essential for the success of any party, or of any movement, is that it should believe it carries within its own bosom all the material requisite to achieve its destiny. The moment any organization ceases to believe in the sufficiency of its own powers, the moment its membership begin to put their trust in powers not their own, in that moment that party or that organization enters on its decline. It has been so with Ireland, it is so with the non-socialist working class. For over 100 years Ireland has looked outside her own shores for the means of her redemption. For over 100 years Ireland through her constitutional agitators has centered her hopes upon the possibility of melting the heart or appealing to the sense of justice of her oppressors. In vain. England, the British Empire, was and is the bourgeoisie personified, the incarnate beast of capitalist property, and her heart was as tender as that of the tiger when he feels his victim helpless in his claws. Her sense of justice was as acute as that of the same beast of prey when his jaws are wet with the warm blood of the feast. For over 100 years the majority of the Irish people begged for justice, and whenever and anon the hot blood of the best of her children would rise in rebellion at this mendicant posture, Ireland turned her face from them and asked the enemy to forgive them. When her rebel sons and daughters were dead, hunted, imprisoned, hanged, or exiled, she would weep for them, pray for them, sigh for them, cry for them, and when they were long enough out of the way, erect monuments to them. But as long as they were virile, active, and aggressive, Ireland regarded them only as disturbers who gave the country a bad name. Not that Ireland was or is alone in that respect. To be execrated when living and deified when dead has been the experience of all champions of freedom in all the countries and ages of the earth. This attitude, whether it is exhibited by an oppressed nation or by an oppressed class, is the direct outcome of that frame of mind in either which teaches them to look outside their own ranks for the impulse towards emancipation. To believe that someone else than the slave is going to free the slave makes the slave impatient and intolerant of every effort at self-liberation on the part of his fellow bondsman. Now the course of action implied in the name Sinn Féin, is the reverse of all that. It teaches the Irish people to rely upon themselves, and upon themselves alone, and teaches them also that dependence upon forces outside themselves is emasculating in its tendency, and has been, and will ever be disastrous in its results. So far, so good. That is a part of Sinn Féinism I am most heartily in agreement with, and indeed with the spirit of Sinn Féin every thinking Irishman who knows anything about the history of his country must concur. Even on the question of the Irish language, Gaelic, a question on which most socialists are prone to stumble, I am heartily in accord. I do believe in the necessity, and indeed in the inevitability, of a universal language, but I do not believe it will be brought about, or even hastened, by smaller races or nations consenting to the extinction of their language. Such a course of action, or rather of slavish inaction, would not hasten the day of a universal language, but would rather lead to the intensification of the struggle for mastery between the languages of the greater powers. On the other hand, a large number of small communities speaking different tongues are more likely to agree upon a common language as a common means of communication than a small number of great empires, each jealous of its own power and seeking its own supremacy. I have heard some doctrinaire socialists arguing that socialists should not sympathize with oppressed nationalities, or with nationalities resisting conquest. They argue that the sooner these nationalities are suppressed the better, as it will be easier to conquer political power in a few big empires than in a number of small states. This is the language argument over again. It is fallacious in both cases. It is even more fallacious in the case of nationalities than in the case of languages, because the emancipation of the working class will function more through the economic power than through the political state. The first act of the workers will be through their economic organization seizing the organized industries, the last act the conquest of political power. In this the working class will, as they needs must, follow in the lines traversed by the capitalist revolutions of Cromwellian England, of colonial and revolutionary America, of Republican France, in each of whom the capitalist class had developed their economic power before they raised the banner of political revolt. The working class in their turn must perfect their economic organizations, and when such organizations are in a position to control, seize, and operate the industries they will find their political power equal to the task. But the preparatory work of the revolutionary campaign must lie in the daily and hourly struggles in the workshop, the daily and hourly perfectioning of the industrial organization. And these two factors for freedom take no heed to political frontiers, nor to the demarcations of political states. They march side by side with the capitalist. Where capitalism brings its machinery, it brings the rebels against itself, and all its governments and all its armies can establish no frontier the revolutionary idea cannot pass. Let the great truth be firmly fixed in your mind that the struggle for the conquest of the political state of the capitalist is not the battle, it is only the echo of the battle. The real battle is being fought out, and will be fought out, on the industrial field. Because of this and other reasons, the doctrinaire socialists are wrong in this as in the rest of their arguments. It is not necessary that Irish socialists should hostilize those who are working for the Gaelic language, nor hoop it up for territorial aggrandizement of any nation. Therefore in this we can wish the Sinn Féiners good luck. Besides, it is well to remember that nations which submit to conquest or races which abandon their language in favor of that of an oppressor do so not because of altruistic motives, or because of a love of the brotherhood of man, but from a slavish and cringing spirit. From a spirit which cannot exist side by side with the revolutionary idea. This was amply evidenced in Ireland by the attitude of the Irish people towards their language. For 600 years the English strove to suppress that mark of the distinct character of the Gael their language and failed. But in one generation the politicians did what England had failed to do. The great Daniel O'Connell, the so-called liberator, conducted his meetings entirely in English. When addressing meetings in Connaught where in his time everybody spoke Gaelic, and over 75% of the people nothing else but Gaelic, O'Connell spoke exclusively in English. He thus conveyed to the simple people the impression that Gaelic was something to be ashamed of, something fit only for ignorant people. He pursued the same course all over Ireland. As a result of this and similar actions, the simple people turned their backs upon their own language, and began to ape the gentry. It was the beginning of the reign of the toady, and the crawler, the seanan, and the slave. The agitator for revenue came into power in the land. It is not ancient history, but the history of yesterday that old Irish men and women would speak Irish to each other in the presence of their children, but if they caught son or daughter using the language, the unfortunate child would receive a cuff on the ear accompanied with the adjuration, "Speak English, you rascal, speak English like a gentleman." It is freely stated in Ireland that when the Protestant evangelizers, supers they call them at home, issued tracts and Bibles in Irish in order to help the work of proselytizing, the Catholic priesthood took advantage of the incident to warn their flocks against reading all literature in Gaelic, thus still further discrediting the language. I cannot conceive of a socialist hesitating in his choice between a policy resulting in such self-abasement, and a policy of defiant self-reliance, and confident trust in a people's own power of self-emancipation by a people. But it is in many of the arguments used by the Sinn Féin speakers that the possibility, nay, the certainty of friction between the Irish socialist and the adherents of Sinn Féin is likely to arise. Some of the arguments are as ridiculous as the principle itself is reasonable. Thus the Sinn Féin body of the Argentine Republic, as recorded in the Gaelic American, states that Sinn Féin demands freedom for Ireland on the basis of the Act of Renunciation in 1782. This is absurd. The act by which the English Parliament renounced the right to make laws binding on Ireland left untouched the power of oppression, political and economic. The fight which ended with the Act of Union in 1800 was not a fight for freedom, it was a fight to decide whether the English governing classes or the Irish governing classes should have the biggest share of the plunder of the Irish worker. Whichever side won made no difference to the worker, he was skinned, anyway. As a cold matter of fact, all talk about the restoration of our native parliament is misreading history. Ireland never had an Irish parliament, a parliament representative of the Irish people. The assembly called by the name of an Irish parliament was in reality as alien to the Irish people as the Council of the Governor-General of India is alien to the Indian people. And some of the laws passed by our so-called native parliament against the poor Irish peasantry were absolutely revolting in their ferocity and class vindictiveness. Irish workers will not enthuse worth a cent over a proposal to reintroduce the status of 1782. To paraphrase Fintan Lalor, and I would recommend all thinking Irish workers, men and women, to read Fintan Lalor's masterly argument upon this subject, price 5 cents, from the Harp Office. This is not 1782, this is 1908, and every political or social movement which hopes for success must express itself in terms of present conditions, or on the lines of future developments. Of a like character are the arguments based upon the achievement of Hungary. As we all know, the methods adopted by Hungary to reconquer its parliament from Austria are the trite illustrations of the Sinn Féin orators. In fact, during the early stages of the movement in Ireland before the felicitous name of Sinn Féin was coined, the ideas as promulgated got the name of the Hungary system. I remember one critic declaring that the Hungary system was only fit for hungry men. When we remember that Hungary is one of the European countries sending the greatest stream of emigrants annually to America, that the overwhelming majority of the producing classes in Hungary are denied the right to vote by the possessing classes who dominate their parliament, that the misery of the town and country workers is so great that the country is in a chronic state of rebellion and unrest, and that the military and armed police are more often employed to suppress peaceable demonstrations in Hungary than they are in Ireland, we are inclined to wonder if our Sinn Féin orators know these things, or are they only presuming upon the ignorance of the Irish workers? Let them advocate their proposals upon the inherent merits of those proposals and they will avoid much criticism, otherwise they will provoke it. Sinn Féin. Ourselves. I wonder how long it will be until the working class realize the full significance of that principle. How long it will be until the workers realize that the socialist movement is a movement of the working class, and how long until the socialists realize that the place of every other class in the movement is and must be a subordinate one. How long it will be until the socialists realize the folly and inconsistency of preaching to the workers that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the workers themselves, and yet presenting to those workers the side of every important position in the party occupied by men not of the working class. We will get the workers to have trust in their own power to achieve their own emancipation when we demonstrate our belief that there is no task incidental to that end that a worker cannot accomplish, when we train the workers to look inward upon their own class for everything required, to have confidence in the ability of their own class to fill every position in the Revolutionary Army, when, in short, we of the socialist working class take to heart the full meaning of the term Sinn Féin ourselves, and apply it to the work of industrial reconstruction, the era of the strutters and poseurs will end, and we will realize at last what was meant by Marx when he spoke of the revolt of those who have nothing to lose but their chains. The Harp, April 1908. 14. To Irish wage workers in America. Fellow workers. As all the political forces of the United States are busily engaged today in lining up for the great conflict of the presidential election of 1908, as on every hand there is a measuring of strength, a scanning of issues, and a searching of souls, we desire on our part to approach you for the purpose of obtaining your earnest consideration of our principles before determining where to cast your support in the campaign. Let us reason quietly together. We speak to you as fellow workers and as fellow countrymen, and we ask, where do you stand in politics today? Hitherto the Irish in the United States have almost entirely supported the Democratic Party, but the time has come when the majority of thoughtful Irishmen are beginning to realize that as the causes that originally led to that affiliation are no longer existent, the affiliation itself must be reconsidered. Political parties must thrive or fail according to the present development of the class in society they represent, and cannot be kept alive by a mere tradition of their attitude in past emergencies. The antagonism of the Democratic Party towards the Know-Nothing movement in the past won for it the support of the Irish workers, but Know-Nothingism is not an issue today, and as the Democratic Party is going down to an unhonored grave because of its inability to grasp the problems of our own time, shall we Irish workers suffer ourselves to be dragged to social perdition with it? No, fellow countrymen, political parties are the expression of economic interests, and in the last analysis are carried to victory or defeat by the development or retardation of economic classes. Examine the history of America for the last decade in the light of this analysis of the springs of political action, and the truth of that contention will be at once apparent. The Republican Party is the political weapon of advanced capital, of great trusts and mammoth combination of wealth. Hence, as during the last decade the whole trend of industry has been toward greater concentration of capital, we find that the Republican Party has grown stronger and stronger, and its hold upon the political institutions of the country has proportionately tightened. Today the governmental machinery of the United States is completely in the hands of the servants of capital, and Senate and Congress are but instruments for registering the decrees of the trust magnates of the United States. On the other hand, the Democratic Party is the party of the small businessman, and of those narrow ideas upon economics and politics which correspond to the narrow business lines and restricted economic action of the middle class in general. Hence, as the last decade has witnessed the continual absorption by the trusts of the business of its petty competitors, so it has also witnessed the absorption by the Republican Party of the one-time adherents of the democracy. As it has witnessed the downfall of the middle class as a social factor, so it is witnessing the downfall of the political party of the middle class and its elimination as a political factor. And just as the petty businessman may hang on to a meager existence in business whilst no longer seriously considering himself as a competitive factor in industry, so the political party of the democracy may hang on to a sordid existence in local affairs by means of its control of graft whilst entirely eliminated as a serious aspirant to national power. We Irish workers are then not under the necessity of considering ourselves as bound by tradition to the Democratic Party. Political parties are not formed by traditions, but by interests. Where then do our interests lie? Certainly not in the Republican Party, that is the party of our employers, and as our employers we know do not allow their actions to be governed by our interests, we are certainly not under any moral obligation to shape our political activity to suit the interests of our employers. Where then? To answer that question properly we must ask ourselves, why are we Irish here at all in this country, instead of in Ireland? Certainly we have no complaint to make against our native land, and we for the most part did not come here for pleasure. We came here because we found that Ireland was private property, that a small class had taken possession of its resources, its land, its lakes, its rivers, its mountains, its bogs, its towns and its cities, its railways, its factories, and its fisheries. In short, that a small class owned Ireland and that the remainder of the population were the bond slaves of these proprietors. We came here because we found that the government of the country was in the hands of those proprietors and their friends, and that army and navy and police were the agents of the government in executing the will of those proprietors, and for driving us back to our chains whenever we rose in revolt against oppression. And as we learned that since that government was backed and maintained by the might of a nation other than our own, and more numerous than us, we could not hope to overthrow that government and free our means of living from the grasp of those proprietors, we fled from that land of ours and came to the United States. In the United States we find that every day the condition of matters for the working class drifts more and more in the direction of the conditions we left behind. Here the resources of the country are also in the hands of a small class: the land, the rivers, the lakes, the forests, the fisheries, the towns, the cities, the factories, the railroads, the entire means of life of 80 millions of people are in the hands of a class which every day grows smaller and whose rapacity and greed and lust for power grows as its numbers diminish. Here also we find that government is but the weapon of the master class, that the military and police forces of the nation are continually at the service of the proprietors in all disputes just as in Ireland, and that the rifle diet is served out to workers in America oftener than to peasants in the old country. But here the analogy stops. In Ireland the government was a foreign government. It was outside our control and beyond our reach, and hence no political action of ours could completely master the situation or achieve our freedom from the oppression of the master class. That class sheltered behind the British government, and our vote for freedom was answered by a foreign army shaking 30,000 bayonets in our faces. But, in the United States, although the master class, the proprietors, rests upon the government, and although that government rests upon armed forces to maintain and enforce its will, yet all alike, being native and not foreign, are within the reach of the political and economic action of the American workers, and can at any moment be mastered by them. Hence the hopelessness which at one time seized upon the popular mind in Ireland need never paralyze the action of the wage slaves here. Freedom lies within the grasp of the American wage slave, he needs but the mind and knowledge to seize it. What then is the lesson for the Irish workers in America? We are not trust magnates, nor little businessmen, and the interests which bind us to those who work beside us and suffer with us are infinitely stronger than the traditions which draw us towards those of our race whose interests are those of our despoilers. Hence our duty is plain. We must fight against in America that which plundered and hunted us in Ireland. Here as there, and here greater than there, the enemy of our race is private property in the means of life. In Ireland it was fundamentally private property in land that was the original and abiding cause of all our woes. In America it is again private property in land and in machinery that recreates in the United States the division of classes into slavers and enslaved. In Ireland it was private property, immature but bloodthirsty; in America it is private property, grown mature from the sucking of human blood. In both it is the enemy of the human race. To quote the words of Ernest Jones, the Chartist leader of '48, friend of Ireland and fellow worker of John Mitchell, in whose defense he spent 1 year in prison. The monopoly of land drives him, the worker, from the farm into the factory, and the monopoly of machinery drives him from the factory into the street, and thus crucified between the two thieves of land and capital, the Christ of labor hangs in silent agony. We appeal to you then, fellow countrymen, to rally around the only banner that symbolizes hope for you in America as in Ireland, the banner of socialism. Cast off all your old political affiliations, and organize and vote to reconquer society in the interests of its only useful class, the workers. Let your slogan be, the common ownership of the means of life, your weapons the industrial and political organization of the wage slaves to conquer their own emancipation. The Harp, May 1908. 15. Facets of American Liberty. Where liberty is, there is my country. So said the enthusiastic 18th century revolutionist. But if he lived nowadays, he would have a long search for his country where liberty is. The only liberty we know of now, outside the liberty to go hungry, stands in New York Bay, where it has been placed, I am told, in order that immigrants from Europe may get their first and last look at it before setting foot on American soil. You see, it would be decidedly awkward for our 4th of July orators to be orating to the newcomers about the blessings of American liberty and then to be asked by some ignorant European to tell where that liberty is to be found. Some ignorant, discontented unit of the hordes of Europe, for instance, might feel tempted to go nosing around in this great country in search of liberty, and his search might take him into the most awkward places. He might go down south and see little white American children of 7, 8, and 9 years of age working in our cotton mills, enjoying their liberty to work for a boss at an age when other children are still compelled by tyrannical laws to stay on wrestling with the dreadful problems of reading, writing, and arithmetic. He might have visited Alabama and seen American citizens out on strike, driven out of their homes by the power of the capitalist mine owner, and when they erected tents upon private land granted by a charitable farmer for that purpose, he might have seen a Democratic governor order in the state militia to cut down the tents and drive the American workers back to the mine at the point of the bayonet. He might, being an ignorant European, visit Florida and see men lured from the big cities to the railroad construction camps and kept there on a hunger diet, compelled to endure blows and foulest insults, and when they attempted to escape he might see the power of the state detective force employed to arrest them as if they were criminals and take them back handcuffed to their slavery. This ignorant representative of the scum of Europe might have visited Colorado in 1904 and seen armed militia invade newspaper offices and imprison printers and journalists alike without legal warrant or pretense at trial, trade union meetings suppressed, duly elected public officials compelled to resign under threat of lynching, respectable men taken out of their beds in the middle of the night and, without being given a chance to even put their shoes on, marched under armed guards across the state lines, hundreds of men thrown into cattle enclosures and kept there for months without trial, and Pinkerton detectives employed to manufacture outrages in order to hang innocent men. This pilgrim in search of liberty might have learned from the coal miners of Pennsylvania that their state is dotted over east and west with localities where Union miners were shot down like dogs whilst peacefully parading the streets or roads in time of strikes. He might have learned that practically every industrial center in the country from Albany, New York, to San Francisco, California, from New Orleans to Minnesota, has the same tale to tell of the spilling of workmen's blood by the hirelings of the master class, and he might have attended the unemployed demonstration in Union Square, New York, and have seen the free American citizens rapped on the head for daring to ask a job collectively, instead of begging for it individually. Or this greenhorn might have strolled along West Street, New York, and interviewed some Irish longshoremen, who could tell him that when in Ireland they stayed at home and played cards and bothered the women of the house every time it rained, and in Ireland it rains oftener than it is fair, that they stopped work every time there was a fair day, or a saint's day, or a feast day, or a home rule, nationalist, Gaelic League, or Orange demonstration, when they stayed up too long at a wake, or wished to go a few miles to attend a wedding. But that since he became a participant in the freedom of America, he has to turn out to his work rain or shine, winter and summer, and be ready to stand in line to be picked out of a gang as he used to pick out pigs at a fair at home, only that the pigs got fed if they were or were not picked, whereas he and his family are likely to go hungry if he does not keep on the soft side of the boss and get picked. And if he does get picked for a job, he has to stand worse driving and foul abuse than an Irish ass ever received from its driver. As for holidays, tell it not in Gath. A holiday in Ireland meant rest and recreation for his body and mind. In America a holiday means a rest for his stomach and anxiety for his mind. I think I can work in a joke here. There was once a hard-working Irish girl who married an enterprising Irish American. On the day after the wedding she remarked, "Well, thank God, now I can get a rest for my bones." "'Deed, if you do, Mary," responded her loving spouse, "it will be a rest for your jawbones." This joke is going to be copyrighted. After making this pilgrimage through the state, possibly our representative of the destitute alien might be impertinent enough to interrupt the 4th of July orator with the demand to be shown where this American liberty is. Then the orator, thanks to Bartholdi, could arise in his dignity and crush the interrupter with the statement that liberty is to be found outside in the Bay of New York. It is a waste of time to look inside for what is standing outside. Verb sap, or as we say in the Gaelic, entuigen tu. In the classic language of the Bowery, are you next? The liberty we have in Bartholdi's statue is truly typical of liberty in this age and country. It is placed upon a pedestal out of the reach of the multitudes, it can only be approached by those who have money enough to pay the expense, it has a lamp to enlighten the world, but the lamp is never lit, and it smiles upon us as we approach America, but when we are once in the country we never see anything but its back. 'Tis a great world we live in. The Harp, December 1908. 16. Socialism Made Easy. In this work the author presents his own views in his own manner. Hence he employs the first person singular in preference to the impersonal we of journalism or of official production. The articles have been written at various times in Ireland and America and have already attained a wide circulation through being reprinted in various socialist journals in both countries. Constant requests to the author to have them collected and published in a more permanent and accessible form have induced him to make this selection in the hope that they may be thought not unworthy of a place in at least the fugitive literature of the socialist movement. A word as to the plan of the work may not be amiss here. Section 1 is light, satirical, jesting, and serious by turns, and follows the usual course of attack and defense, argument and rebuttal, experienced by a socialist workman in factory, workshop, or mine before he has destroyed the prejudices and won the serious consideration of his fellow workers. Section 2 is serious throughout, and is an attempt to deduce from actual everyday experiences and from historical facts the probable correct answer to the question put by the worker when he realizes the necessity of a change, viz., how must we act? How are we going to do it? Section I Workshop Talks. Internationalism. Socialism is a foreign importation. I know it because I read it in the papers. I also know it to be the case because in every country I have graced with my presence up to the present time, or have heard from, the possessing classes, through their organs in the press and their spokesmen upon the platform, have been vociferous and insistent in declaring the foreign origin of socialism. In Ireland socialism is an English importation. In England they are convinced it was made in Germany it is a scheme of traitors in alliance with the French to disrupt the empire, in France it is an accursed conspiracy to discredit the army which is destined to reconquer Alsace and Lorraine, in Russia it is an English plot to prevent Russian extension towards Asia, in Asia it is known to have been set on foot by American enemies of Chinese and Japanese industrial progress, and in America it is one of the baneful fruits of unrestricted pauper and criminal immigration. All nations today repudiate socialism, yet socialist ideas are conquering all nations. When anything has to be done in a practical direction toward ameliorating the lot of the helpless ones, or towards using the collective force of society in strengthening the hands of the individual, it is sure to be in the intellectual armory of socialists the right weapon is found for the work. A case in point. There are tens of thousands of hungry children in New York today as in every other large American city, and many well-meant efforts have been made to succor them. Free lunches have been opened in the poorest districts, bread lines have been established, and charitable organizations are busy visiting homes and schools to find out the worst cases. But all this has only touched the fringe of the destitution, with the additional aggravation that anything passing through the hands of these charitable committees usually costs 10 times as much for administration as it bestows on the object of its charity. Also that the investigation is usually more effectual in destroying the last vestiges of self-respect in its victims than in succoring their needs. In the midst of this difficulty, Superintendent Maxwell of the New York schools sends a letter to a committee of 13 charitable organizations which had met together to consider the problem, and in this letter he advocates the method of relieving distress long since initiated by the socialist representatives in the municipality of Paris. I quote from the New York World. A committee of 7 was appointed to inquire more fully into the question of feeding school children and to report at a subsequent meeting. School Superintendent Maxwell sent a letter advocating the establishment in New York schools with city money of lunch kitchens, these to sell food at actual cost and to give to needy children tickets just like those paid for, to the end that no child might know that his fellow was eating at the expense of the city by the color of his ticket. This is done in Paris. Contrast this solicitude for the self-respect of the poor children, recognized by Superintendent Maxwell in the plan of these foreign socialists, with the insulting methods of the capitalist breadlines and charitable organizations in general. But all the same, it is too horrible to take practical examples in relieving the distress caused by capitalist society from pestilent agitators who wish to destroy the society whose victims they are succoring, and mere foreigners, too. The capitalist method of parading mothers and children for an hour in the street before feeding them is more calculated to build up the proper degree of pride in the embryo American citizens, and make them appreciate the benefits their fathers and brothers are asked to vote for. Read this telling how hungry children and mothers stood patiently waiting for a meal on the sidewalk, and whoop it up for pure ecstasy of joy that you are permitted to live in a system of society wherein a great metropolitan daily thought that the fact of 500 children getting a hearty luncheon was remarkable enough to deserve a paragraph. 500 ill-fed children who attend the schools on the Lower East Side got a hearty luncheon yesterday when the first of the children's lunchrooms was opened at Canal and Forsyth Streets. Long before noon there was a large gathering of children, some of them accompanied by their mothers, awaiting the opening of the doors. Well, I am not interested in internationalism. This country is good enough for me. Is that so? Say, are you taking a share in the Moscow-Windorodinsk Railway? No, where is that? My dear friend, where that railway runs has nothing to do with you. What you have to do is simply to take a share, and then go and have a good time whilst the Russian railway workers, whom you do not know, working in a country you never saw, speaking a language you don't understand, earn your dividends by the sweat of their brows. Curious, ain't it? We socialists are always talking about the international solidarity of labor, about the oneness of our interests all over the world, and ever and anon working off our heaving chests a peroration on the bonds of fraternal sympathy which should unite the wage slaves of the capitalist system. But there is another kind of bond, Russian railway bonds, which join, not the workers, but the idlers of the world in fraternal sympathy, and which creates among the members of the capitalist class a feeling of identity, of interest, of international solidarity, which they don't perorate about but which is most potent and effective notwithstanding. You do not fully recognize the fact that the internationality of socialism is at most but a lame and halting attempt to create a counterpoise to the internationality of capitalism. Yet so it is. Here is a case in point. The Moscow-Windorodinsk Railway is, as its name indicates, a railway running, or proposed to be run, from one part of Russia to another. You would think that that concerned the Russian people only, and that our patriotic capitalist class, always so ready to declare against working-class socialists with international sympathies, would never look at it or touch it. You would not think that Ireland, for example, whose professional patriots are forever telling the gullible working men that Ireland will be ruined for the lack of capital and enterprise, would be a good country to find money in to finance a Russian railway. Yet, observe the fact. All the Dublin papers of Monday, June 12, 1899, contain the prospectus of this faraway Russian railway, offered for the investment of Irish capitalists, and offered by a firm of London stockbrokers who are astute enough not to waste money in endeavoring to catch fish in waters where they were not in the habit of biting freely. And in the midst of the Russian Revolution the agents of the Tsar succeeded in obtaining almost unlimited treasures in the United States to pay the expenses of throttling the infant liberty. As the shares in Russian railways were sold in Ireland, as Russian bonds were sold in America, so the shares in American mines, railroads, and factories are bought and sold on all the stock exchanges of Europe and Asia by men who never saw America in their lifetime. Now, let us examine the situation, keeping in mind the fact that this is but a type of what prevails all round. You can satisfy yourself on that head by a daily glance at our capitalist papers. Capital is international. The shares of Russian railways, African mines, Nicaraguan canals, Chilean gas works, Norwegian timber, Mexican water works, Canadian fur trappings, Australian Canuck slave trade, Indian tea plantations, Japanese linen factories, Chinese cotton mills, European national and municipal debts, United States bonanza farms are bought and sold every day by investors, many of whom never saw any one of the countries in which their money is invested, but who have, by virtue of so investing, a legal right to a share of the plunder extracted under the capitalist system from the wage workers whose bone and sinew earn the dividends upon the bonds they have purchased. When our investing classes purchase a share in any capitalist concern, in any country whatsoever, they do so not in order to build up a useful industry, but because the act of purchase endows them with a prospective share of the spoils it is proposed to wring from labor. Therefore, every member of the investing classes is interested to the extent of his investments, present or prospective, in the subjection of labor all over the world. That is the internationality of capital and capitalism. The wage worker is oppressed under the system in the interest of a class of capitalist investors who may be living thousands of miles away and whose very names are unknown to him. He is, therefore, interested in every revolt of labor all over the world, for the very individuals against whom that revolt may be directed may by the wondrous mechanism of the capitalist system through shares, bonds, national and municipal debts be the parasites who are sucking his blood also. That is one of the underlying facts inspiring the internationalism of labor and socialism. Old age pensions. But the socialist proposals, they say, would destroy the individual character of the worker. He would lean on the community, instead of upon his own efforts. Yes, giving evidence before the Old Age Pensions Committee in England, Sir John Dorrington, MP, expressed the belief that the provision of old age pensions by the state, for instance, would do more harm than good. It was an objectionable principle, and would lead to improvidence. There now. You will always observe that it is some member of what an Irish revolutionist called the Containg, fed classes who is anxious that nothing should be done by the state to give the working class habits of improvidence, or to do us any harm. Dear, kind souls! To do them justice, they are most consistent. For both in public and private their efforts are most wholeheartedly bent in the same direction, viz., to prevent improvidence on our part. They lower our wages to prevent improvidence, they increase our rents to prevent improvidence, they periodically suspend us from our employment to prevent improvidence, and as soon as we are worn out in their service they send us to a semi-convict establishment, known as the workhouse, where we are scientifically starved to death to prevent improvidence. Old age pensions might do us harm. Ah, yes. And yet, come to think of it, I know quite a number of people who draw old age pensions and it doesn't do them a bit of harm. Strange, isn't it? Then all the royal families have pensions, and they don't seem to do them any harm. Royal babies, in fact, begin to draw pensions and milk from a bottle at the same time. Afterwards they drop the milk, but they never drop the pension nor the bottle. Then all our judges get pensions, and are not corrupted thereby, at least not more than usual. In fact, all well-paid officials in governmental or municipal service get pensions, and there are no fears expressed that the receipt of the same may do them harm. But the underpaid, overworked wage slave? To give him a pension would ruin his moral fiber, weaken his stamina, debase his manhood, sap his integrity, corrupt his morals, check his prudence, emasculate his character, lower his aspirations, vitiate his resolves, destroy his self-reliance, annihilate his rectitude, corrode his virility and other things. Practical politics. Let us be practical. We want something practical. Always the cry of humdrum mediocrity, afraid to face the stern necessity for uncompromising action. That saying has done more yeoman service in the cause of oppression than all its avowed supporters. The average man dislikes to be thought unpractical, and so, while frequently loathing the principles or distrusting the leaders of the particular political party he is associated with, declines to leave them, in the hope that their very lack of earnestness may be more fruitful of practical results than the honest outspokenness of the party in whose principles he does believe. In the phraseology of politics, a party too indifferent to the sorrow and sufferings of humanity to raise its voice in protest is a moderate, practical party, whilst a party totally indifferent to the personality of leaders, or questions of leadership, but hot to enthusiasm on every question affecting the well-being of the toiling masses, is an extreme, a dangerous party. Yet, although it may seem a paradox to say so, there is no party so incapable of achieving practical results as an orthodox political party, and there is no party so certain of placing moderate reforms to its credit as an extreme revolutionary party. The possessing classes will and do laugh to scorn every scheme for the amelioration of the workers so long as those responsible for the initiation of the scheme admit as justifiable the rights of property, but when the public attention is directed toward questioning the justifiable nature of those rights in themselves, then the master class, alarmed for the safety of their booty, yield reform after reform in order to prevent revolution. Moral: don't be practical in politics. To be practical in that sense means that you have schooled yourself to think along the lines, and in the grooves those who rob you would desire you to think. In any case, it is time we got rid of all the cant about politics and constitutional agitation in general. For there is really no meaning whatever in those phrases. Every public question is a political question. The men who tell us that labor questions, for instance, have nothing to do with politics, understand neither the one nor the other. The labor question cannot be settled except by measures which necessitate a revision of the whole system of society, which, of course, implies political warfare to secure the power to effect such revision. If by politics we understand the fight between the outs and ins, or the contest for party leadership, then labor is rightly supremely indifferent to such politics, but to the politics which center round the question of property and the administration thereof labor is not, cannot be, indifferent. To effect its emancipation, labor must reorganize society on the basis of labor. This cannot be done while the forces of government are in the hands of the rich, therefore the governing power must be wrested from the hands of the rich peaceably if possible, forcibly if necessary. In the phraseology of the master class and its pressmen, the trade unionist who is not a socialist is more practical than he who is, and the worker who is neither one nor the other but can resign himself to the state of slavery in which he was born, is the most practical of all men. The heroes and martyrs who in the past gave up their lives for the liberty of the race were not practical, but they were heroes all the same. The slavish multitude who refused to second their efforts from a craven fear lest their skins might suffer were practical, but they were soulless serfs, nevertheless. Revolution is never practical until the hour of the revolution strikes. Then it alone is practical, and all the efforts of the conservatives and compromisers become the most futile and visionary of human imaginings. For that hour let us work, think, and hope. For that hour let us pawn our present ease in hopes of a glorious redemption. For that hour let us prepare the hosts of labor with intelligence sufficient to laugh at the nostrums dubbed practical by our slave lords, practical for the perpetuation of our slavery. For that supreme crisis of human history let us watch, like sentinels, with weapons ever ready, remembering always that there can be no dignity in labor until labor knows no master. Confiscation. Would you confiscate the property of the capitalist class and rob men of that which they have, perhaps, worked a whole lifetime to accumulate? Yes, sir, and certainly not. We would certainly confiscate the property of the capitalist class, but we do not propose to rob anyone. On the contrary, we propose to establish honesty once and forever as the basis of our social relations. This socialist movement is indeed worthy to be entitled the great anti-theft movement of the 20th century. You see, confiscation is one great certainty of the future for every businessman outside of the trust. It lies with him to say if it will be confiscation by the trust in the interest of the trust, or confiscation by socialism in the interest of all. If he resolves to continue to support the capitalist order of society, he will surely have his property confiscated. After having, as you say, worked for a whole lifetime to accumulate a fortune, to establish a business on what he imagined would be a sound foundation. On some fine day the trust will enter into competition with him, will invade his market, use their enormous capital to undersell him at ruinous prices, take his customers from him, ruin his business, and finally drive him into bankruptcy, and perhaps to end his days as a pauper. That is capitalist confiscation. It is going on all around us, and every time the businessman who is not a trust magnate votes for capitalism, he is working to prepare that fate for himself. On the other hand, if he works for socialism, it also will confiscate his property. But it will only do so in order to acquire the industrial equipment necessary to establish a system of society in which the whole human race will be secured against the fear of want for all time, a system in which all men and women will be joint heirs and owners of all the intellectual and material conquests made possible by associated effort. Socialism will confiscate the property of the capitalist and in return will secure the individual against poverty and oppression. It, in return for so confiscating, will assure to all men and women a free, happy, and unanxious human life. And that is more than capitalism can assure anyone today. So you see, the average capitalist has to choose between two kinds of confiscation. One or the other he must certainly endure. Confiscation by the trust and consequently bankruptcy, poverty, and perhaps pauperism in his old age, or confiscation by socialism and consequently security, plenty, and a carefree life to him and his to the remotest generation. Which will it be? But it is their property. Why should socialists confiscate it? Their property, et. Let us see. Here is a cutting from the New York World giving a synopsis of the annual report of the Coates Thread Company of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, for 1907. Now, let us examine it, and bear in mind that this company is the basis of the Thread Trust, with branches in Paisley, Scotland, and on the continent of Europe. Also bear in mind that it is not a horrible example, but simply a normal type of a normally conducted industry, and therefore what applies to it will apply in a greater or less degree to all others. This report gives the dividend for the year at 20% per annum. 20% dividend means 20 cents on the dollar profit. Now, what is a profit? According to socialists, profit only exists when all other items of production are paid for. The workers by their labor must create enough wealth to pay for certain items before profit appears. They must pay for the cost of raw material, the wear and tear of machinery, buildings, etc. The depreciation of capital, the wages of superintendents, their own wages, and a certain amount to be left aside as a reserve fund to meet all possible contingencies. After, and only after, all these items have been paid for by their labor, all that is left is profit. With this company the profit amounted to 20 cents on every dollar invested. What does this mean? It means that in the course of 5 years 5 times 20 cents equals $1. The workers in the industry had created enough profit to buy the whole industry from its present owners. It means that after paying all the expenses of the factory, including their own wages, they created enough profit to buy the whole building, from the roof to the basement, all the offices and agencies, and everything in the shape of capital. All this in 5 years. And after they had so bought it from the capitalists, it still belonged to the capitalists. It means that if a capitalist had invested $1,000 in that industry, in the course of 5 years he would draw out $1,000, and still have $1,000 lying there untouched. In the course of 10 years, he would draw $2,000, in 15 years he would draw $3,000. And still his first $1,000 would be as virgin as ever. You understand that this has been going on ever since the capitalist system came into being. All the capital in the world has been paid for by the working class over and over again, and we are still creating it, and recreating it. And the oftener we buy it, the less it belongs to us. The capital of the master class is not their property, it is the unpaid labor of the working class, the hire of the laborer kept back by fraud. Holidays. Oh, the capitalist has his anxieties, too. And the worker has often a good time. Sure, say, Where were you for the holidays? Were you tempted to go abroad? Did you visit Europe? Did you riot, in all the abandonment of a wage slave let loose, among the pleasure haunts of the world? Perhaps you went to the Riviera, perhaps you luxuriated in ecstatic worship of that glorious bit of nature's handiwork where the blue waters of the Mediterranean roll in all their entrancing splendor against the shores of classic Italy. Perhaps you rambled among the vine-clad hills of sunny France, and visited the spots hallowed by the hand of that country's glorious history. Perhaps you sailed up the castellated Rhine, toasted the eyes of bewitching German Frauleins in frothy German beer, explored the recesses of the legend-haunted Harz Mountains, and established a nodding acquaintance with the spirit of the Brocken. Perhaps you traversed the lakes and fjords of Norway, sat down in awe before the neglected magnificence of the Alhambra, had a cup of coffee with Menelik of Abyssinia, smelt afar off the odors of the streets of Morocco, climbed the pyramids of Egypt, shared the hospitable tent of the Bedouin, visited Cyprus, looked in at Constantinople, ogled the dark-eyed beauties of Circassia, rubbed up against the Cossack in his Ural mountains, or perhaps you lay in bed all day in order to save a meal, and listened to your wife wondering how she could make ends meet with a day's pay short in the weekly wages. And whilst you thus squandered your substance in riotous living, did you ever stop to think of your master, your poor, dear, overworked, tired master? Did you ever stop to reflect upon the pitiable condition of that individual who so kindly provides you with employment, and does no useful work himself in order that you may get plenty of it? When you consider how hard a task it was for you to decide in what manner you should spend your holiday, where you should go for that one day, then you must perceive how hard it is for your masters to find a way in which to spend the practically perpetual holiday which you force upon them by your love for work. Ah, yes, that large section of our masters who have realized that ideal of complete idleness after which all our masters strive, those men who do not work, never did work, and with the help of God and the ignorance of the people never intend to work, how terrible must be their lot in life. We, who toil from early morn till late at night, from January till December, from childhood to old age, have no care or trouble or mental anxiety to cross our mind except the landlord, the fear of loss of employment, the danger of sickness, the lack of common necessities, to say nothing of luxuries, for our children, the insolence of our superiors, the unhealthy condition of our homes, the exhausting nature of our toil, the lack of all opportunities of mental cultivation, and the ever-present question of whether we shall shuffle off this mortal coil in a miserable garret, be killed by hard work, or die in the poorhouse. With these trifling exceptions we have nothing to bother us, but the boss, the poor boss. He has everything to bother him. Whilst we are amusing ourselves in the hold of a ship shoveling coal, swinging a hammer in front of a forge, toiling up a ladder with bricks, stitching until our eyes grow dim at the board, gaily riding up and down for 12 hours per day, 7 days per week on a trolley car, riding around the city in all weather with teams, or swinging by the skin of our teeth on the iron framework of a skyscraper, standing at our ease outside the printing office door listening to the musical click of the linotype as it performs the work we used to do inside, telling each other comforting stories about the new machinery which takes our places as carpenters, harness makers, tin plate workers, laborers, etc., in short, whilst we are enjoying ourselves, free from all mental worry. Our unselfish tired-out bosses are sitting at home, with their feet on the table, softly patting the bottom button of their vests, working with their brains. Poor bosses! Mighty brains! Without our toil they would never get the education necessary to develop their brains. If we were not defrauded by their class of the fruits of our toil, we could provide for education enough to develop the mental powers of all, and so deprive the ruling class of the last vestige of an excuse for clinging to mastership, viz., their assumed intellectual superiority. I say assumed, because the greater part of the brain work of industry today is performed by men taken from the ranks of the workers and paid high salaries in proportion as they develop expertness as slave drivers. As education spreads among the people, the workers will want to enjoy life more, they will assert their right to the full fruits of their labor, and by that act of self-assertion lay the foundation of that socialist republic in which the labor will be so easy, and the reward so great, that life will seem a perpetual holiday. Socialism and Christianity. But socialism is against religion. I can't be a socialist and be a Christian. Oh, quit your fooling. That talk is all right for those who know nothing of the relations between capital and labor, or are innocent of any knowledge of the processes of modern industry, or imagine that men, in their daily struggles for bread or fortunes, are governed by the Sermon on the Mount. But between workingmen that talk is absurd. We know that socialism bears upon our daily life in the workshop, and that religion does not. We know that the man who never set foot in a church in his lifetime will, if he is rich, be more honored by Christian society than the poor man who goes to church every Sunday, and says his prayers morning and evening. We know that the capitalists of all religions pay more for the service of a good lawyer to keep them out of the clutches of the law than for the services of a good priest to keep them out of the clutches of the devil, and we never heard of a capitalist, who, in his business, respected the Sermon on the Mount as much as he did the decisions of the Supreme Court. These things we know. We also know that neither capitalist nor worker can practice the moral precepts of religion, and without its moral precepts a religion is simply a sham. If a religion cannot enforce its moral teachings upon its votaries, it has as little relation to actual life as the pre-election promises of a politician have to legislation. We know that Christianity teaches us to love our neighbor as ourselves, but we also know that if a capitalist attempted to run his business upon that plan, his relatives would have no difficulty in getting lawyers, judges, and physicians to declare him incompetent to conduct his affairs in the business world. He would not be half as certain of reaching heaven in the next world as he would be of getting into the bug house in this. And, as for the worker, well, in the fall of 1908, the New York World printed an advertisement for a teamster in Brooklyn, wages to be $12 per week. Over 700 applicants responded. Now, could each of these men love their neighbors in that line of hungry competitors for that pitiful wage? As each man stood in line in that awful parade of misery, could he pray for his neighbor to get the job, and could he be expected to follow up his prayer by giving up his chance, and so making certain the prolongation of the misery of his wife and little ones? No, my friend, socialism is a bread and butter question. It is a question of the stomach. It is going to be settled in the factories, mines, and ballot boxes of this country, and is not going to be settled at the altar or in the church. This is what our well-fed friends call a base, material standpoint, but remember that beauty and genius and art and poetry and all the finer efflorescences of the higher nature of man can only be realized in all their completeness upon the material basis of a healthy body, that not only an army but the whole human race marches upon its stomach, and then you will grasp the full wisdom of our position. That the question to be settled by socialism is the effect of private ownership of the means of production upon the well-being of the race, that we are determined to have a straight fight upon the question between those who believe that such private ownership is destructive of human well-being and those who believe it to be beneficial, that as men of all religions and of none are in the ranks of the capitalists, and men of all religions and of none are on the side of the workers, the attempt to make religion an issue in the question is an intrusion, an impertinence, and an absurdity. Personally, I am opposed to any system wherein the capitalist is more powerful than God Almighty. You need not serve God unless you like, and may refuse to serve Him and grow fat, prosperous, and universally respected. But if you refuse to serve the capitalist, your doom is sealed. Misery and poverty and public odium await you. No worker is compelled to enter a church and to serve God. Every worker is compelled to enter the employment of a capitalist and serve him. As socialists, we are concerned to free mankind from the servitude forced upon them as a necessity of their life. We propose to allow the question of all kinds of service voluntarily rendered to be settled by the emancipated human race of the future. I do not deny that socialists often leave the church. But why do they do so? Is their defection from the church a result of our attitude towards religion, or is it the result of the attitude of the church and its ministers towards socialism? Let us take a case in point. one of those cases that are being paralleled every day in our midst. An Irish Catholic joins the socialist movement. He finds that as a rule the socialist men and women are better educated than their fellows. He finds that they are immensely cleaner in speech and thought than are the adherents of capitalism in the same class, that they are devoted husbands and loyal wives, loving and cheerful fathers and mothers, skillful and industrious workers in the shops and office, and that although poor and needy as a rule, yet that they continually bleed themselves to support their cause, and give up for socialism what many others spend in the saloon. He finds that a drunken socialist is as rare as a white blackbird, and that a socialist of criminal tendencies is such a rara avis that when one is found, the public press heralds it forth as a great discovery. Democratic and Republican jailbirds are so common that the public press do not regard their existence as news to anybody, nor yet does the public press think it necessary to say that certain criminals belong to the Protestant or Catholic religions. That is nothing unusual, and therefore not worth printing. But a criminal socialist, that would be news indeed. Our Irish Catholic socialist gradually begins to notice these things. He looks around and he finds the press full of reports of crimes, murders, robberies, bank swindlers, forgeries, debauches, gambling transactions, and midnight orgies in which the most revolting indecentities are perpetrated. He investigates and he discovers that the perpetrators of these crimes were respectable capitalists, pillars of society, and red-hot enemies of socialism, and that the dives in which the highest and the lowest meet together in a Saturnalia of vice contribute a large proportion of the campaign funds of the capitalist political parties. Some Sunday he goes to Mass as usual, and he finds that at Gospel the priest launches out into a political speech and tells the congregation that the honest, self-sacrificing, industrious, clean men and women, whom he calls comrades, are a wicked, impious, dissolute sect, desiring to destroy the home, to distribute the earnings of the provident among the idle and lazy of the world, and reveling in all sorts of impure thoughts about women. And as this Irish Catholic socialist listens to this foul libel, what wonder if the hot blood of anger rushes to his face, and he begins to believe that the temple of God has itself been sold to the all-desecrating grasp of the capitalist. While he is yet wondering what to think of the matter, he hears that his immortal soul will be lost if he fails to vote for capitalism, and he reflects that if he lined up with the brothel keepers, gambling house proprietors, racetrack swindlers, and white slave traders to vote the capitalist ticket, this same priest would tell him he was a good Catholic and loyal son of the Church. At such a juncture the Irish Catholic socialist often rises up, goes out of the church, and wipes its dust off his feet forever. Then we are told that socialism took him away from the church. But did it? Was it not rather the horrible spectacle of a priest of God standing up in the holy presence lying about and slandering honest men and women, and helping to support political parties whose campaign fund in every large city represents more bestiality than ever Sodom and Gomorrah knew? These are the things that drive socialists from the church, and the responsibility for every soul so lost lies upon those slanderers and not upon the socialist movement. Socialism and nationalism. Well, you won't get the Irish to help you. Our Irish-American leaders tell us that all we Irish in this country ought to stand together and use our votes to free Ireland. Sure, let us free Ireland. Never mind such base, carnal thoughts as concern work and wages, healthy homes, or lives unclouded by poverty. Let us free Ireland. The rack-renting landlord, is he not also an Irishman, and wherefore should we hate him? Nay, let us not speak harshly of our brother yet, even when he raises our rent. Let us free Ireland. The profit-grinding capitalist, who robs us of 3/4 of the fruits of our labor, who sucks the very marrow of our bones when we are young, and then throws us out in the street, like a worn-out tool, when we are grown prematurely old in his service, is he not an Irishman, and mayhap a patriot, and wherefore should we think harshly of him? Let us free Ireland. The land that bred and bore us. And the landlord who makes us pay for permission to live upon it. Hoop it up for liberty. Let us free Ireland, says the patriot who won't touch socialism. Let us all join together and CRR rush the BRR Riddle Saxon. Let us all join together, says he, all classes and creeds. And, says the town worker, after we have crushed the Saxon and freed Ireland, what will we do? Oh, then you can go back to your slums, same as before. Hoop it up for liberty. And, says the agricultural workers, after we have freed Ireland, what then? Oh, then you can go scraping around for the landlord's rent or the money lender's interest, same as before. Hoop it up for liberty. After Ireland is free, says the patriot who won't touch socialism, we will protect all classes, and if you won't pay your rent you will be evicted same as now. But the evicting party, under command of the sheriff, will wear green uniforms and the harp without the crown, and the warrant turning you out on the roadside will be stamped with the arms of the Irish Republic. Now, isn't that worth fighting for? And when you cannot find employment, and, giving up the struggle of life in despair, enter the poorhouse, the band of the nearest regiment of the Irish Army will escort you to the poorhouse door to the tune of St. Patrick's Day. Oh, it will be nice to live in those days. With the green flag floating over us and an ever-increasing army of unemployed workers walking about under the green flag, wishing they had something to eat. Same as now. Hoop it up for liberty. Now, my friend, I also am Irish, but I'm a bit more logical. The capitalist, I say, is a parasite on industry, as useless in the present stage of our industrial development as any other parasite in the animal or vegetable world is to the life of the animal or vegetable upon which it feeds. The working class is the victim of this parasite, this human leech, and it is the duty and interest of the working class to use every means in its power to oust this parasite class from the position which enables it to thus prey upon the vitals of labor. Therefore, I say, let us organize as a class to meet our masters and destroy their mastership, organize to drive them from their hold upon public life through their political power, organize to wrench from their robber clutch the land and workshops on and in which they enslave us, organize to cleanse our social life from the stain of social cannibalism, from the preying of man upon his fellow man. Organize for a full, free, and happy life for all or for none. Section 2. Political action of labor. The great strike of the shop employees on the Canadian Pacific Railway has been declared off lost. While the shopmen were fighting desperately to maintain their organization and decent working conditions, the engineers, firemen, conductors, trainmen, etc., worked with scabs imported from the States and from Europe, and thus by keeping trains moving aided to break the strike. It is only one more illustration of what a vicious, not to say downright criminal, scheme-craft autonomy actually is in practice. Here's another example. After 4 years of hard fighting from the Mississippi River to the Pacific coast and from the Ohio River to the Gulf, the machinists have been compelled to abandon their strikes on the Santa Fe and the L&N railways. The engines and cars built and repaired in the railway shops by strike breakers were hauled over the roads by members of the old brotherhoods without the slightest objections. No wonder that onlookers become disgusted with such unionism. Some union cards cover a multitude of sins. Max Hayes in International Socialist Review. Industrial and political unity. At meetings throughout this country one frequently hears speakers laboring to arouse the workers to their duty, exclaiming, "You unite industrially, why then do you divide politically? You unite against the bosses in strikes and lockouts, and then you foolishly divide when you go to the ballot box. Why not unite at the ballot box as you unite in the workshop? Why not show the same unity on the political field as you do on the industrial battlefield?" At first blush this looks to be an exceedingly apt and forcible form of appeal to our fellow workers, but when examined more attentively it will be seen that in view of the facts of our industrial warfare this appeal is based upon a flagrant misstatement of facts. The real truth is that the workers do not unite industrially, but on the contrary are most hopelessly divided on the industrial field, and that their division and confusion on the political field are the direct result of their division and confusion on the industrial field. it would be easy to prove that even our most loyal trade unionists habitually play the game of the capitalist class on the industrial field just as surely as the Republican and Democratic workers do it on the political field. Let us examine the situation on the industrial field and see if it justifies the claim that economically the workers are united, or if it justifies the contention I make that the division of the workers on the political field is but the reflex of the confused ideas derived from the practice of the workers in strikes and lockouts. Quite recently we had a great strike of the workers employed on the subway and elevated systems of streetcar service in New York. The men showed a splendid front against the power of the mammoth capitalist company, headed by August Belmont, against which they were arrayed. Conductors, motormen, ticket choppers, platform men, repairers, permanent way men, ticket sellers all went out together and for a time paralyzed the entire traffic on their respective system. The company, on the other hand, had the usual recourse to Jim Farley and his scabs and sought to man the trains with those professional traders to their class. The number of scabs was large, but small in proportion to the men on strike, yet the strike was broken. It was not the scabs, however, who turned the scale against the strikers in favor of the men. That service to capital was performed by good union men with union cards in their pockets. These men were the engineers in the powerhouses which supplied the electric power to run the cars, and without whom all the scabs combined could not have run a single trip. A scab is a vile creature, but what shall we say of the men who helped the scab to commit his act of treason? The law says that an accessory before the fact is equally guilty of a crime with the actual criminal. What, then, are the trade unionists who supplied the power to scabs to help them break a strike? They were unconsciously being compelled by their false system of organization to betray their struggling brothers. Was this unity on the industrial field? And is it any wonder that the men accustomed to sow scab upon their fellow workers in a lab or struggle should also scab it upon their class in a political struggle? Is it not rather common sense to expect that the recognition of the necessity for concerted common action of all workers against the capitalist enemy in the industrial battleground must precede the realization of the wisdom of common action as a class on the political battlefield? The men who are taught that it is all right to continue working for a capitalist against whom their shopmates of a different craft are on strike are not likely to see any harm in continuing to vote for a capitalist nominee at the polls even when he is opposed by the candidate of a labor organization. Political scabbery is born of industrial scabbery, it is its legitimate offspring. Instances of this industrial disunion could be cited indefinitely. The longshoremen of the Port of New York went out on strike. They at first succeeded in tying up the ships of the shipping trust, great as its wealth is, and in demonstrating the real power of labor when unhampered by contracts with capital. The shipping trust was taken by surprise, but quickly recovered, and as usual imported scabs from all over the country. Then was seen what the unity of the working class on the industrial field amounts to under present conditions. As scab longshoremen unloaded the ship, Union teamsters with Union buttons in their hats received the goods from their hands, loaded them into their wagons, and drove merrily away. As scab longshoremen loaded a ship, Union men coaled it, and when the cargo was safely on board, Union marine engineers set up steam, and Union seamen and firemen took it out of the dock on its voyage to its destination. Can men who are trained and taught to believe that such a course of conduct is right and proper be expected to realize the oneness of the interests of the working class as a whole against the capitalist class as a whole, and vote and act accordingly? In short, can their field of vision be so extensive that it can see the brotherhood of all men, and yet so restricted that it can see no harm in a brother labor organization in their own industry being beaten to death by capital? Contrast this woeful picture of divided and disorganized unionism in America with the following account from the New York Sun of the manner in which the socialist unionists of Scandinavia stand together in a fight against the common enemy, irrespective of craft interests or craft contracts. A short sojourn in Scandinavia, particularly in Copenhagen and the southern part of Sweden, gives one an object lesson in socialism. In some way or other the socialists have managed to capture all the trade unions in these parts, and between them have caused a reign of terror for everybody who is unfortunate enough to own a business of any sort. Heaven help him if he fires one of his helps or tries to assert himself in any way. He is immediately declared in blockade. This socialist term means practically the same as a boycott. If the offending businessman happens to be a retail merchant, all workmen are warned off his premises. The drivers for the wholesale houses refuse to deliver goods at his store, the truckmen refuse to cart anything to or from his place, and so on. In fact, he is a doomed man unless he comes to terms with the union. It is worth mentioning that boycotting bulletins and also the names and addresses of those who are bold enough to help the man out are published in leaded type in all the socialistic newspapers. A law to prevent the publication of such boycotting announcements was proposed in the Swedish Riksdag this year, but was defeated. If the boycotted person be a wholesale dealer, the proceedings are much the same, or, rather, they are reversed. The retailers are threatened with the loss of the workmen's trade unless they cease dealing with such a firm, the truckmen refuse to haul for it. It has even happened that the scavengers have refused to remove the refuse from the premises. More often, however, the cans are accidentally dropped on the stairs. These scavengers belong to the city's own forces, as a rule, and receive pensions after a certain length of service, but they have all sworn allegiance to the socialistic cause. In reading the foregoing, it is well to remember that practically all the workingmen of such cities, that is, practically all Sweden and Denmark, are union men, i.e., socialists, and are, therefore, able to carry out their threats. Here we have a practical illustration of the power of socialism when it rests upon an economic organization, and the effectiveness and far-reaching activity of unionism when it is inspired by the socialist ideal. Now, as an equally valuable object lesson in American unionism, an object lesson in how not to do it, let us picture a typical state of affairs in the machine industry. The molders' contract with the boss expires and they go out on strike. In a machine shop, the molder occupies a position intermediate between the pattern maker and the machinist, or, as they are called in Ireland, the engineers. When the molders go out, the boss, who has had all his plans laid for months beforehand, brings in a staff of scabs and installs them in the places of the striking workers. Then the tragicomedy begins. The union pattern maker makes his patterns and hands them over to the scab molder. The scab molder casts his molds, and when they are done, the union machinist takes them from him and placidly finishes the job. Then, having finished their day's work, they go to their union meetings and vote donations of a few $100s to help the strikers to defeat the boss, after they had worked all day to help the boss to defeat the strikers. Thus they exemplify the solidarity of labor. When the molders are beaten, the machinists and the pattern makers, and the blacksmiths, and the electricians, and the engineers, and all the rest take their turn of going up against the boss in separate bodies to be licked. As each is taking its medicine, its fellows of other crafts in the same shop sympathize with it in the name of the solidarity of labor, and continue to work in the service of the capitalist, against whom the strike is directed, in the name of the sacred contract of the craft union. When the coal miners of Pennsylvania had their famous strike in 1902, the railroad brotherhoods hauled in scabs to take their places, and when the scabs had mined coal, the same railroad men hauled out this scab mined coal. Need I go on to prove the point that industrial division and discord is the order of the day amongst the workers, and that this disunion and confusion on the economic field cannot fail to perpetuate itself upon the political field? Those orators who reproach the workers with being divided on the political field, although united on the industrial, are simply misstating facts. The workers are divided on both, and as political parties are the reflex of economic conditions, it follows that industrial union once established will create the political unity of the working class. I feel that we cannot too strongly insist upon this point. Political division is born of industrial division, political scabbery is born of industrial craft scabbery, political weakness keeps even step with industrial weakness. It is an axiom enforced by all the experience of the ages that they who rule industrially will rule politically, and therefore they who are divided industrially will remain impotent politically. The failure of Mr. Gompers to unite politically the forces of the American Federation of Labor was the inevitable outcome of his own policy of division on the industrial battleground. he reversed the natural process by trying to unite men on class lines whilst he opposed every effort, as in the case of the brewers, to unite them on industrial lines. The natural lines of thought and action lead from the direct to the indirect, from the simple to the complex, from the immediate to the ultimate. Mr. Gompers ignored this natural line of development and preached the separation into craft organizations, with separate craft interests, of the workers, and then expected them to heed his call to unity on the less direct and immediate battleground of politics. He failed, as even the socialists would fail if they remained equally blind to the natural law of our evolution into class consciousness. That natural law leads us as individuals to unite in our craft, as crafts to unite in our industry, as industries in our class, and the finished expression of that evolution is, we believe, the appearance of our class upon the political battleground with all the economic power behind it to enforce its mandates. Until that day dawns, our political parties of the working class are but propagandist agencies, John the Baptists of the new redemption, but when that day dawns our political party will be armed with all the might of our class, will be revolutionary in fact as well as in thought. To Irish men and women especially, I should not need to labor this point. The historic example of their Land League bequeaths to us a precious legacy of wisdom, both practical and revolutionary, outlining our proper course of action. During Land League days in Ireland, when a tenant was evicted from a farm, not only his fellow tenants but practically the whole country united to help him in his fight. When the evicted farm was rented by another tenant, a land grabber or scab, every person in the countryside shunned him as a leper, and, still better, fought him as a traitor. Nor did they make the mistake of fighting the traitor and yet working for his employer, the landlord. No, they included both in the one common hostility. At the command of the Land League every servant and labourer quit the service of the landlord. In Ireland, it is well to remember, in order to appreciate this act of the labourers, that the landlords were usually better paymasters and more generous employers than the tenant farmers. The labourers, therefore, might reasonably have argued that the fight of the tenant farmers was none of their business. But they indulged in no such blindly selfish hair-splitting. When the landlord had declared war upon the tenant by evicting him, the labourers responded by war upon the landlord. Servant boy and servant girl at once quit his service, the carman refused to drive him, the cook to cook for him, his linen remained unwashed, his harvest unreaped, his cows unmilked, his house and fields deserted. The grocer and the butcher, the physician and the schoolmaster were alike hostile to him. If the children of the land grabber, scab, entered school, all other children rose and left. If the land grabber or his landlord attended mass, everyone else at mass walked out in a body. They found it hard to get anyone to serve them or feed them in health, to attend them in sickness, or to bury those dear to them in death. It was this relentless and implacable war upon the landowning class and traders among the tenant class which gave the word boycott to the English language through its enforcement against an Irish landowner, Captain Boycott. It was often horrible, it was always ugly in appearance to the superficial observer, but it was marvelously effective. It put courage and hope and manhood into a class long reckoned as the most enslaved in Europe. It broke the back of the personal despotism of the Irish landlord and so crippled his social and economic power that Irish landed estates, from being a favorite form of investment for the financial interests, sank to such a position that even the most reckless money lender would for a time scarce accept a mortgage upon them. That it failed of attaining real economic freedom for the Irish people was due not to any defect in its method of fighting, but rather to the fact that economic questions are not susceptible of being settled within the restricted radius of any one small nation, but are acted upon by influences worldwide in their character. But how great a lesson for the American worker is to be found in this record of a class struggle in Ireland. The American worker was never yet so low in the social and political scale as the Irish tenant. Yet the Irish tenant rose and by sheer force of his unity on the economic field shattered the power of his master, whilst the American worker remaining divided upon the economic field sinks day by day lower toward serfdom. The Irish tenant had to contend against the overwhelming power of a foreign empire backing up the economic power of a native tyranny, yet he conquered, whilst the American worker able to become the political sovereign of the country remains the sport of the political factions of his masters and the slave of their social power. The Irish tenant uniting on the economic field felt his strength, and, carrying the fight into politics, simply swept into oblivion every individual or party that refused to serve his class interests, but the American toilers remain divided on the economic field, and hence are divided and impotent upon the political, zealous servants of every interest but their own. Need I point the moral more? Everyone who has the interests of the working class at heart, everyone who wishes to see the Socialist Party command the allegiance of the political hosts of labor, should strive to realize industrial union as the solid foundation upon which alone the political unity of the workers can be built up and directed toward a revolutionary end. To this end all those who work for industrial unionism are truly cooperating even when they least care for political activities. Industrial unionism and constructive socialism. There is not a socialist in the world today who can indicate with any degree of clearness how we can bring about the cooperative commonwealth except along the lines suggested by industrial organization of the workers. Political institutions are not adapted to the administration of industry. Only industrial organizations are adapted to the administration of a cooperative commonwealth that we are working for. Only the industrial form of organization offers us even a theoretical constructive socialist program. There is no constructive socialism except in the industrial field. The above extract from the speech of a delegate to the National Convention of the Socialist Party, Delegate Sturton, editor of The Wage Slave, of Hancock, Michigan, so well embodies my ideas upon this matter that I have thought well to take them as a text for an article in explanation of the structural form of socialist society. In a previous chapter I have analyzed the weakness of the craft or trade union form of organization alike as a weapon of defense against the capitalist class in the everyday conflicts on the economic field, and as a generator of class consciousness on the political field, and pointed out the greater effectiveness for both purposes of an industrial form of organization. In the present article I desire to show how they who are engaged in building up industrial organizations for the practical purposes of today are at the same time preparing the framework of the society of the future. It is the realization of that fact that indeed marks the emergence of socialism as a revolutionary force from the critical to the positive stage. Time was when socialists, if asked how society would be organized under socialism, replied invariably, and airily, that such things would be left to the future to decide. The fact was that they had not considered the matter, but the development of the trust and organized capital in general, making imperative the industrial organizations of labor on similar lines, has provided us with an answer at once more complete to ourselves and more satisfying to our questioners. Now to analyze briefly the logical consequences of the position embodied in the above quotation. Political institutions are not adapted to the administration of industry. Here is a statement that no socialist with a clear knowledge of the essentials of his doctrine can dispute. The political institutions of today are simply the coercive forces of capitalist society. They have grown up out of and are based upon territorial divisions of power in the hands of the ruling class in past ages, and were carried over into capitalist society to suit the needs of the capitalist class when that class overthrew the dominion of its predecessors. The delegation of the function of government into the hands of representatives elected from certain districts, states, or territories represents no real natural division suited to the requirements of modern society, but is a survival from a time when territorial influences were more potent in the world than industrial influences, and for that reason is totally unsuited to the needs of the new social order which must be based upon industry. The socialist thinker, when he paints the structural form of the new social order, does not imagine an industrial system directed or ruled by a body of men or women elected from an indiscriminate mass of residents within given districts, said residents working at a heterogeneous collection of trades and industries. To give the ruling, controlling, and directing of industry into the hands of such a body would be too utterly foolish. What the socialist does realize is that under a social democratic form of society the administration of affairs will be in the hands of representatives of the various industries of the nation, that the workers in the shops and factories will organize themselves into unions, each union comprising all the workers at a given industry, that said union will democratically control the workshop life of its own industry, electing all foremen, etc., and regulating the routine of labor in that industry. In subordination to the needs of society in general, to the needs of its allied trades, and to the department of industry to which it belongs. That representatives elected from these various departments of industry will meet and form the industrial administration or national government of the country. In short, social democracy, as its name implies, is the application to industry, or to the social life of the nation, of the fundamental principles of democracy. Such application will necessarily have to begin in the workshop, and proceed logically and consecutively upward through all the grades of industrial organization until it reaches the culminating point of national executive power and direction. In other words, social democracy must proceed from the bottom upward, whereas capitalist political society is organized from above downward. Social democracy will be administered by a committee of experts elected from the industries and professions of the land. Capitalist society is governed by representatives elected from districts, and is based upon territorial division. The local and national governing or rather administrative bodies of socialism will approach every question with impartial minds armed with the fullest expert knowledge born of experience. The governing bodies of capitalist society have to call in an expensive professional expert to instruct them on every technical question, and know that the impartiality of said expert varies with and depends upon the size of his fee. It will be seen that this conception of socialism destroys at one blow all the fears of a bureaucratic state, ruling and ordering the lives of every individual from above, and thus gives assurance that the social order of the future will be an extension of the freedom of the individual, and not a suppression of it. In short, it blends the fullest democratic control with the most absolute expert supervision, something unthinkable of any society built upon the political state. To focus the idea properly in your mind, you have but to realize how industry today transcends all limitations of territory and leaps across rivers, mountains, and continents. Then you can understand how impossible it would be to apply to such far-reaching intricate enterprises the principle of democratic control by the workers through the medium of political territorial divisions. Under socialism, states, territories, or provinces will exist only as geographical expressions, and have no existence as sources of governmental power, though they may be seats of administrative bodies. Now, having grasped the idea that the administrative force of the Socialist Republic of the future will function through unions industrially organized, that the principle of democratic control will operate through the workers correctly organized in such industrial unions, and that the political, territorial state of capitalist society will have no place or function under socialism, you will at once grasp the full truth embodied in the words of this member of the Socialist Party whom I have just quoted, that only the industrial form of organization offers us even a theoretical constructive socialist program. To some minds, constructive socialism is embodied in the work of our representatives on the various public bodies to which they have been elected. The various measures against the evils of capitalist property brought forward by, or as a result of the agitation of socialist representatives on legislative bodies are figured as being of the nature of constructive socialism. As we have shown, the political state of capitalism has no place under socialism, therefore measures which aim to place industries in the hands of or under the control of such a political state are in no sense steps toward that ideal, they are but useful measures to restrict the greed of capitalism and to familiarize the workers with the conception of common ownership. This latter is indeed their chief function. But the enrollment of the workers in unions patterned closely after the structure of modern industries and following the organic lines of industrial development is par excellence the swiftest, safest, and most peaceful form of constructive work the socialist can engage in. It prepares within the framework of capitalist society the working forms of the socialist republic, and thus while increasing the resisting power of the worker against present encroachments of the capitalist class, it familiarizes him with the idea that the union he is helping to build up is destined to supplant that class in the control of the industry in which he is employed. The power of this idea to transform the dry detail work of trade union organization into the constructive work of revolutionary socialism, and thus to make of the unimaginative trade unionist a potent factor in the launching of a new system of society, cannot be overestimated. It invests the sordid details of the daily incidents of the class struggle with a new and beautiful meaning, and presents them in their true light as skirmishes between the two opposing armies of light and darkness. In the light of this principle of industrial unionism, every fresh shop or factory organized under its banner is a fort wrenched from the control of the capitalist class and manned with the soldiers of the revolution, to be held by them for the workers. On the day that the political and economic forces of labor finally break with capitalist society and proclaim the workers' republic, these shops and factories so manned by industrial unionists will be taken charge of by the workers there employed, and force and effectiveness thus given to that proclamation. Then and thus the new society will spring into existence, ready equipped to perform all the useful functions of its predecessor. The future of labor. In choosing for the subject of this chapter such a title as The Future of Labor, I am aware that I run the risk of arousing expectations that I shall not be able to satisfy. The future of labor is a subject with which is bound up the future of civilization, and therefore a comprehensive treatment of the subject might be interpreted as demanding an analysis of all the forces and factors which will influence humanity in the future, and also their resultant effect. Needless to say, my theme is a less ambitious one. I propose simply to deal with the problem of labor in the immediate future, with the marshalling of labor for the great conflict that confronts us, and with the consideration of the steps to be taken in order that the work of aiding the transition from industrial slavery to industrial freedom might be, as far as possible, freed from all encumbering and needless obstacles and expense of time, energy, and money. But first, and as an aid to a proper understanding of my position, let me place briefly before you my reading of the history of the past struggles of mankind against social subjection, my reading of the mental development undergone by each revolting class in the different stages of their struggle, from the first period of their bondage to the first dawn of their freedom. As I view it, such struggles had three well-marked mental stages, corresponding to the inception, development, and decay of the oppressing powers, and as I intend to attempt to apply this theory to the position of labor as a subject class today, I hope you will honor me by at least giving me your earnest attention to this conception, and aid by your discussion in determining at which of these periods or stages, the working class, the subject class of today, has arrived. My reading then briefly is this, that in the first period of bondage the eyes of the subject class are always turned toward the past, and all its efforts in revolt are directed to the end of destroying the social system in order that it might march backward and re-establish the social order of ancient times, the good old days. That the goodness of those days was largely hypothetical seldom enters the imagination of men on whose limbs the fetters of oppression still sit awkwardly. In the second period the subject class tends more and more to lose sight and recollection of any pre-existent state of society, to believe that the social order in which it finds itself always did exist, and to bend all its energies to obtaining such ameliorations of its lot within existent society as will make that lot more bearable. At this stage of society the subject class, as far as its own aspirations are concerned, may be reckoned as a conservative force. In the third period the subject class becomes revolutionary, recks little of the past for inspiration, but, building itself upon the achievements of the present, confidently addresses itself to the conquest of the future. It does so because the development of the framework of society has revealed to it its relative importance, revealed to it the fact that within its grasp has grown, unconsciously to itself, a power which, if intelligently applied, is sufficient to overcome and master society at large. As a classic illustration of this conception of the history of the mental development of the revolt against social oppression, we might glance at the many peasant revolts recorded in European history. As we are now aware, common ownership of land was at one time the basis of society all over the world. Our fathers not only owned their land in common, but in many ways practiced a common ownership of the things produced. In short, tribal communism was at one time the universally existent order. In such a state of society there existed a degree of freedom that no succeeding order has been able to parallel, and that none will be able to, until the individualistic order of today gives way to the industrial commonwealth, the workers' republic, of the future. How that ancient order broke up it is no part of my task to tell. What I do wish to draw your attention to, is that for hundreds, for 1,000 years after the breakup of that tribal communism, and the reduction to serfdom of the descendants of the formerly free tribesmen, all the efforts of the revolting serfs were directed to a destruction of the new order of things and to a rehabilitation of the old. Take as an example the various peasant wars of Germany, the Jacquerie of France, or the revolt of Wat Tyler and John Ball in England as being the best known. Examine their rude literature in such fragments as have been preserved, study their speeches as they have been recorded even by their enemies, read the translations of their songs, and in all of them you will find a passionate harking back to the past, a morbid idealizing of the status of their fathers, and a continued exhortation to the suffering people to destroy the present in order that, in some vague and undefined manner, they might reconstitute the old. The defeat of the peasantry left the stage clear for the emergence of the bourgeoisie as the most important subject class, and for the development of that second period of which I have spoken. Did it develop? Well, in every account we read of the conflicts between the nobility and the burghers in their guilds and cities we find that the aggressive part was always taken by the former, and that wherever a revolt took place, the revolting guild merchants and artisans justified their act by an appeal to the past privileges which had been abrogated and the restoration of which formed the basis of their claims, and their only desire if successful in revolt. One of the most curious illustrations of this mental condition is to be found in the history of the rise of the Dutch Republic by Motley, in which that painstaking historian tells how the Netherlands in their revolt against the Spanish Emperor continued for a generation to base their claims upon the political status of the provinces under a former emperor, made war upon the empire with troops levied in the name of the emperor, and led by officers whose commissions were made out by the rebel provinces in the name of the sovereign they were fighting against. This mental condition lasted in England until the Great Civil War, which ended by leaving Charles I without a head, and the bourgeoisie, incarnated in Cromwell, firmly fixed in the saddle. In France it lasted till the Revolution. In both countries it was abandoned, not because of any a priori reasoning upon its absurdity nor because some great thinker had evolved a better scheme, but because the growth of the industrial system had made the capitalist class realize that they could at any moment stop the flow of its lifeblood, so to speak, and from so realizing it was but a short mental evolution to frame a theory of political action which proclaimed that the capitalist class was the nation, and all its enemies the enemies of the nation at large. The last period of that social evolution had been reached, the last mental stage of the transition from feudal ownership to capitalist property. Now let me apply this reading of history to the development of the working class under capitalism and find out what lessons it teaches us, of value in our present struggle. Passing by the growth of the working class under nascent capitalism, as it belongs more to the period I have just dealt with than to the present subject, and taking up working class history from the point marked by the introduction of machinery to supplant hand labor, a perfectly correct standpoint for all practical purposes, we find in the then attitude of the workers an exemplification of the historical fidelity of our conception. Suffering from the miseries attendant upon machine labor, the displacement of those supplanted and the scandalous overworking of those retained, the workers rioted and rebelled in a mad effort to abolish machinery and restore the era of hand labor. In a word, they strove to revert to past conditions, and their most popular orators and leaders were they who pictured in most glowing terms the conditions prevalent in the days of their fathers. They were thus on the same mental plane as those medieval peasants who, in their revolt, were fired by the hope of restoring the primitive commune. And just as in the previously cited case, the inevitable failure of this attempt to reconstruct the past was followed in another generation by movements which accepted the social order of their day as permanent, and looked upon their social status as wage slaves as fixed and immutable in the eternal order of things. To this category belongs the trade union movement in all its history. As the struggles of the serfs and burghers in the Middle Ages were directed to no higher aim than the establishing of better relations between these struggling classes and their feudal overlords, as during those ages the division of society into ruling classes of king, lords, and church resting upon a basis of the serfdom of the producers, was accepted by all in spite of the perpetual recurrences of civil wars between the various classes, so, in capitalist society, the trade unionists, despite strikes, lockouts, and blacklists, accepted the employing class as part and parcel of a system which was to last through all eternity. The rise of industrial unionism is the first sign that the second stage of the mental evolution of our class is rapidly passing away. And the fact that it had its inception amongst men actually engaged in the work of trade union organization, and found its inspiration in a recognition of the necessities born of the struggles of the workers, and not in the theories of any political party. This fact is the most cheering sign of the legitimacy of its birth and the most hopeful augury of its future. For we must not forget that it is not the theorists who make history, it is history in its evolution that makes the theorists. And the roots of history are to be found in the workshops, fields, and factories. It has been remarked that Belgium was the cockpit of Europe because within its boundaries have been fought out many of the battles between the old dynasties. In like manner we can say that the workshop is the cockpit of civilization because in the workshop has been and will be fought out those battles between the new and the old methods of production, the issues of which change the face and the history of the world. I have said that the capitalist class became a revolutionary class when it realized that it held control of the economic heart of the nation. I may add when the working class is in the same position, it will also as a class become revolutionary, it will also give effective political expression to its economic strength. The capitalist class grew into a political party when it looked around and found itself in control of the things needed for the life of the individual and the state, when it saw that the ships carrying the commerce of the nation were its own, when it saw that the internal traffic of the nation was in the hands of its agents, when it saw that the feeding, clothing, and sheltering of the ruling class depended upon the activities of the subject class, when it saw itself applied to furnish finance to equip the armies and fleets of the kings and nobles, in short, when the capitalist class found that all the arteries of commerce, all the agencies of production, all the mainsprings of life in fact, passed through their hands as blood flows through the human heart, then and only then did capital raise the banner of political revolt and from a class battling for concessions became a class leading its forces to the mastery of society at large. This leads me to the last axiom of which I wish you to grasp the significance. It is this, that the fight for the conquest of the political state is not the battle, it is only the echo of the battle. The real battle is the battle being fought out every day for the power to control industry, and the gauge of the progress of that battle is not to be found in the number of voters making a cross beneath the symbol of a political party, but in the number of these workers who enroll themselves in an industrial organization with the definite purpose of making themselves masters of the industrial equipment of society in general. That battle will have its political echo, that industrial organization will have its political expression. If we accept the definition of working class political action as that which brings the workers as a class into direct conflict with the possessing class as a class, and keeps them there, then we must realize that nothing can do that so readily as action at the ballot box. Such action strips the working class movement of all traces of such sectionalism as may, and indeed must, cling to strikes and lockouts, and emphasizes the class character of the labor movement. It is therefore absolutely indispensable for the efficient training of the working class along correct lines that action at the ballot box should accompany action in the workshop. I am convinced that this will be the ultimate formation of the fighting hosts of labor. The workers will be industrially organized on the economic field, and until that organization is perfected, whilst the resultant feeling of class consciousness is permeating the minds of the workers, the Socialist Party will carry on an independent campaign of education and attack upon the political field, and as a consequence will remain the sole representative of the socialist idea in politics. But as industrial organization grows, feels its strength, and develops the revolutionary instincts of its members, there will grow also the desire for a closer union and identification of the two wings of the army of labor. Any attempt prematurely to force this identification would only defeat its own purpose and be fraught with danger alike to the economic and the political wing. Yet it is certain that such attempts will be of continual recurrence and multiply in proportion to the dissatisfaction felt at the waste of energy involved in the division of forces. Statesmanship of the highest kind will be required to see that this union shall take place only under the proper conditions and at the proper moment for effective action. Two things must be kept in mind, viz., that a socialist political party not emanating from the ranks of organized labor is, as Karl Marx phrased it, simply a socialist sect, ineffective for the final revolutionary act, but that also the attempt of craft organized unions to create political unity before they have laid the foundation of industrial unity in their own, the economic field, would be an instance of putting the cart before the horse. But when that foundation of industrial union is finally secured, then nothing can prevent the union of the economic and political forces of labor. I look forward to the time when every economic organization will have its political committee, just as it has its organization committee or its strike committee, and when it will be counted to be as great a crime, as much an act of scabbery to act against the former as against any of the latter. When that time comes, we will be able to count our effective vote before troubling the official ballot box. Simply by counting our membership in the allied organizations, we will be able to estimate our capacity for the revolutionary act of social transformation simply by taking stock of the number of industries we control and their importance relative to the whole social system, and when we find that we control the strategic industries in society, then society must bend to our will or break. In our organizations we will have woman suffrage, whether governments like it or not. We will also have in our own organizations a pure and uncorrupted ballot, and if the official ballot of capitalist society does not purify itself of its own accord, its corruption can only serve to blind the eyes of our enemies, and not to hide our strength from ourselves. Compare the political action of such a body with that of any party we know. Political parties are composed of men and women who meet together to formulate a policy and program to vote upon. They set up a political ticket in the hope of getting people, most of whom they do not know, to vote for them, and when that vote is at last cast, it is cast by men whom they have not organized, do not know, and cannot rely upon to use in their own defense. We have proven that such a body can make propaganda, and good propaganda, for socialist principles, but it can never function as the weapon of an industrially organized working class. To it, such a party will always be an outside body, a body not under its direct control, but the political weapon of the industrially organized working class will be a weapon of its own forging and wielded by its own hand. I believe it to be incumbent upon organized labor to meet the capitalist class upon every field where it can operate to our disadvantage. Therefore I favor direct attacks upon the control of governmental powers through the ballot box, but I wish to see these attacks supported by the economic organization. In short, I believe that there is no function performed by a separate political party that the economic organization cannot help it perform much better and with greater safety to working class interests. Let us be clear as to the function of industrial unionism. That function is to build up an industrial republic inside the shell of the political state, in order that when that industrial republic is fully organized it may crack the shell of the political state and step into its place in the scheme of the universe. But in the process of upbuilding, during the period of maturing, the mechanism of the political state can be utilized to assist in the formation of the embryo industrial republic. Or, to change the analogy, we might liken the position of the industrial republic in its formative period toward political society, to the position of the younger generation toward the generation passing away. The younger accepts the achievements of the old, but gradually acquires strength to usurp its functions until the new generation is able to abandon the paternal household and erect its own. While doing so, it utilizes to the fullest all the privileges of its position. So the industrial unionist will function in a double capacity in capitalist society. In his position as a citizen in a given geographical area, he will use his political voting power in attacks upon the political system of capitalism, and in his position as a member of the industrial union he will help in creating the economic power which in the fullness of time will overthrow that political system, and replace it by the industrial republic. My contentions along these lines do not imply by any means that I regard immediate action at the ballot box by the economic organization as essential, although I may regard it as advisable. As I have already indicated, the proletarian revolution will in that respect most likely follow the lines of the capitalist revolutions in the past. In Cromwellian England, in colonial America, in revolutionary France the real political battle did not begin until after the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, had become the dominant class in the nation. Then they sought to conquer political power in order to allow their economic power to function freely. It was no mere coincidence but a circumstance born of the very nature of things, woven, so to speak, in the warp and woof of fate, that in all the three countries the signal for the revolution was given by the ruling class touching the bourgeoisie in the one part that was calculated to arouse them as a class, and at the same time demonstrate their strength. That one sensitive part was their finance, their ownership of the sinews of war. In England it was over the question of taxes, of ship money, that Hampden first raised the standard of revolt whose last blow was struck at Whitehall when the King's head rolled in the gutter. In America it was over the question of taxes, and again the capitalist class were united, until a new nation was born to give them power. In France it was the failure of the king to raise taxes that led to the convocation of the States General, which assembly first revealed to the French capitalists their power as a class and set their feet upon the revolutionary path. In all three countries the political rebellion was but the expression of the will of a class already in possession of economic power. This is in conformity with the law of human evolution, that the new system can never overthrow the old until it itself is fully matured and able to assume all the useful functions of the thing it is to dethrone. In the light of such facts, and judging by such reasoning, we need not exercise our souls over the question of the date of the appearance of the industrial organizations of labor upon the electoral field. Whether we believe, as I believe, that the electoral field offers it opportunities it would be criminal to ignore, or believe, as some do, that electoral action on the part of the economic organizations is at present premature, one thing we can be agreed upon, if we accept the outline of history I have just sketched, viz., that it is necessary to remember that at the present stage of development all actions of our class at the ballot box are in the nature of mere preliminary skirmishes or educational campaigns, and that the conquest of political power by the working class waits upon the conquest of economic power, and must function through the economic organization. Hence, reader, if you belong to the working class your duty is clear. Your union must be perfected until it embraces everyone who toils in the service of your employer, or as a unit in your industry. The fact that your employers find it necessary to secure the services of any individual worker is or ought to be that individual's highest and best title to be a member of your union. If the boss needs him, you need him more. You need the open union and the closed shop if you ever intend to control the means and conditions of life. And, as the champion of your class upon the political field, as the ever-active propagandist of the idea of the working class, as the representative and embodiment of the social principle of the future, you need the Socialist Party. The future of labor is bound up with the harmonious development of those twin expressions of the forces of progress. The freedom of labor will be born of their happily consummated union. Published as a pamphlet in Chicago in 1909. 17. Sinn Féin, Socialism, and the Nation. In a recent issue of The Peasant, a correspondent, Care Brie, in the midst of a very fair and reasonable article on Sinn Féin and socialism, says, "A rapprochement between Sinn Féinism and socialism is highly desirable." To this I desire to say a fervent Amen, and to follow up in my prayer with a suggestion which may help in realizing such a desirable consummation. Always presupposing that the rapprochement is desired between Sinn Féiners who sympathize with socialism, and not merely with those who see no further than the Constitution of '82, on the one hand, and socialists who realize that a socialist movement must rest upon and draw its inspiration from the historical and actual conditions of the country in which it functions and not merely lose themselves in an abstract internationalism, which has no relation to the real internationalism of the socialist movement, on the other. But, first, it would be as well to state some of the difficulties in the way, in order that we may shape our course in order to avoid them. Sinn Féin has two sides: its economic teaching and its philosophy of self-reliance. With its economic teaching, as expounded by my friend Mr. Arthur Griffith in his adoption of the doctrines of Frederick List, socialists have no sympathy, as it appeals only to those who measure a nation's prosperity by the volume of wealth produced in a country, instead of by the distribution of that wealth amongst the inhabitants. According to that definition, Ireland in 1847 was a prosperous country because it exported food, whereas Denmark was comparatively unprosperous because it exported little. But with that part of Sinn Féin which teaches that Ireland must rely upon itself, respect her own traditions, know her own history, preserve her own language and literature without prejudice to, or denial of, the worth in the language or literature of other people, stand erect in her own worth and claim to be appraised for her own intrinsic value, and not as part of the wheels and cogs of the imperial system of another people. With that side of Sinn Féin socialists may sympathize, and, indeed, as a cold matter of fact, those doctrines were preached in Dublin by the Irish Socialist Republican Party from 1896 onward, before the Sinn Féin movement was founded. The first side of Sinn Féin necessarily excludes the socialists, the second does not. The first rests upon a capitalist conception of progress, the second is a gateway by which Ireland may enter into the intellectual domain which socialism has made its own by its spiritual affinity with all the worldwide forces making for social freedom. Socialists are also somewhat divided in their ideas as to what is a proper course in a country like Ireland. One set, observing that those who talk loudest about Ireland a nation are often the most merciless grinders of the faces of the poor, fly off to the extreme limit of hostility to nationalism and, whilst opposed to oppression at all times, are also opposed to national revolt for national independence. Another, principally recruited amongst the workers in the towns of northeast Ulster, have been weaned by socialist ideas and industrial disputes from the leadership of Tory and Orange landlords and capitalists, but as they are offered practical measures of relief from capitalist oppression by the English Independent Labour Party, and offered nothing but a green flag by Irish nationalism, they naturally go where they imagine relief will come from. Thus their social discontent is lost to the Irish cause. These men see that the workers shot down last winter in Belfast were not shot down in the interests of the Legislative Union, they were shot down in the interests of Irish capitalists. Hence, when a Sinn Féiner waxes eloquent about restoring the Constitution of '82, but remains silent about the increasing industrial despotism of the capitalist, when the Sinn Féiner speaks to men who are fighting against low wages and tells them that the Sinn Féin body has promised lots of Irish labour at low wages to any foreign capitalist who wishes to establish in Ireland, what wonder if they come to believe that a change from Toryism to Sinn Féinism would simply be a change from the devil. They do know to the devil they do not know. The other section of socialists in Ireland are those who inscribe their banners with the watchword Irish Socialist Republic, who teach that socialism will mean in Ireland the common ownership by Irish people of the land and everything else necessary to feed, clothe, house, and maintain life in Ireland, and that therefore socialism in its application to Ireland means and requires the fullest trust of the Irish people as the arbiters of their own destinies in conformity with the laws of progress and humanity. This section of socialists were so Irish that they organized and led the great anti-Jubilee procession of 1897 in Dublin, which completely destroyed all the carefully prepared British preparations to represent Irish as loyal, and yet their position was so correct from their standpoint that at the International Congress of 1900 at Paris they were granted, in the name of Ireland, separate representation from England and treated and acted as a separate nation. Now the problem is to find a basis of union on which all these sections who owe allegiance to one or other conception socialism may unite. My position is that this union, or rapprochement, cannot be arrived at by discussing our differences. Let us rather find out and unite upon the things upon which we agree. Once we get together, we will find that our differences are not so insuperable as they appear whilst we are separated. What is necessary first is a simple platform around which to gather, with the understanding that as much as possible shall be left to future conditions to dictate and as little as possible settled now by rules or theories. As each section has complete confidence in their own doctrines, let them show their confidence by entering an organization with those who differ from them in methods, and depend upon the development of events to prove the correctness of their position. Each person to have complete freedom of speech in conformity with the common object, the lecture platform to be common to all, and every lecture to be followed by questions and discussion. With mutual toleration on both sides, the Protestant worker may learn that the cooperation of the Catholic who works, suffers, votes, and fights alongside him is more immediately vital to his cause and victory day by day than the cooperation of workers on the other side of the Channel, and that socialists outside of Ireland are all in favour of that national independence which he rejects for the sake of a few worthless votes. And the Catholic Sinn Féiners may learn that love of freedom beats strongly in the breasts of Protestant peasants and workmen who, because they have approached it from a different historical standpoint, regard the nationalist conception with suspicion or even hostility. The Irish Nation, January 23, 1909. 18. Erin's Hope, the End and the Means. Ireland's Future. Ere we can forecast the future, we must understand the present and bring a just sense of proportion to our review of the history of the past. What, then, are the conditions which govern life in Ireland today, and of what are those conditions the outcome? According to the most eminent authorities who have ever dealt with the subject, the soil of Ireland is capable of sustaining a population many times larger than she has ever borne upon its surface, yet Ireland is in a state of chronic starvation. Every ship that leaves our ports is laden down with harvest for human consumption, while the people whose strong hands have reaped that harvest pine in wretchedness and want, or fly from the shores of this fertile land as from the arid sands of a desert. The landlord class, infatuated with that madness which always precedes destruction, press for their rents to the uttermost farthing wherever they can wheedle or coerce a too compliant legislature and executive to support them in their exact ions. The capitalist farmer, driven to the wall by the stress of the competition, seeks in vain to maintain his foothold in life by unceasing struggle with the lord of the soil on one hand and a ruthless oppression of the laborer on the other. The small farmer, bereft entirely of hope for the future, settles despairingly into a state of social wretchedness for which no savage land can furnish a parallel. The agricultural laborer, with his fellow in the towns, takes his strength, his brains, his physical and intellectual capabilities to the market, and offers them to his wealthier fellow creatures, to be exploited in return for a starvation wage. On all sides anarchy and oppression reign supreme, until one could scarcely wonder if even the most orthodox amongst us were tempted to echo the saying of the Spanish Don Juan Aguila after the Battle of Connolly, "Surely Christ never died for this people." These are the conditions under which life is endured in Ireland today. From what do such conditions spring? There are two things necessary for the maintenance of life in Ireland, as in every other country. They are land and labor. Possessed of these two essentials, the human race has at its command all the factors requisite for the well-being of the species. From the earth labor extracts alike its foods and the mineral wealth with which it contrives to construct and adorn its habitations and prepare its raiment. Therefore the possession of the soil is everywhere the first requisite of life. Granting this as a proposition too self-evident to need elaborate demonstration, we at once arrive at the conclusion that since the soil is so necessary to our existence, the first care of every well-regulated community ought to be to preserve the use of that soil, and the right to freely share in its fruits, to every member of the community, present or prospective, born or unborn. The moment when the land of a country passes from the care of the community as a public trust, and from being the common property of the entire people becomes the private property of individuals, marks the beginning of slavery for that people and of oppression for that country. With the land held as the property of individuals, there are immediately created two antagonistic classes in society, one holding the land and demanding from the other a rent for permission to live upon it, and the other driven by a constant increase of their own numbers to offer larger and larger shares of the produce of their labor as tribute to the first class, who thus become masters of the lives of their fellow beings. With the land held as the common property of the people, an abundant harvest is eagerly welcomed as an addition to the wealth of the community, guaranteeing against want every one of its members. With the land held as private property, the abundant harvest must be sold to satisfy the exact ions of the holder of the soil, and as he jingles in his pockets the result of the sale of his tenants' produce, the families who reaped it may be perishing of want. As one crime begets another, so one economic blunder invariably brings in its train a series of blunders, each one more fruitful of disaster than the first. When the production of food for public use was abandoned in favor of production of agricultural produce for private sale and private profit, it was almost inevitable that the production of almost every other necessary of life should be subjected to the same conditions. Thus we find that food, clothes, houses, and furniture are not produced in order that people may be fed, clad, sheltered, or made comfortable, but rather in order that the class who have obtained possession of the land, machinery, workshops, and stores necessary for the production of these essentials should be thereby enabled to make a comfortable living at the expense of their fellow creatures. If the landlord and employing class think they can make a rent or profit by allowing the people to feed, clothe, or house themselves, then the latter are allowed to do so under the direction of the former when, where, and how the masters please. If, on the contrary, they imagine it will pay them better to refuse that right, as they do in every eviction, strike, or lockout, then they do refuse that permission, and their countrymen go forth starving, their children die of want before their eyes, and their wives and mothers pine in wretchedness and misery in what their forefathers were wont to call the Isle of the Blessed. By the operation of certain historic causes the workers have been deprived of everything by which they can maintain life and are thus compelled to seek their livelihood by the sale of their capacity for work, their labor power. The worker thus finds that the most essential condition which he must perform in order that he may possess his life is to sell part of that life into the service and for the profit of another. Whether he sells it by the hour, the day, the week, or the month is immaterial, sell it he must or else starve. Now, the worker is a human being, with all the powers and capabilities of a human being within him, just as is a landlord, a capitalist, or any other ornament of society. But when he approaches the capitalist in order to complete that bargain, which means the sale of his life piecemeal in order that he may enjoy it as a whole, he finds that he must carefully divest himself of all claims to he considered as a human being, and offer himself upon the market subject to the same law as govern the purchase or sale of any inanimate, soulless commodity, such as a pair of boots, a straw hat or a frock coat. That is to say, the price he will receive for this piecemeal sale of himself will depend upon how many more are compelled by hunger to make the same horrible bargain. In like manner with the farmer seeking to rent a farm in the open market. Each competitor seeks to outbid the other, until the rent is fixed usually out of all proportion to the price which will in the future be obtained for the produce of the farm bidden for. The agriculturist finds that in years of universal plenty, when throughout the world the earth brings forth its fruits in teeming profusion, the excess of supply over effective demand operates to lower the price of his farm produce, until it scarcely repays his labor in garnering it, and in times of scarcity, when a good price might be obtained, he has little to sell, his customers have not the wherewithal to buy, and the landlord or the money lender are as relentless as ever in their exact ions. As a remedy for such an array of evils, Home Rule stands revealed as a glaring absurdity. The Home Rule parties either ignore the question altogether or else devote their attention to vain attempts to patch up the system with schemes of reform which each day tends to discredit more and more. The tenant who seeks in the land court for a judicial valuation of his holding finds that in face of the steady fall in agricultural prices, assisted by preferential railway rates in favor of foreign produce, the fair rent of 1 year becomes the rack rent of another, and the tenant who avails himself of the purchase clauses of the Land Act finds that he has only escaped from the personal tyranny of a landlord to have his veins sucked by the impersonal power of the money lender. Confronted with such facts, the earnest Irish worker turns in dismay and joins his voice to that of the uncompromising nationalist in seeking from the advocate of an Irish socialist republic the clue of the labyrinthine puzzle of modern economic conditions. The problem is a grave and difficult one, alike from the general ignorance of its controlling conditions and because of the multiplicity of vested interests which must be attacked and overthrown at every forward step towards its solution. The solution herein set forth is therefore not guaranteed to be absolutely perfect in all its details, but only to furnish a rough draft of a scheme of reform by means of which the ground may be prepared for that revolutionary change in the structure of society which can alone establish an approximation to an ideally just social system. The agriculture of Ireland can no longer compete with the scientifically equipped farmers of America, therefore the only hope that now remains is to abandon competition altogether as a rule of life, to organize agriculture as a public service under the control of boards of management elected by the agricultural population, no longer composed of farmers and laborers, but of free citizens with equal responsibility and equal honor, and responsible to them and the nation at large, and with all the mechanical and scientific aids to agriculture the entire resources of the nation can place at their disposal. Let the produce of Irish soil go first to feed the Irish people, and after a sufficient store has been retained to ensure of that being accomplished, let the surplus be exchanged with other countries in return for those manufactured goods Ireland needs but does not herself produce. Thus we will abolish at one stroke the dread of foreign competition and render perfectly needless any attempt to create an industrial hell in Ireland under the specious pretext of developing our resources. Apply to manufacture the same social principle. Let the cooperative organization of the workers replace the war of classes under capitalism and transform the capitalist himself from an irresponsible hunter after profit into a public servant fulfilling a public function and under public control. Recognize the right of all to an equal opportunity to develop to their fullest capacity all the powers and capabilities inherent in them by guaranteeing to all our countrymen and women, the weak as well as the strong, the simple as well as the cunning, the honest equally with the unscrupulous, the fullest, freest, and most abundant human life intelligently organized society can confer upon any of its members. But, you will say, this means a socialist republic, this is subversive of all the institutions upon which the British Empire is founded, this cannot be realized without national independence. Well, I trust no one will accuse me of a desire to fan into flame the dying embers of national hatred when I state as my deliberate and conscientious conviction that the Irish democracy ought to strive consistently after the separation of their country from the yoke that links her destinies with those of the British Crown. The interests of labor all the world over are identical, it is true, but it is also true that each country had better work out its own salvation on the lines most congenial to its own people. The national and racial characteristics of the English and Irish people are different, their political history and traditions are antagonistic, the economic development of the one is not on a par with the other, and, finally, although they have been in the closest contact for 700 years, yet the Celtic Irishman is today as much of an insoluble problem to even the most friendly English as on the day when the two countries were first joined in unholy wedlock. No Irish revolutionist worth his salt would refuse to lend a hand to the social democracy of England in the effort to uproot the social system of which the British Empire is the crown and apex, and in like manner no English social democrat fails to recognise clearly that the crash which would betoken the fall of the ruling classes in Ireland would sound the tocsin for the revolt of the disinherited in England. But on whom devolves the task of achieving that downfall of the ruling classes in Ireland? On the Irish people. But who are the Irish people? Is it the dividend-hunting capitalist with the phraseology of patriotism on his lips and the spoil wrung from sweated Irish toilers in his pockets? Is it the scheming lawyer most immoral of all classes? Is it the slum landlord who denounces rack renting in the country and practices it in the towns? Is it any one of these sections who today dominate Irish politics? Or is it not rather the Irish working class, the only secure foundation on which a free nation can be reared, the Irish working class which has borne the brunt of every political struggle, and gained by none, and which is today the only class in Ireland which has no interest to serve in perpetuating either the political or social forms of oppression, the British connection or the capitalist system? The Irish working class must emancipate itself, and in emancipating itself it must, perforce, free its country. The act of social emancipation requires the conversion of the land and instruments of production from private property into the public or common property of the entire nation. This necessitates a social system of the most absolute democracy, and in establishing that necessary social system the working class must grapple with every form of government which could interfere with the most unfettered control by the people of Ireland of all the resources of their country. On the working class of Ireland, therefore, devolves the task of conquering political representation for their class as the preliminary step towards the conquest of political power. This task can only be safely entered upon by men and women who recognize that the first action of a revolutionary army must harmonize in principle with those likely to be its last, and that, therefore, no revolutionists can safely invite the cooperation of men or classes, whose ideals are not theirs, and whom, therefore, they may be compelled to fight at some future critical stage of the journey to freedom. To this category belongs every section of the propertied class, and every individual of those classes who believes in the righteousness of his class position. The freedom of the working class must be the work of the working class. And let it be remembered that timidity in the slave induces audacity in the tyrant, but the virility and outspokenness of the revolutionists ever frightens the oppressor himself to hide his loathsomeness under the garb of reform. And thus remembering, fight for your class at every point. Our people are flying to the uttermost ends of the earth. Seek to retain them at home by reducing the hours of labor wherever you have the power and by supporting every demand for legislative restriction. Your Irish railways employ thousands of men, whose working hours average 12 per day. Were they restricted to a 48-hour week of labor, employment would be provided for thousands of Irishmen who at present are driven exiles from their native land. Let your representatives demand an 8-hour bill for railways. Our Irish municipalities and other public bodies controlled by popular vote employ also many thousands of men. What are their hours of labor? On the average 10, and their wages just above starvation point. Insist upon Irish corporations establishing the 8-hour day in all their works. They at least do not need to fear foreign competition. If you have no vote in the corporation, you can at least help to hound off the political platform elsewhere every so-called patriot who refuses to perform this act of justice. Every Irish corporation which declines to institute an 8-hour working day at a decent wage for its employees has virtually entered into a conspiracy with the British government to expatriate the Irish people, rather than pay an additional halfpenny in the pound on the rates. In all our cities the children of the laboring class are dying off before their time for lack of wholesome nourishing food. As our municipalities and public trusts provide water for the people free of direct payment and charge the cost upon the rates, let them also provide at our schools free breakfasts, dinners, and teas to the children in attendance there, and pay for it from the same source. No matter what may be the moral character of the parent, let us at least save the helpless children of our race from physical and mental degeneracy, and save our teachers from the impossible task of forcing education upon a child whose brain is enfeebled by the starvation of its body. As the next step in organization, let the corporations and public bodies everywhere throughout the country establish depots for the supply of bread and all the necessaries of life to the people, at cost price and without the intervention of the middleman. When, in addition to the foregoing reforms, we have demanded the abolition of our hateful poorhouse system, and the imposition of a heavy and steeply graduated income tax on all incomes over £400 a year, in order to provide comfortable pensions for the aged, the infirm, and widows and orphans, we will have aroused a new spirit in the people, we will have based our revolutionary movement upon a correct appreciation of the needs of the hour, as well as upon the vital principles of economic justice and uncompromising nationality. We will, as the true revolutionist should ever do, have called into action on our side the entire sum of all the forces and factors of social and political discontent. By the use of the revolutionary ballot we will have made the very air of Ireland as laden with treason, as fully charged with the spirit of revolt, as it is today with the cant of compromise and the mortal sin of flunkeyism, and thus we will have laid a substantial groundwork for more effective action in the future, while to those whom we must remove in our onward march the pledge of our faith in the social revolution will convey the assurance that if we crush their profit-making enterprises today, yet when the sun dawns upon our freedom, if they have served their fellow creatures loyally in the hour of strife, they and their children's children will be guaranteed against want and privation for all time by the safest guarantee man ever received, the guarantee backed by all the gratitude, the loyal hearts, the brains and industry of the Irish people, under the Irish Socialist Republic. Revised edition published in 1909, originally published in 1897. 19. Industrial Unionism and the Trade Unions. In the second part of my book Socialism Made Easy, I have endeavored to establish two principles in the minds of my readers as being vitally necessary to the upbuilding of a strong revolutionary socialist movement. Those two principles are, first, that the working class as a class cannot become permeated with a belief in the unity of their class interests unless they have first been trained to a realization of the need of industrial unity. Second, that the revolutionary act, the act of taking over the means of production and establishing a social order based upon the principles of the working class, labor, cannot be achieved by a disorganized, defeated, and humiliated working class, but must be the work of that class after it has attained to a commanding position on the field of economic struggle. It has been a pleasure to me to note the progress of socialist thought towards acceptance of these principles, and to believe that the publication of that little work helped to a not inconsiderable degree in shaping that socialist thought and in accelerating its progress. In the following article I wish to present one side of the discussion which inevitably arises in our Socialist Party branches upon the mooting of this question. But as a preliminary to this presentation I would like to decry, and ask my comrades to decry and dissociate themselves from, the somewhat acrid and intolerant manner in which this discussion is often carried on. Believing that the Socialist Party is part and parcel of the labor movement of the United States, and that in the growth of that movement to true revolutionary clearness and consciousness the Socialist Party, is bound to attract to itself and become mentor and teacher of elements most unclear and lacking in class consciousness, we should recognize that it is as much our duty to be patient and tolerant with the erring brother or sister within our ranks as with the rank heathen outside the fold. No good purpose can be served by wildly declaiming against intellectuals, nor yet by intriguing against and misrepresenting impossibilists. The comrades who think that the Socialist Party is run by compromisers should not jump out of the organization and leave the revolutionists in a still more helpless minority, and the comrades who pride themselves upon being practical socialist politicians should not too readily accuse those who differ with them of being potential disruptors. Viewing the situation from the standpoint of an industrialist, I am convinced that both the industrialist and those estimable comrades who pander to the old-style trade unions to such a marked degree as to leave themselves open to the suspicion of coquetting with the idea of a labor party both, I say, have the one belief, both have arrived at the one conclusion from such different angles that they appear as opposing instead of aiding, auxiliary forces. That belief which both share in common is that the triumph of socialism is impossible without the aid of labor organized upon the economic field. It is their common possession of this one great principle of action which impels me to say that there is a greater identity of purpose and faith between those two opposing wings of the Socialist Party than either can have with any of the intervening schools of thought. Both realize that the Socialist Party must rest upon the economic struggle and the forces of labor engaged therein, and that the socialism which is not an outgrowth and expression of that economic struggle is not worth a moment's serious consideration. There, then, we have found something upon which we agree, a ground common to both, the first desideratum of any serious discussion. The point upon which we disagree is, can the present form of American trade unions provide the socialist movement with the economic force upon which to rest, or can the American Federation of Labor develop towards industrialism sufficiently for our needs? It is the same problem stated in different ways. I propose to state here my reasons for taking the negative side in that discussion. Let it be remembered that we are not, as some good comrades imagine, debating whether it is possible for a member of the American Federation of Labor to become an industrialist, or for all its members, but we are to debate whether the organization of the American Federation of Labor is such as to permit of a modification of its structural formation to keep pace with the progress of industrialist ideas amongst its members. Whether the conversion of the membership of the American Federation of Labor to industrialism would mean the disruption of the Federation and the throwing of it aside as the up-to-date capitalist throws aside a machine, be it ever so costly, when a more perfectly functioning machine has been devised. At this point it is necessary for the complete understanding of our subject that we step aside for a moment to consider the genesis and organization of the American Federation of Labor and the trade unions patterned after it, and this involves a glance at the history of the labor movement in America. Perhaps of all the subjects properly pertaining to socialist activity, this subject has been the most neglected, the least analyzed. And yet it is the most vital. Studies of Marx and popularizing of Marx, studies of science and popularizing of science, studies of religion and application of same with socialist interpretations, all these we have without limit. But of attempts to apply the methods of Marx and of science to an analysis of the laws of growth and incidence of development of the organizations of labor upon the economic field, the literature of the movement is almost, if not quite, absolutely barren. Our socialist writers seem in some strange and, to me, incomprehensible manner to have detached themselves from the everyday struggles of the toilers and to imagine they are doing their whole duty as interpreters of socialist thought when they bless the economic organization with one corner of their mouth and insist upon the absolute hopelessness of it with the other. They imagine, of course, that this is the astutest diplomacy, but the net result of it has been that the organized working class has never looked upon the Socialist Party as a part of the labor movement, and the enrolled Socialist Party member has never found in American socialist literature anything that helped him in strengthening his economic organization or leading it to victory. Perhaps someday there will arise in America a socialist writer who in his writing will live up to the spirit of the Communist Manifesto, that the socialists are not apart from the labor movement, are not a sect, but are simply that part of the working class which pushes on all others, which most clearly understands the line of march. Awaiting the advent of that writer, permit me to remind our readers that the Knights of Labor preceded the American Federation of Labor, that the structural formation of the Knights was that of a mass organization, that they aimed to organize all toilers into one union and made no distinction of craft, nor of industry, and that they cherished revolutionary aims. When the American Federation of Labor was organized, it was organized as a dual organization, and although at first it professed a desire to organize none but those then unorganized, it soon developed opposition to the Knights and proceeded to organize wherever it could find members, and particularly to seek after the enrollment of those who were already in the Knights of Labor. In this it was assisted by the goodwill of the master class, who naturally preferred its profession of conservatism and identity of interest between capital and labor to the revolutionary aims and methods of the Knights. But even this assistance on the part of the master class would not have assured its victory were it not for the fact that its method of organization, into separate crafts, recognized a certain need of the industrial development of the time which the Knights of Labor had failed up to that moment to appraise at its proper significance. The Knights of Labor, as I have pointed out, organized all workers into one union, an excellent idea for teaching the toilers their ultimate class interests, but with the defect that it made no provision for the treating of special immediate craft interests by men and women with the requisite technical knowledge. The scheme was the scheme of an idealist, too large-hearted and noble-minded himself to appreciate the hold small interests can have upon men and women. It gave rise to jealousies. The printer grumbled at the jurisdiction of a body comprising tailors and shoemakers over his shop struggles, and the tailors and shoemakers fretted at the attempts of carpenters and bricklayers to understand the technicalities of their disputes with the bosses. To save the Knights of Labor and to save the American working class a pilgrimage in the desert of reaction, it but required the advent of some practical student of industry to propose that, instead of massing all workers together irrespective of occupation, they should, keeping the organization intact and remaining bound in obedience to one supreme head, for administrative purposes only, group all workers together according to their industries, and subdivide their industries again according to crafts. That the allied crafts should select the ruling body for the industry to which they belonged, and that the allied industries again should elect the ruling body for the whole organization. This could have been done without the slightest jar to the framework of the organization. It would have recognized all technical differences and specialization of function in actual industry. It would have kept the organization of labor in line with the actual progress of industrial development, and would still have kept intact the idea of the unity of the working class by its common bond of brotherhood, a universal membership card, and universal obligation to recognize that an injury to one was an injury to all. Tentative steps in such a direction were already being taken when the American Federation of Labor came upon the scene. The promoters of this organization, seizing upon this one plank in the Knights of Labor organization, specialized its work along that line, and, instead of hastening to save the unity of the working class on the lines above indicated, they made the growing realization of the need of representation of craft differences the entering wedge for disrupting and destroying the earlier organization of that class. Each craft was organized as a distinct body having no obligation to strike or fight beside any other craft, and making its own contracts with the bosses heedless of what was happening between these bosses and their fellow laborers of another craft in the same industry, building, shop, or room. The craft was organized on a national basis, to be governed by the vote of its members throughout the nation, and with a membership card good only in that craft and of no use to a member who desired to leave one craft in order to follow another. The fiction of national unity was and is still paid homage to, as vice always pays homage to virtue, by annual congresses in which many resolutions are gravely debated, to be forgotten as soon as Congress adjourns. But the unifying qualities of this form of organization are best revealed by the fact that the main function of the Congress seems to be to provide the cynical master class with the, to them, pleasing spectacle of allied organizations fiercely fighting over questions of jurisdiction. This policy of the American Federation of Labor, coupled with the unfortunate bomb incident of Chicago, for which the Knights of Labor received much of the blame, completed the ruin of the latter organization and destroyed the growing unity of the working class for the time being. The industrial union, as typified today in the industrial workers of the world, could have, as I have shown, developed out of the Knights of Labor as logically and perfectly as the adult develops from the child. No new organization would have been necessary, and hence we may conclude that the industrial workers of the world is the legitimate heir of the Native American labor movement, the inheritor of its principles, and the ripened fruit of its experiences. On the other hand, the American Federation of Labor may truly be regarded as a usurper on the throne of labor, a usurper who occupies the throne by virtue of having strangled its predecessor, and now, like all usurpers, raises the cry of treason against the rightful heir when it seeks to win its own again. It is obvious that the sway of the American Federation of Labor in the American labor movement is but a brief interregnum between the passing of the old revolutionary organization and the ascension into power of the new. But, I fancy I hear someone say, granting that all that is true, may we not condemn the methods by which the American Federation of Labor destroyed, or helped to destroy, the Knights of Labor, and still believe that out of the American Federation of Labor we may now build up an industrial organization such as we need, such as the industrial workers of the world aims to be? This we can only answer by clearly focusing in our mind the American Federation of Labor system of organization in actual practice. A carpenter is at work in a city. He has a dispute with the bosses, or all his fellow carpenters have. They will hold meetings to discuss the question of a strike, and finding the problem too big for them, they will pass it on to the headquarters, and the headquarters pass it on to the general membership. The general membership, from San Francisco to Rhode Island, and from Podunk to Kalamazoo, will have a vote and say upon the question of the terms upon which the Chicago carpenters work, and if said carpenters are called out, they will expect all these widely scattered carpenters to support them by financial and moral help. But while they are soliciting and receiving the support of their fellow carpenters, they are precluded from calling out in sympathy with them the painters who follow them in their work, the plumbers whose pipes they cover up, the steam fitters who work at their elbows, or the plasterer who precedes them. Yet the cooperation of these workers with them in their strikes is 1,000-fold more important than the voting of strike funds which would keep them out on strike until the building season is over and the winter sets in. In many cities today there is a building trades council which is looked upon by many as a beginning of industrialism within the American Federation of Labor. It is not only the beginning but it is as far as industrialism can go within that body, and its sole function is to secure united action in remedying petty grievances and enforcing the observance of contracts, but it does not take part in the really important work of determining hours or wages. It cannot for the simple reason that each of the 33 unions in the building industry are international organizations with international officers, and necessitating international referendums before any strikes, looking to the fixing of hours or wages, are permissible. Hence, although all the building trade branches in a given district may be satisfied that the time is ripe for obtaining better conditions, they cannot act before they obtain the consent of the membership throughout the entire country, and before that is obtained the moment for action is past. The bond that is supposed to unite the carpenter in New York with the carpenter in Kokomo, Indiana, is converted into a wall of isolation which prevents him uniting, except in the most perfunctory fashion, with the men of other crafts who work beside him. The industrial union and the craft union are mutually exclusive terms. Suppose all the building trades branches of Chicago resolved to unite industrially to form an industrial union. Every branch which became an integral part of said union, pledged to obey its call to action, would by so doing forfeit its charter in the craft union and in the American Federation of Labor, and outside Chicago its members would be considered as scabs. The Brewers' Union has been fighting for years to obtain the right to organize all brewery employees. It is hindered from doing so, not only by the rules of the American Federation of Labor, but by the form of organization of that body. Breweries, for instance, employ plumbers. Now if a plumber, so employed, would join the Brewers' Union and obey its call to strike, he would be expelled from his craft union, and if he ever lost his job in the brewery would be considered as a scab if he went to work where union plumbers were employed. A craft union cannot recognize the right of another association to call its members out on a strike. A machinist works today in a machine shop, a few months from now he may be employed in a clothing factory, attending to the repairs of sewing machines. If the clothing industry resolves itself into an industrial union and he joins them, as he needs must if he believes in industrialism, he loses his membership in the International Association of Machinists. And if ever he loses his factory job and seeks to return to the machine shop, he must either do so as a non-union man or pay a heavy fine if he is permitted to re-enter the International Association of Machinists. A stationary engineer works today at the construction of a new building, 3 months from now he is in a shipyard, 6 months from now he is at the mouth of a coal mine. 3 different industries, requiring 3 different industrial unions. The craft card is good today in all of them, but if any of them chose to form industrial unions, and called upon him to join, he could only do so on penalty of losing his craft card and his right to strike benefits from his old organization. And if he did join, his card of membership in the one he joined would be of no value when he drifted to any of the others. How can the American Federation of Labor avoid this dilemma? Industrialism requires that all the workers in a given industry be subject to the call of the governing body, or of the vote of the workers in that industry. But if these workers are organized in the American Federation of Labor, they must be subject only to the call of their national or international craft body, and if at any time they obey the call of the industry in preference to the craft, they are ordered peremptorily back to scab upon their brothers. If in addition to this organic difficulty, and it is the most insuperable, we take into consideration the system of making contracts or trade agreements on a craft basis pursued by old-style unions, we will see that our unfortunate brothers in the American Federation of Labor are tied hand and foot, handcuffed and hobbled, to prevent their advance into industrialism. During the recent shirtwaist makers' strike in New York, when the question was moot of a similar strike in Philadelphia, our comrade Rose Pastor Stokes, according to our socialist press, was continually urging upon the shirtwaist makers of Philadelphia the wisdom of striking before Christmas, and during the busy season. No more sensible advice could have been given. It was of the very essence of industrialist philosophy. Industrialism is more than a method of organization, it is a science of fighting. It says to the worker, fight only at the time you select, never when the boss wants a fight. Fight at the height of the busy season, and in the slack season when the workers are in thousands upon the sidewalk, absolutely refuse to be drawn into battle. Even if the boss insults and vilifies your union and refuses to recognize it, take it lying down in the slack season but mark it up in your little notebook. And when work is again rushing and master capitalist is pressed for orders, squeeze him, and squeeze him till the most sensitive portion of his anatomy, his pocketbook, yells with pain. That is the industrialist idea of the present phase of the class war as organized labor should conduct it. But, whatever may have been the case with the shirtwaist makers, that policy so ably enunciated by Comrade Rose Pastor Stokes is utterly opposed to the whole philosophy and practice of the American Federation of Labor. Contracts almost always expire when there is little demand for labor. For instance, the United Mine Workers contract with the bosses expires in the early summer, when they have before them a long hot season with a minimum demand for coal. Hence, the expiration of the contract generally finds the coal operators spoiling for a fight, and the union secretly dreading it. Most building trade contracts with the bosses expire in the winter. For example, the Brotherhood of Carpenters in New York, their contract expires in January. A nice time for a fight, in the middle of a northern winter, when all work in their vicinity is suspended owing to the rigors of the climate. The foregoing will, I hope, give the reader some food for consideration upon the problem under review. That problem is intimately allied with the future of the Socialist Party in America. Our party must become the political expression of the fight in the workshop, and draw its inspiration therefrom. Everything which tends to strengthen and discipline the hosts of labor tends irresistibly to swell the ranks of the revolutionary movement, and everything which tends to divide and disorganize the hosts of labor tends also to strengthen the forces of capitalism. The most dispersive and isolating force at work in the labor movement today is craft unionism, the most cohesive and unifying force, industrial unionism. In view of that fact, all objections which my comrades make to industrial unionism on the grounds of the supposedly, or truly, anti-political bias of many members of the industrial workers of the world is quite beside the mark. That question at the present stage of the game is purely doctrinaire. The use or non-use of political action will not be settled by the doctrinaires who may make it their hobby today, but will be settled by the workers who use the industrial workers of the world in their workshop struggles. And if at any time the conditions of a struggle in shop, factory, railroad, or mine necessitate the employment of political action, those workers so organized will use it, all theories and theorists to the contrary notwithstanding. In their march to freedom, the workers will use every weapon they find necessary. As the economic struggle is the preparatory school and training ground for socialists, it is our duty to help guide along right lines the effort of the workers to choose the correct kind of organization to fight their battles in that conflict. According as they choose aright or wrongly, so will the development of class consciousness in their minds be hastened or retarded by their everyday experience in class struggles. International Socialist Review, February 1910. 20. Labor in Irish History. Foreword. In her great work, The Making of Ireland and Its Undoing, the only contribution to Irish history we know of which conforms to the methods of modern historical science, the authoress, Mrs. Stopford Green, dealing with the effect upon Ireland of the dispersion of the Irish race in the time of Henry VIII and Elizabeth, and the consequent destruction of Gaelic culture, and rupture with Gaelic tradition and law, says that the Irishmen educated in schools abroad abandoned or knew nothing of the lore of ancient Erin, and had no sympathy with the spirit of the Brehon Code, nor with the social order of which it was the juridical expression. She says they urged the theory, so antagonistic to the immemorial law of Ireland, that only from the polluted sinks of heretics could come the idea that the people might elect a ruler, and confer supreme authority on whomsoever pleased them. In other words, the new Irish, educated in foreign standards, had adopted as their own the feudal capitalist system of which England was the exponent in Ireland, and urged it upon the Gaelic Irish. As the dispersion of the clans, consummated by Cromwell, finally completed the ruin of Gaelic Ireland, all the higher education of Irishmen thenceforward ran in this foreign groove, and was colored with this foreign coloring. In other words, the Gaelic culture of the Irish chieftainry was rudely broken off in the 17th century, and the continental schools of European despots implanted in its place in the minds of the Irish students, and sent them back to Ireland to preach a fanatical belief in royal and feudal prerogatives, as foreign to the genius of the Gael as was the English ruler to Irish soil. What a light this sheds upon Irish history of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. And what a commentary it is upon the real origin of that so-called Irish veneration for the aristocracy, of which the bourgeois charlatans of Irish literature write so eloquently. That veneration is seen to be as much of an exotic, as much of an importation, as the aristocratic caste it venerated. Both were foul foreign blossoms blown hither to poison our plains. But so deeply has this insidious lie about the aristocratic tendencies of the Irish taken root in Irish thought, that it will take a long time to eradicate it from the minds of the people, or to make the Irish realize that the whole concept of orthodox Irish history for the last 200 years was a betrayal and abandonment of the best traditions of the Irish race. Yet such is undoubtedly the case. Let us examine this a little more closely. Just as it is true that a stream cannot rise above its source, so it is true that a national literature cannot rise above the moral level of the social conditions of the people from whom it derives its inspiration. If we would understand the national literature of a people, we must study their social and political status, keeping in mind the fact that their writers were a product thereof, and that the children of their brains were conceived and brought forth in certain historical conditions. Ireland, at the same time as she lost her ancient social system, also lost her language as the vehicle of thought of those who acted as her leaders. As a result of this twofold loss, the nation suffered socially, nationally, and intellectually from a prolonged arrested development. During the closing years of the 17th century, all the 18th, and the greater part of the 19th, the Irish people were the lowest helots in Europe, socially and politically. The Irish peasant, reduced from the position of a free clansman owning his tribeland and controlling its administration in common with his fellows, was a mere tenant at will subject to eviction, dishonor, and outrage at the hands of an irresponsible private proprietor. Politically he was non-existent, legally he held no rights, intellectually he sank under the weight of his social abasement, and surrendered to the downward drag of his poverty. He had been conquered, and he suffered all the terrible consequences of defeat at the hands of a ruling class and nation who have always acted upon the old Roman maxim of woe to the vanquished. To add to his humiliation, those of his name and race who had contrived to escape the general ruin, and sent their children to be educated in foreign schools, discovered, with the return of those wild geese to their native habitat, that they who had sailed for France, Italy, or Spain, filled with hatred of the English crown and of the English landlord garrison in Ireland, returned as mere Catholic adherents of a pretender to the English throne, using all the prestige of their foreign schooling to discredit the Gaelic ideas of equality and democracy, and instead instilling into the minds of the growing generation feudal ideas of the divine right of kings to rule, and of subjects to unquestioningly obey. The Irish students in the universities of the continent were the first products of a scheme which the papacy still pursues with its accustomed skill and persistence, a persistence which recks little of the passing of centuries, a scheme which looks upon Catholic Ireland simply as a tool to be used for the spiritual reconquest of England to Catholicity. In the 18th century the scheme did its deadliest work in Ireland. It failed ridiculously to cause a single Irish worker in town or country to strike a blow for the Stuart cause in the years of the Scottish rebellions in 1715 and 1745, but it prevented them from striking any blows for their own cause, or from taking advantage of the civil feuds of their enemies. It did more. It killed Gaelic Ireland. An Irish-speaking Catholic was of no value as a missionary of Catholicism in England, and an Irish peasant who treasured the tongue of his fathers might also have some reverence for the principles of the social polity and civilization under which his forefathers had lived and prospered for unnumbered years. And such principles were even more distasteful to French, Spanish, or papal patrons of Irish schools of learning on the continent than they were to English monarchs. Thus the poor Irish were not only pariahs in the social system of their day, but they were also precluded from hoping for a revival of intellectual life through the achievements of their children. Their children were taught to despise the language and traditions of their fathers. It was at or during this period, when the Irish peasant had been crushed to the very lowest point, when the most he could hope for was to be pitied as animals are pitied, it was during this period Irish literature in English was born. Such Irish literature was not written for Irishmen as a real Irish literature would be. It was written by Irishmen, about Irishmen, but for English or Anglo-Irish consumption. Hence the Irishman in English literature may be said to have been born with an apology in his mouth. His creators knew nothing of the free and independent Irishmen of Gaelic Ireland, but they did know the conquered, robbed, slave-driven, brutalized, demoralized Irishman, the product of generations of landlord and capitalist rule, and him they seized upon, held up to the gaze of the world, and asked the nations to accept as the true Irish type. If he crouched before a representative of royalty with an abject submission born of 100 years of political outlawry and training in foreign ideas, his abasement was pointed to proudly as an instance of the ancient Celtic fidelity to hereditary monarchs. If, with the memory of perennial famines, evictions, jails, hangings, and tenancy at will beclouding his brain, he humbled himself before the upper class, or attached himself like a dog to their personal fortunes, his sycophancy was cited as a manifestation of ancient Irish veneration for the aristocracy, and if long-continued insecurity of life begot in him a fierce desire for the ownership of a piece of land to safeguard his loved ones in a system where land was life, this newborn land hunger was triumphantly trumpeted forth as a proof of the Irish attachment to the principle of private property. Be it understood, we are not talking now of the English slanderers of the Irishman, but of his Irish apologists. The English slanderer never did as much harm as did these self-constituted delineators of Irish characteristics. The English slanderer lowered Irishmen in the eyes of the world, but his Irish middle-class teachers and writers lowered him in his own eyes by extolling as an Irish virtue every sycophantic vice begotten of generations of slavery. Accordingly, as an Irishman, peasant, laborer, or artisan, banded himself with his fellows to strike back at their oppressors in defense of their right to live in the land of their fathers, the respectable classes who had imbibed the foreign ideas publicly deplored his act, and unctuously ascribed it to the evil effects of English misgovernment upon the Irish character. But when an occasional Irishman, abandoning all the traditions of his race, climbed up upon the backs of his fellows to wealth or position, his career was held up as a sample of what Irishmen could do under congenial or favorable circumstances. The 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries were, indeed, the Via Dolorosa of the Irish race. In them the Irish Gael sank out of sight, and in his place the middle-class politicians, capitalists, and ecclesiastics labored to produce a hybrid Irishman, assimilating a foreign social system, a foreign speech, and a foreign character. In the effort to assimilate the first two, the Irish were unhappily too successful, so successful that today the majority of the Irish do not know that their fathers ever knew another system of ownership, and the Irish Irelanders are painfully grappling with their mother tongue with the hesitating accent of a foreigner. Fortunately, the Irish character has proven too difficult to press into respectable foreign molds, and the recoil of that character from the deadly embrace of capitalist English conventionalism, as it has already led to a revaluation of the speech of the Gael, will in all probability also lead to a restudy and appreciation of the social system under which the Gael reached the highest point of civilization and culture in Europe. In the reconversion of Ireland to the Gaelic principle of common ownership by a people of their sources of food and maintenance, the worst obstacles to overcome will be the opposition of the men and women who have imbibed their ideas of Irish character and history from Anglo-Irish literature. That literature, as we have explained, was born in the worst agonies of the slavery of our race. It bears all the birthmarks of such origin upon it, but irony of ironies, these birthmarks of slavery are hailed by our teachers as the native characteristics of the Celt. One of these slave birthmarks is a belief in the capitalist system of society. The Irishman frees himself from such a mark of slavery when he realizes the truth that the capitalist system is the most foreign thing in Ireland. Hence we have had in Ireland for over 250 years the remarkable phenomenon of Irishmen of the upper and middle classes urging upon the Irish toilers, as a sacred national and religious duty, the necessity of maintaining a social order against which their Gaelic forefathers had struggled, despite prison cells, famine, and the sword, for over 400 years. Reversing the procedure of the Normans settled in Ireland, who were said to have become more Irish than the Irish propertied classes became more English than the English, and so have continued to our day. Hence we believe that this book, attempting to depict the attitude of the dispossessed masses of the Irish people in the great crisis of modern Irish history, may justly be looked upon as part of the literature of the Gaelic revival. As the Gaelic language, scorned by the possessing classes, sought and found its last fortress in the hearts and homes of the lower orders, to reissue from thence in our own time to what the writer believes to be a greater and more enduring place in civilization than of old, so in the words of Thomas Francis Meagher, the same wretched cabins have been the holy shrines in which the traditions and the hopes of Ireland have been treasured and transmitted. The apostate patriotism of the Irish capitalist class, arising as it does upon the rupture with Gaelic tradition, will, of course, reject this conception, and saturated with foreignism themselves, they will continue to hurl the epithet of foreign ideas against the militant Irish democracy. But the present Celtic revival in Ireland, leading as it must to a reconsideration and more analytical study of the laws and social structure of Ireland before the English invasion, amongst its other good results, will have this one also, that it will confirm and establish the truth of this conception. Hitherto the study of the social structure of Ireland in the past has been marred by one great fault. For a description and interpretation of Irish social life and customs, the student depended entirely upon the description and interpretation of men who were entirely lacking in knowledge of, and insight into, the facts and spirit of the things they attempted to describe. Imbued with the conception of feudalistic or capitalistic social order, the writers perpetually strove to explain Irish institutions in terms of an order of things to which those institutions were entirely alien. Irish titles, indicative of the function in society performed by their bearers, the writers explained by what they supposed were analogous titles in the feudal order of England, forgetful of the fact that, as the one form of society was the antithesis of the other, and not its counterpart, the one set of titles could not possibly convey the same meaning as the other, much less be a translation. Much the same mistake was made in America by the early Spanish conquistadores in attempting to describe the social and political systems of Mexico and Peru, with much the same results of introducing almost endless confusion into every attempt to comprehend life as it actually existed in those countries before the conquest. The Spanish writers could not mentally raise themselves out of the social structure of continental Europe, and hence their weird and wonderful tales of despotic Peruvian and Mexican emperors and nobles where really existed the elaborately organized family system of a people not yet fully evolved into the political state. Not until the publication of Morgan's monumental work on ancient society was the key to the study of American native civilization really found and placed in the hands of the student. The same key will yet unlock the doors which guard the secrets of our native Celtic civilization, and make them possible of fuller comprehension for the multitude. Meanwhile we desire to place before our readers the two propositions upon which this book is founded, propositions which we believe embody alike the fruits of the experience of the past, and the matured thought of the present, upon the points under consideration. First, that in the evolution of civilization the progress of the fight for national liberty of any subject nation must, perforce, keep pace with the progress of the struggle for liberty of the most subject class in that nation, and that the shifting of economic and political forces which accompanies the development of the system of capitalist society leads inevitably to the increasing conservatism of the non-working class element, and to the revolutionary vigor and power of the working class. Second, that the result of the long drawn-out struggle of Ireland has been, so far, that the old chieftainry has disappeared, or, through its degenerate descendants, has made terms with iniquity, and become part and parcel of the supporters of the established order, the middle class, growing up in the midst of the national struggle, and at one time, as in 1798, through the stress of the economic rivalry of England almost forced into the position of revolutionary leaders against the political despotism of their industrial competitors, have now also bowed the knee to Baal, and have 1,000 economic strings in the shape of investments binding them to English capitalism as against every sentimental or historic attachment drawing them toward Irish patriotism. Only the Irish working class remain as the incorruptible inheritors of the fight for freedom in Ireland. To that unconquered Irish working class this book is dedicated by one of their number. Chapter I. The Lessons of History. What is history but a fable agreed upon? Napoleon I. It is in itself a significant commentary upon the subordinate place allotted to labour in Irish politics that a writer should think it necessary to explain his purpose before setting out to detail for the benefit of his readers the position of the Irish workers in the past, and the lessons to be derived from a study of that position in guiding the movement of the working class today. Were history what it ought to be, an accurate literary reflex of the times with which it professes to deal, the pages of history would be almost entirely engrossed with the recital of the wrongs and struggles of the laboring people, constituting, as they have ever done, the vast mass of mankind. But history in general treats the working class as the manipulator of politics treats the working man, that is to say, with contempt when he remains passive, and with derision, hatred, and misrepresentation whenever he dares evince a desire to throw off the yoke of political or social servitude. Ireland is no exception to the rule. Irish history has ever been written by the master class in the interests of the master class. Whenever the social question cropped up in modern Irish history, whenever the question of labour and its wrongs figured in the writings or speeches of our modern Irish politicians, it was simply that they might be used as weapons in the warfare against a political adversary, and not at all because the person so using them was personally convinced that the subjection of labor was in itself a wrong. This book is intended primarily to prove that contention. To prove it by a reference to the evidence, documentary and otherwise adduced, illustrating the state of the Irish working class in the past, the almost total indifference of our Irish politicians to the sufferings of the mass of the people, and the true inwardness of many of the political agitations which have occupied the field in the 18th and 19th centuries. Special attention is given to the period preceding the Union and evidence brought forward relative to the state of Ireland before and during the continuance of Grattan's Parliament, to the condition of the working people in the town and country, and the attitude towards labour taken up by politicians of all sides, whether patriot or ministerialist. In other words, we propose to do what in us lies to repair the deliberate neglect of the social question by our historians, and to prepare the way in order that other and abler pens than our own may demonstrate to the reading public the manner in which economic conditions have controlled and dominated our Irish history. But as a preliminary to this essay on our part, it becomes necessary to recapitulate here some of the salient facts of history we have elsewhere insisted upon as essential to a thorough grasp of the Irish question. Politically, Ireland has been under the control of England for the past 700 years, during the greater part of which time the country has been the scene of constant wars against her rule upon the part of the native Irish. Until the year 1649, these wars were complicated by the fact that they were directed against both the political and social order recognized by the English invader. It may surprise many readers to learn that up to the date above mentioned, the basis of society in Ireland, except within the Pale, a small strip of territory around the capital city, Dublin, rested upon communal or tribal ownership of land. The Irish chief, although recognized in the courts of France, Spain, and Rome as the peer of the reigning princes of Europe, in reality held his position upon the sufferance of his people, and as an administrator of the tribal affairs of his people, while the land or territory of the clan was entirely removed from his private jurisdiction. In the parts of Ireland where for 400 years after the first conquest, so called, the English governors could not penetrate except at the head of a powerful army, the social order which prevailed in England, feudalism, was unknown, and as this comprised the greater portion of the country, it gradually came to be understood that the war against the foreign oppressor was also a war against private property in land. But with the forcible breakup of the clan system in 1649, the social aspect of the Irish struggle sank out of sight, its place being usurped by the mere political expressions of the fight for freedom. Such an event was, of course, inevitable in any case. Communal ownership of land would undoubtedly have given way to the privately owned system of capitalist landlordism, even if Ireland had remained an independent country, but coming as it did in obedience to the pressure of armed force from without, instead of by the operation of economic forces within, the change has been bitterly and justly resented by the vast mass of the Irish people, many of whom still mix with their dreams of liberty longings for a return to the ancient system of land tenure, now organically impossible. The dispersion of the clans, of course, put an end to the leadership of the chiefs, and in consequence, the Irish aristocracy being all of foreign or trader origin, Irish patriotic movements fell entirely into the hands of the middle class, and became, for the most part, simply idealized expressions of middle-class interest. Hence the spokesmen of the middle class, in the press and on the platform, have consistently sought the emasculation of the Irish national movement, the distortion of Irish history, and, above all, the denial of all relation between the social rights of the Irish toilers and the political rights of the Irish nation. It was hoped and intended by this means to create what is termed a real national movement, i.e., a movement in which each class would recognize the rights of other classes and, laying aside their contentions, would unite in a national struggle against the common enemy England. Needless to say, the only class deceived by such phrases was the working class. When questions of class interests are eliminated from public controversy, a victory is thereby gained for the possessing, conservative class, whose only hope of security lies in such elimination. Like a fraudulent trustee, the bourgeois dreads nothing so much as an impartial and rigid inquiry into the validity of his title deeds. Hence the bourgeois press and politicians incessantly strive to inflame the working class mind to fever heat upon questions outside the range of their own class interests. War, religion, race, language, political reform, patriotism apart from whatever intrinsic merits they may possess all serve in the hands of the possessing class as counter-irritants, whose function it is to avert the catastrophe of social revolution by engendering heat in such parts of the body politic as are the farthest removed from the seat of economic inquiry, and consequently of class consciousness on the part of the proletariat. The bourgeois Irishman has long been an adept at such maneuvering, and has, it must be confessed, found in his working class countrymen exceedingly pliable material. During the last 100 years every generation in Ireland has witnessed an attempted rebellion against English rule. Every such conspiracy or rebellion has drawn the majority of its adherents from the lower orders in town and country, yet, under the inspiration of a few middle-class doctrinaires, the social question has been rigorously excluded from the field of action to be covered by the rebellion if successful, in hopes that by such exclusion it would be possible to conciliate the upper classes and enlist them in the struggle for freedom. The result has in nearly every case been the same. The workers, though furnishing the greatest proportion of recruits to the ranks of the revolutionists, and consequently of victims to the prison and the scaffold, could not be imbued en masse with the revolutionary fire necessary to seriously imperil a dominion rooted for 700 years in the heart of their country. They were all anxious enough for freedom but, realizing the enormous odds against them, and being explicitly told by their leaders that they must not expect any change in their condition of social subjection, even if successful, they as a body shrank from the contest, and left only the purest-minded and most chivalrous of their class to face the odds and glut the vengeance of the tyrant, a warning to those in all countries who neglect the vital truth that successful revolutions are not the product of our brains, but of ripe material conditions. The upper class also turned a contemptuously deaf ear to the charming of the bourgeois patriot. They, the upper class, naturally clung to their property, landed and otherwise. Under the protecting power of England they felt themselves secure in the possession thereof, but were by no means assured as to the fate which might befall it in a successful revolutionary uprising. The landlord class, therefore, remained resolutely loyal to England, and while the middle-class poets and romanticists were enthusing on the hope of a union of class and creeds, the aristocracy were pursuing their private interests against their tenants with a relentlessness which threatened to depopulate the country, and led even an English conservative newspaper, the London Times, to declare that the name of an Irish landlord stinks in the nostrils of Christendom. It is well to remember, as a warning against similar foolishness in future, that the generation of Irish landlords which had listened to the eloquent pleadings of Thomas Davis was the same as that which in the famine years exercised its rights with a rod of iron and renounced its duties with a front of brass. The lower middle class gave to the national cause in the past many unselfish patriots, but, on the whole, while willing and ready enough to please their humble fellow countrymen, and to compound with their own conscience by shouting louder than all others their untiring devotion to the cause of freedom, they, as a class, unceasingly strove to divert the public mind upon the lines of constitutional agitation for such reforms as might remove irritating and unnecessary officialism, while leaving untouched the basis of national and economic subjection. This policy enabled them to masquerade as patriots before the unthinking multitude, and at the same time lent greater force to their words when as patriot leaders they cried down any serious revolutionary movement that might demand from them greater proofs of sincerity than could be furnished by the strength of their lungs, or greater sacrifices than would be suitable to their exchequer. 48 and 67, the Young Ireland and the Fenian movements, furnish the classic illustrations of this policy on the part of the Irish middle class. Such, then, is our view of Irish politics and Irish history. Subsequent chapters will place before our readers the facts upon which such a view is based. Chapter 2. The Jacobites and the Irish people. If there was a time when it behoved men in public stations to be explicit, if ever there was a time when those scourges of the human race called politicians should lay aside their duplicity and finesse, it is the present moment. Be assured that the people of this country will no longer bear that their welfare should be the sport of a few family factions. Be assured they are convinced their true interest consists in putting down men of self-creation, who have no object in view but that of aggrandizing themselves and their families at the expense of the public, and in setting up men who shall represent the nation, who shall be accountable to the nation, and who shall do the business of the nation. Arthur O'Connor in Irish House of Commons, May 4, 1795. Modern Irish history, properly understood, may be said to start with the close of the Williamite Wars in the year 1691. All the political life of Ireland during the next 200 years draws its colouring from, and can only be understood in the light of, that conflict between King James of England and William, Prince of Orange. Our Irish politics, even to this day and generation, have been and are largely determined by the light in which the different sections of the Irish people regarded the prolonged conflict which closed with the surrender of Sarsfield and the garrison of Limerick to the investing forces of the Williamite party. Yet never, in all the history of Ireland, has there been a war in which the people of Ireland had less reason to be interested either on one side or the other. It is unfortunately beyond all question that the Irish Catholics of that time did fight for King James like lions. It is beyond all question that the Irish Catholics shed their blood like water, and wasted their wealth like dirt, in an effort to retain King James upon the throne. But it is equally beyond all question that the whole struggle was no earthly concern of theirs, that King James was one of the most worthless representatives of a worthless race that ever sat upon a throne, that the pious, glorious and immortal William was a mere adventurer fighting for his own hand, and his army recruited from the impecunious swordsmen of Europe who cared as little for Protestantism as they did for human life, and that neither army had the slightest claim to be considered as